Hive Queen, Trinity of the Hive, Book 2, written by Grayson Sinclair, narrated by 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝒃𝒃. Chapter 16. Old Gods, New Monsters. Eris. As the thud of 𝗵𝗄𝗎𝗔's many limbs drew closer, I snapped out of the slithering dread that had sunk into my skin and knocked an arrow as fast as I could. I loosed it as 𝗵𝗄𝗎𝗔 reared her translucent head back and opened her chelicerae to reveal menacingly long fangs. My aim was true, and the arrow slid into her open mouth, and a thick spurt of pale blue blood squirted out and dripped down. 𝗵𝗄𝗎𝗔 screeched in pain, a grotesque whine that split the air like a whistle. The shriek, however, was enough to break Gil, 𝗵𝗄𝗃, and Adam out of their spell. They'd been standing still, staring at the gigantic spider approaching without even touching their weapons. Evelyn had drawn hers but was looking at me for directions. This is new territory for me. I don't know what to do. Even in a world filled with monsters, I guess even the humans chosen by the gods to come here could be baffled by something. We need to spread out. Grouping up will only make us easier to catch, I shouted, backing away from 𝗵𝗄𝗎𝗔 as she shook in pain before closing her mouth tight. A faint snap resounded, and when she bared her fangs once more, the shaft of my chitin arrow had been split in two. I couldn't just fire at will. My chitin wasn't endless, and every arrow I fired weakened my defense. The arena was large, but 𝗵𝗄𝗎𝗔 took up nearly a third of the space by herself, and had good reach with her legs. We had to split up, but we would need to work together to survive. Evelyn, what do we do? That's what I'm trying to figure out, she shouted back as she nimbly ran forward towards the spider. 𝗵𝗄𝗎𝗔 had her eyes on Gil, who lumbered sideways and drew his massive black battle axe, keeping just out of range of 𝗵𝗄𝗎𝗔's claws. She scuttled suddenly towards Gil, flashing out with her front limb. Her jagged, pale claws deflected off the head of Gil's axe just as he brought it up. The impact pushed him back, leaving 2 lines in the dirt, but Gil remained standing. Ooh, damn spider has some skill. Gil backed away, even more cautious of the bulbous beast. Don't get your head torn off, darling. I don't think I can love just your body, 𝗵𝗄𝗃 said as she danced near 𝗵𝗄𝗎𝗔 as she scurried forward. Not what you said last night, Gil replied with a laugh as he twirled his axe to catch 𝗵𝗄𝗎𝗔's gaze. 𝗵𝗄𝗃 flicked her wrist, and 4 needles flashed in the midday sun as they streaked towards the center of 𝗵𝗄𝗎𝗔's body. They jabbed into the hard carapace with ease, but the tiny poisoned needles weren't long or sharp enough to go any further. Damn it, 𝗵𝗄𝗃 cursed as she took another handful of needles out of her cloak. I can't pierce her body, and even if I can, my toxins were designed for humans and normal creatures, not fucking 20-foot-long giant spiders. Having some trouble? Raina shouted from the thick tree branch that hung over the battleground. She'd sat down and was dangling her legs over us, a broad smile plastered over her smooth sandstone skin. Fuck you, spider lady, 𝗵𝗄𝗃 shouted, her face taut in distress. Guys, I'm useless here. Calm down, Kenna. Did you forget who we are? Evelyn asked. We've got this, Adam said cheekily and tossed 3 small black crystals into the center of the field. The summoning crystals landed and cracked sharply, releasing a small cloud of glass that sparkled like hundreds of small rainbows before falling back to the ground. When they landed, 3 Bane wolves joined us, each at least 6 feet long and rippling with lean muscle. Black and silver fur rose as their hackles raised, and they bent low to the ground, growling at the massive crab spider. Bane wolves? Really? Why didn't you summon the void golem? Evelyn asked, her voice rising as she ran forward and sliced a thin groove across one of 𝗵𝗄𝗎𝗔's legs. Her sword was unmistakably high quality, and the silver of the blade shone like a mirror, but even it wasn't enough to do more than scratch the spider. Abby's still on cooldown. I told you this weeks ago. Like I can keep up with every single bit of your nonsense on a daily basis. While those 2 shouted at each other, I had to think of something. Evelyn was the best fighter and strategist here, but even her weapons weren't strong enough to pierce the hard carapace, which meant her strength alone wouldn't cut it. Come on, think, Eris. None of them knows more about 𝗵𝗄𝗎𝗔 than I do. There has to be something I can do to help. In the enclosed space, we were basically trapped in a cage, and sooner or later, we'd lose. One of the Bane wolves lunged forward and clawed at 𝗵𝗄𝗎𝗔's bright yellow eyes. Before it could even lay a paw on the crab spider, 𝗵𝗄𝗎𝗔 surged forward, wrapping her powerful front legs around the entirety of the Bane wolf, sinking her fangs deep into the wolf. Bones snapped as the wolf let out a pained howl, before the venom took hold and worked its way to the wolf's heart. The Bane wolf died a quick and very painful death. When the life fled from the beast, it dissolved into ash and flowed back to its crystal. "Shit, that thing's strong," Adam said as the crystal returned to his hand. "She's a clever hunter, but she relies on deception and camouflage. 𝗵𝗄𝗔's slow to move, but incredibly strong when she does. We have her out of its element, but that only helps us so much," I said. "Damn it," Gil cursed. He tried to sneak around behind it, but a leg darted out and left a vicious gash across his arm. "This thing's a walking tank," he said as he retreated. "I don't know what that means, but we've got to come up with a plan." "Fuck this," he replied, and gripped his axe tight. Gil ran at 𝗵𝗄𝗔, and as he kicked up tufts of dirt and grass, his axe head glowed a bright silver. "How about a taste of Steelbreaker?" He swung his axe down at 𝗵𝗄𝗔's abdomen, and with a sickening crunch, her carapace buckled and cracked under Gil's attack. 𝗵𝗄𝗔 let out an unholy scream as blood oozed from her damaged side. Having dealt a heavy blow, Gil tried to pull his axe out, but it had gotten stuck inside 𝗵𝗄𝗔, and he couldn't free it. 𝗵𝗄𝗔 lashed out with her leg, catching Gil in the side and sending him flying to the dirt a few feet away. He groaned as his hand went to his side. The leather and chainmail had been punctured, and a sliver of Gil's life stained the armor red. "Are you okay?" I asked, running over to him. He brushed me off. "Never better," he said through a pained smile. "I'm a berserker. More damage I take, the more I can dish out. Don't you worry about me." "And you just blew your ace up your sleeve. Save stun shout. We might need it soon," Evelyn snapped. "I know, but I figure now's a good time for bloodletter, don't you?" Evelyn nodded and stepped back. Her swords disappeared, and her dragonhorn bow materialized in her hands in their place. "The little queen has the right idea by keeping out of range. If she's slow, then we can just stay back and pepper her with arrows. The two of us will hold 𝗵𝗄𝗔's attention while you get ready." Adam ordered his remaining wolves to back up. We couldn't get through her tough carapace, but she did have weak spots. "Go for her mouth and eyes. Besides the underside, they're her weakest spots." I took my own advice and grabbed another of my chitin arrows. I knocked an arrow as Evelyn did the same. We circled around, and as 𝗵𝗄𝗔's eyes flashed to us, I released my arrow. It sunk in just below her eye. Evelyn's arrow hit dead center in 𝗵𝗄𝗔's eye and blinded her as a thick trail of blood arced toward us. Evelyn readied her next shot as I knocked my own, and we fired at the same time. We'd both aimed for its eyes again, but as our arrows sailed towards their target, 𝗵𝗄𝗔 shifted. She ducked her head and snapped her front legs, knocking our arrows out of the air. "Well, shit, so much for that plan," Evelyn whispered. "Like I said, she's smart." "I've got an idea," 𝗵𝗄𝗔 said as she ran towards us. Her hands disappeared inside her cloak. When they reappeared, her fingers were wrapped around 2 large vials of what could have only been poison. The muted brown and gray liquid sloshed inside the glass as she tossed me the one and Evelyn the other. I stretched a hand out, but before I could catch it, the vial shattered in midair. Evelyn's also burst, and she stepped back out of the noxious rain before it could land on her silver hair or armor. We both looked up when Raina laughed. She kicked her feet languidly and wagged her finger at us. "No potions. I told you the rules." "Those were poisons, not potions," 𝗵𝗄𝗔 shouted, her face going red as her hair. Raina shrugged, yawning. "Doesn't matter. Same thing. No more cheating or you'll fail." I stopped myself from yelling in anger, but only just. Can't get angry. I need to keep a calm head. They're counting on me. Our attack had done what we intended and successfully distracted our quarry as 𝗵𝗄𝗔 covered her head to avoid more arrows. I took a quick glance over at Gil and gasped. Gil had a small dagger in his hand, and he brought it to his exposed skin again and again, slicing large gashes down his arms and his face and neck. A slight red aura pulsed just off his skin, and as the blood flowed across his dark skin, it didn't drip to the ground. It slithered over his hands and up the axe, defying gravity. As it covered his axe entirely, Gil let out the most horrifying scream I'd ever heard, and I jolted in pure terror as a wave of fear slammed into me. I wanted to run, to hide myself away and never come out again. Then the shout faded, and rationality bled through my fear, and I fought to keep my eyes on Gil as he launched into his attack. He was ferocious as his blood covered him, and he charged forward as Adam's Bane wolves circled around to flank 𝗵𝗄𝗔. Gil leapt into the air and brought his axe down. A wave of pressure swept over us, kicking up a cloud of dust and tearing grass from the dirt, as a thundering crash rang painfully inside my ears. 𝗵𝗄𝗔's legs shuddered under the weight of Gil's attacks, and blood poured freely from her wounds as she howled in agony. but it wasn't enough for her to go down, a fact that Gil realized too late. She reared back with savage speed, and Gil didn't have the balance to hold on. He sailed through the air and hit one of the stones encircling us with a heavy thud and dropped to the ground, lifeless. "Gil!" McKenna shouted and ran over to him. I held my breath as my heart drummed fast in my chest and drowned out any other sounds. Time stretched as I waited for McKenna to tell me he was okay. She sighed and smiled as Gil spluttered, his eyes shooting open. "Thank the gods. Guys, we can't stay here. It'll just wear us down, and we don't have the space to stop and think. If we can leave, I say we retreat and come up with a plan," McKenna shouted as she half-carried Gil. It was the exact same thing I had been thinking, but she said it faster than I had thought it and put it into a plan of attack in under 2 seconds. I was so impressed that I couldn't even bother to be annoyed that she'd beaten me to what I was going to say. "Whatever. No time for that. We need to get moving now." "On me!" Evelyn shouted and sprinted toward the far wall. Everyone followed Evelyn's lead and took off towards the rocks that separated us from the greater jungle. Evelyn gracefully climbed over the rock and balanced atop it before motioning us to hurry. "Let's get some distance between us before the giant spider catches up." I sped forward as the 5 of us took off into the woods. Reyna and the other arachne shouted at our backs, but I was too far away to clearly make out what was said. But I was betting it wasn't something nice. Rough, overgrown grass and vines rose from the worn dirt path, and we were in the thick of the forest. It didn't seem like Evelyn had a destination in mind as we all ran full sprint through the brush and heavy flora. Monstrous, primeval trees stood like stalwart bastions, watching over the forest which no human had ever trespassed. We ran for a few miles, and even though it looked like Evelyn wanted to push deeper in, we couldn't keep running. 𝗵𝗄 was strong and devious, but it wasn't fast on its feet. We had time to stop and think up an idea or two. "Guys, we can stop!" I shouted, nearly clotheslining myself on a low-hanging branch as I ran. The others slowed up, and Evelyn turned back to face me. "Not yet. I haven't found the perfect spot yet." "For what?" I asked, huffing as my heart rate settled. "For an ambush. Back in the arena, we were playing by its rules, but once we draw it off into our desired location, we can trap and kill it." I glanced around at the endless sea of trees that stretched skyward with hundreds of thick, gnarled branches and shrugged my shoulders. "What's wrong with right here?" Evelyn sighed, pinching her fingers just under the bridge of her nose. "Does someone other than me want to explain to her the basics of tactics and strategy?" "Easy there, sis. I've got this. Don't have an aneurysm." Adam ran his hand over her shoulder and smiled widely at me. "She's a really nice person once you spend a few decades with her. But basically, this location is poor because it offers too much cover and open spaces," he said, motioning around him at the wide open spaces and lush foliage which obscured anything beyond. "We couldn't control which area 𝗵𝗄, was it, comes from, and if we can't control that, our entire ambush fails." "So where would be a good place to set up B?" I asked. "Somewhere with limited access and preferably some high ground," Adam said. "Which is what I was searching for before you stopped us," Evelyn snapped. I held up my hands in apology. "Let me help," I replied with a smile, already taking control of all the nearby insects in the forest. "Do what you gotta do, Eris. But we need to hurry. We're losing our head start," Gil said as he struggled to heft his mammoth axe on his shoulder. "Gil, you need to rest," McKenna said. "Don't think it's gonna let me stop and catch my breath. Don't worry about me. Once the bleeding debuff fades, I'll be right as rain." I tried to pay attention to the conversation some more, but the magic already flowed through me, and I saw through my little one's eyes and tried to find a spot that met Evelyn's demands. It took a while, and I had to push the bounds of my consciousness as I pushed further out, but after a few minutes of searching, I found a place that would have to do. "All right, follow me." Without waiting, I took off to my left through the dense foliage. "Shit, wait for us!" "Eris, hold up, I'm short, goddammit!" McKenna shouted a second later. I slowed my pace and let them all catch up. From surveying the area, I knew the best route to the location, and we made excellent time as my feet found the exact purchase they needed to keep my pace as I rushed over the roots and vines crawling from the earth. It took us around 15 minutes to reach the area, but it was even better than I'd seen through the eyes of my insects. As we broke through the dense vegetation, the forest opened up around us. The roots and vines fell away to soft grass and then to gray rocks that lined the riverbank. Rushing water roared as the crystal blue waters swept over the large boulders that dotted the low points through the wide river. The wide river snaked and disappeared behind an outcropping of trees a dozen yards away, while the mouth of the river gaped and plunged down a steep drop, falling to crash in a shallow pool far below us. It was serene, an oasis in an alien place, but I was in love with the beauty of it all. "Not bad, little queen. It'll do as an ambush site." Right, the fallen god that's chasing us. With one last forlorn look, I sighed and walked back to the others, who were in the midst of discussing a plan, the details of which were soon lost to me as I struggled to keep up with them. I wouldn't add anything to the conversation anyway. I'm a sheltered girl, not a warrior or tactician. Even as the strongest entomancer, why didn't you ever teach me how to defend myself, Mother? Oh, right, you had such absolute confidence in yourself that you thought I'd never need it. Though even you couldn't save me in the end. Couldn't even save yourself. I shuddered as ice dripped down my back and chilled the sweat from the muggy heat that beat down on us from the blazing sun. "Get out of your head and get to work," I said, slapping my cheeks and brushing off the phantom chill etching down my spine. "What can I do to help?" I asked as I approached the huddled group. They broke apart and looked me over. 4 pairs of eyes studied me and assigned me a task instantly. "Wood. Lots of it," Gil said. "Long, thick branches. As many as you can grab." McKenna snickered, and everyone tilted their heads in confusion. She blushed and grinned. "It's nothing. Ignore me." I muttered, and walked back into the forest on a log hunt. It didn't take long, as the forest was rife with plenty of wood for me to choose from. It took maybe 20 minutes of ambling about to find about as many logs and branches that I could carry, which turned out to be quite a lot. Periodically, I'd check my surroundings with magic to make sure 𝗵𝗄 hadn't crept up on us, but it was all clear. She would find us eventually, it was a certainty. She was probably already aware of us through our vibrations and smell, but she couldn't move her lumbering body quickly enough through the thick forest. We would likely hear her coming, but I wanted to make sure she couldn't surprise us. I wobbled a bit as the strain of holding well over 100 pounds of wood in my arms caught up with me. My muscles burned with fatigue, and my hands started shaking just as I reached the waterfall. I dropped them, and they clattered against each other as they tumbled from my weak grip. "I need to exercise more," I said, leaning over, my hands on my knees as I panted, gasping for air. "You did good, though. And let's be honest, running for your life is a full-body workout," Gil said as he came and knelt by me. "How are you feeling?" I asked. Gil smiled at me. "Better. Washed the worst of the blood off in the river, and the bleeding's all but stopped. So as long as I'm careful, I'll be fine." He dug through the logs with a craftsman's eye and selected several of the longest and thickest branches I brought back. "What are you going to do with them?" I asked. "Well, the location being what it is, our best bet is to lay a series of traps in an attempt to corral the big bug where we want her to go." "Which is?" "Right over the waterfall and onto some very sharp sticks." "Though 𝗵𝗄 carapace is thick, do you think the sticks are sharp enough?" Gil laughed, placing his very large hand atop my head, which should have been condescending, but it was actually very soothing, and I knew the giant bear only had the best of intentions with the gesture. "Hopefully it'll work in our favor. The tensile strength of her carapace has already been weakened by my attacks, and theoretically the distance of the waterfall should be far enough. That and 𝗵𝗄's mass, coupled with the speed as she falls, should be enough to penetrate its hard shell." I didn't really get what he was saying, and it must have shown in my face because he gave me a dopey grin inside. "I don't have time for a physics lesson, but trust that Evelyn wouldn't concoct a bad plan." I trusted them both implicitly, at least when it came to battle. Trusting Evelyn in other areas, maybe not so much. Gil laid out his bundle of broken branches and pulled out a small kit wrapped in canvas. He unrolled it to reveal a slew of knives and other strange tools I'd never seen before. He picked the largest knife and began to shave slivers off the bark. "Need to thank Dern again for this gift, though it's actually the first time I'm ever using it," he said before he froze and snapped his head around, eyes wide. "Which you didn't hear, right?" "Not a word," I replied, doing my best to keep from laughing. "You're too good for him," he said and turned back to focus on his work. I smiled at him, and then it dropped as I was left standing around while everyone else was busy with something. Guess I'll go and see if there's anything else I can do to help. It took well over an hour for 𝗵𝗄 to get close, which was more than plenty of time with Evelyn leading things. She ran us ragged as we worked furiously to get everything set up. By the time we were finished, I was dripping sweat and shaking with fatigue, But I was the lookout, and I had to keep my eyes and ears open for when she showed up. The low thuds and rustling of trees were a dead giveaway, but I had already alerted the others. I'd spotted her through the eyes of a fly clinging to a vine nearly 15 minutes ago and immediately told everyone. 𝗵𝗄 ambled through the jungle as fast as she could, which was rather slow. But sooner than I'd have liked, she trampled over a few trees as she broke free from the woods. She had changed color slightly. Her translucent white body was now a very light shade of green that matched the forest that surrounded us. But it was wasted on us. We were on open ground, and her camouflage was useless against us. Her body still bled from the wounds we'd inflicted, but her eyes were open and utterly enraged. As before, she didn't move fast. She inched forward towards us, rightfully cautious and calm. The small wounds we dealt her already had trickled, leaving light streaks of blue on her leg and 𝗂𝗃𝒃. She didn't change her tactics, which I was thankful for, because it played right into Evelyn's hands. An arrow launched from the massive tree just overhead from 𝗵𝗄 and struck the top of her head, taking one of her eyes. She writhed in absolute pain, letting out an inhuman squeal as one of her many eyes ruptured, spraying azure blood into the air. 𝗵𝗄 lashed out in unhinged rage, slamming her leg against the tree Evelyn was in hard enough to crack the wood. Splinters of wood and bark coated her leg when she retracted it and scurried faster than she'd ever moved before. She tried to return to the forest, but Adam had prepared for that. A shrill roar echoed through the valley as a great winged beast swooped down from the clouds. It was long, serpentine, draconic. Thick scales the color of fresh moss glowed in the summertime air. It whipped its reptilian head around to glare at 𝗵𝗄 with two bright yellow eyes. The beast had a thin spiked tail and powerful legs with long ivory claws at the end, but it was missing arms. Where they should have been were two leathery wings that it tucked in as it dropped from the sky. The wyvern was terrifying to behold, but having met an actual dragon once upon a time, it couldn't hold a candle to them. Still, Adam assured us that it was the right creature for the job. The wyvern dipped low, and like a bird of prey, extended its legs and sunk its talons deep into 𝗵𝗄. The wyvern attempted to pick up 𝗵𝗄, but the weight of the creature was many times more than the wyvern, and it couldn't lift it high. It groaned and let out another roar as it kept attempting to follow Adam's orders. With a sudden twist, 𝗵𝗄 snapped its front legs and wrapped around the wyvern. It struggled in vain against the powerful legs of 𝗵𝗄, and it couldn't escape. It couldn't fight back as 𝗵𝗄 sank her fangs into the wyvern and began using her 𝗂𝗃𝒃 to tear into the flesh of the dragonkin. "Damn it!" Adam cursed as he held out his hand. The wyvern dissolved and returned to its housing before 𝗵𝗄 could kill it. "I thought you said it would work!" Evelyn screamed. "How the hell was I supposed to know the thing was strong enough to take out Winona? She was my best flyer. What about one of your golems? I only brought Abby and Lawrence." Evelyn screamed while holding her breath, and her face turned a very unflattering shade of purple. "Just use the damn lava golem! And burn down the entire forest?" Evelyn mimed choking at him and then threw her hands up. "Anyone got any brilliant ideas? I'm all ears." 𝗵𝗄 was wary now, and she dropped her advance, afraid of any more surprises, but we had none. Our game plan was to get her over the waterfall using the wyvern, but now we were back to square one. Well, nearly square one. "I really hope this works," I said, and took off toward 𝗵𝗄. Gil and the others shouted at me, but I ignored them and raced across the grass until I was right in front of 𝗵𝗄. My chitin wormed from under my skin and crept over me in half a second. Fire burned in my limbs as the power of the hive strengthened them. I leapt high, putting the entirety of my strength into the jump. I sailed over 𝗵𝗄's head and landed on her abdomen. She reared back as my weight settled on her, and she tried to shake me off, but as soon as I had my balance, I formed spikes on the bottom of my feet to keep me anchored. They sank in only a fraction of an inch, but it was enough. I knelt down on all fours and crawled my way toward her front. 𝗵𝗄's legs couldn't reach me, and I didn't have any trouble as I reached her head. Evelyn's arrow had done its job and punctured through at least two of her eyes, but I needed her blind for what I was about to attempt. I said a quick prayer to my goddess, because despite everything, 𝗵𝗄 was still of the hive, and she deserved respect. With a grimace, I summoned dagger-like shards of chitin in my hands and sank them into her remaining eyes. Her blood-curdling scream tore at my ears, and I curled in on myself until the pain stopped swirling through my eyes. I wasn't in any danger of falling off thanks to my chitin, so I just had to endure the screeching pain until it ended. As blood gushed from her torn and gored eye sockets, I withdrew the chitin around my fingers and dug them into her. I reached for my control magic, let it spill through my fingers and enter 𝗵𝗄𝗻. She was not a descendant of the Hive, was not a creature that technically fell under my bailiwick. She was a goddess of the Arachne, a being worshipped by tens of thousands at one point. But 𝗵𝗄𝗻 was Hive, and that put her under my control. My consciousness slipped from my mind and traversed into 𝗵𝗄𝗻. Her consciousness was expansive, a twisting, convoluted maze buried underwater. 𝗵𝗄𝗻 was aware of me, and she was furious that I dared to attempt to subjugate her. I hated it as much as she did. This was an intelligent being, not one of my little ones who had degraded to nothing but instinct. What I was doing was wrong, was the worst thing I'd ever tried to do. Yet I had no choice. For us to succeed, 𝗵𝗄𝗻 had to die. Her consciousness fought hard against me, but this was in my blood. It was what I was born for. No matter how wrong it was, I was good at it. I smothered her will against my own and suffocated her until she gasped for air. As the holes formed in her psyche, I slithered my way inside and broke her spirit. As I finished working my way through her mind, she slumped over onto the ground. Her mind retreated in on itself as I bludgeoned my way through her. I'd done irreparable harm to her, and the brute force method had broken part of her psyche. I would have to control her manually if I wanted to get her to go over the edge. Reyna said dead, not disabled. If we want to beat her trial, this has to happen. I steeled myself and let all of the chitin in my body flow out of me and through my feet into 𝗵𝗄𝗻. My body was light as a feather after the heavy chitin entered 𝗵𝗄𝗻 and molded itself over most of her body. I focused on the limbs and pushing my magic as far as it could go through her. She rose on my command, but working two separate forms of magic at the same time was the most exhausting thing I'd ever done, and not even a couple of seconds after I'd completed the spell, I started shaking as my mana fled from me. Need to hurry. I lumbered the shell of 𝗵𝗄𝗻 toward the edge of the waterfall. Her legs scuttled into the river, and with each step they splashed more water into the air to rain over me. When we reached the edge, I spared one last look at the Gloom Knights, who were rushing toward me, and I pushed 𝗵𝗄𝗻 over the ledge. The fall was much shorter than it looked, as I rode atop the nearly brain-dead carcass of a fallen god towards what I assumed would lead to my death. My world was a blur of blue as the rushing water kept pace with us, as we both aimed for the shallow and rocky depression at the bottom of the cliff. With a bone-jarring, teeth-gnashing crunch, we hit the bottom, and I went sideways as my legs forgot how to work properly. My bones ached, and a dull, throbbing pain radiated up my entire body and squeezed until I nearly suffocated. But I was alive. I was alive, and 𝗵𝗄𝗻 was not. For a while, I lost track of time as I fought to keep consciousness, as my head ached with the backlash of being inside 𝗵𝗄𝗻 while she died. Before the fight, Gil had rappelled down the waterfall using a length of rope tied to a stake and had sunk his numerous giant spikes into the ground in a wide circle. His trap had been very effective. 𝗵𝗄𝗻 landed on nearly half a dozen of the sharpened wooden sticks, 4 of which hadn't broken in half when she landed on them. They stuck through her body, the tips protruding through her carapace, dripping with blood. One of them had come half an inch from sinking into my calf, and I heaved a sigh of relief, which turned into a hacking cough as even more pain coursed through my lungs. But I was alive. When my body stopped shaking with the brush from near death, I shivered as blistering cold water droplets from the spray of the waterfall hit the nape of my neck and slid down my back. "Cold!" I shouted, nearly jumping out of my skin. I shouldn't have moved, because the act revealed I was far weaker than I'd noticed at the time, and I sagged to my knees as a sharp pain thrummed through my head and my vision swam as a wave of dizziness rolled over me. Mana depletion. I'm still holding on to the spells. Need to cancel them before I pass out. Shit! Eris, are you okay? Gil shouted. Gil, along with the others, was standing at the edge of the waterfall, leaning over to stare down at me. I'm fine, I said, my voice dripping fatigue. A tide of emotions flooded through me as the wall between my mind and Sam's tore down. He was in tremendous agony. "Sam? Gil! Call Sam!" I let the magic controlling 𝗵𝗲 ooze out and fade away. The spell that allowed me to manipulate my chitin took longer to unravel, but the control spell was what took the most out of me. The chitin liquefied and slowly started seeping back through 𝗵𝗲 and back to my body. 𝗵𝗲 jerked in the throes of death, her arms spasming and coiling in on themselves. Something hard poked me in the stomach, but I barely noticed. "Ow! That stung," I said, rubbing at my stomach. Something warm and wet clung to my fingers. I glanced down at whatever had hit me. One of 𝗵𝗲's translucent legs was sticking into my abdomen. "I don't think that should be there." A low ache spread from my stomach to my spine, and I couldn't hold my body upright anymore. Something caught in my throat, and I coughed, trying to dislodge it. A river of blood poured from my lips. What's happening? My mind caught up with my body, and I screamed through a mouthful of iron. A frigid winter settled over me, and then nothing else mattered. I was tired and wanted to sleep. So incredibly tired. Endless sleep called me, and I answered. Chapter 17. Heist of the Century. Samson. For the second time that day, I found myself in front of the Iron Cathedral. Though not hitting as powerfully as the first time, its majestic beauty still wowed me. Mika and the hired help followed behind us, keeping a good distance as to not arouse suspicion. By the time we arrived at the gate that led to the walkway to the church, the streets were barren. The nearby shopping districts were closed, and the nobility were at home or one of the numerous parties we passed walking up the cobbled street. The loud music coming from inside the houses was muffled only by the heavy stone walls. Once we were in front of the gate, I double-checked that the street was empty, and trusting my gut that no one was watching us, Raven and I hopped the chest-high stone wall. The others would follow in 10 minutes and keep an eye on things while the two of us stole the heart. Raven landed beside me with practiced quietness and slid me a sly grin. "You ready for this, Durin?" "As well as I can be. Just have my back, and I'll have yours." "Let's do this," she said, and crouched about 15 feet in front of me. With a low ruffling of many feathers, Raven transformed into her bird form. Her raven form was smaller this time, just over 10 feet in length. She bent low to the ground to hide her large shadow and tilted her head towards me. "Hurry and get on before someone sees us." I climbed atop her and nestled in the crook just before her wings expanded. Raven didn't wait for me to settle before she followed her wings and launched off the ground. We flew into the air, but instead of flying higher, she kept low and glided, rather than flew. Raven only flapped her wings when it was absolutely necessary, and in only a few minutes, the Iron Cathedral loomed over us. "Circle around. The window we want is on the other side," I told Raven. The plans of the church were clear, and I knew exactly where I needed to enter to give us the best shot at success. Raven flapped her wings once more and rose to the roof of the cathedral. She landed on one of the few non-gabled spots, and as soon as her feet hit the stone, I slid off her. The location where she landed was part of the main cathedral itself, and it meant we would have to do a bit of climbing to reach our entrance point, but there were precious few places for a bird of her size to land on the heavily sloped roof. I took a look around while Raven shifted back to her human form. We had a long and thin flat roof that spanned the majority of the church but slanted on all sides, which would lead to a long fall and a short stop if we went over the edge. Risking a glance, I scuttled on my knees as a gust of wind slapped at my face. High above us was one of the many vents that led to the surface and brought fresh air to the underground kingdom. I peered over the edge of the rocky ground 100 feet below us. Large slate-gray tiles lined the slanted roof and were thick enough to offer handholds to grip if I somehow slipped off. But even as renowned craftsmen the dwarves were, I didn't want to trust my life to a roof tile. "We need to be careful crossing. One wrong slip, and that's it for us." "For you, maybe. I can fly," Raven replied, a snarky smile on her lips. "Then you're responsible for catching my clumsy ass if I fall." We both laughed for a second before the realities of our job wiped the smiles from our faces. No sense waiting around. Let's get this job done and get the hell out of here. My pep talk did nothing for my hammering heart and nerves. Sweat rose on the nape of my neck as a chill that had nothing to do with the cool air sent goosebumps down my arms. I looked over at Raven, and despite the fire in her irises, the fine hair on her arm stood on end. I reached over and took her hand in mine, giving it a squeeze. We've got this. She gulped and nodded. Stay back until I give the all clear, I said as I let go of her hand and pulled a potion from my inventory. 𝗬𝒊𝒃 was lime and grain alcohol with a bittersweet undertone, but I drank it with a grimace and crept over the stone roof. 𝗬𝒊𝒃 wouldn't stop me going over the edge, but it would help muffle my steps, and it gave me more stability over uneven ground. I moved slowly, cautious of anything out of place. It wasn't likely, but I wouldn't put it past the dwarves to have trapped the roof. But as I slunk along, keeping as low to the ground as I walked on all fours, I found no traps or any detection magic. Foolish of them, and a grievous mistake on their part, though maybe the sides of the building are trapped. Not many thieves have access to a Raven shifter, I imagine. As I reached the end of the stone, I waved Raven over and planned my next move. The end of the roof sloped down about 10 feet and ended in about 2 inches of stone that formed the lip of the building. Not much room for error, I whispered as Raven caught up and peered over the edge. Better not fuck up then. Too true. Not waiting for my brain to catch up with my actions, I bolted the stone and slid down the tile. The rough edges dug into my side, leaving bruises as I dropped down. My right foot hit the side of the lip just fine, but I misjudged the left, and it glanced off the edge and sailed down to open air. Shit, I cursed as my weight shifted, and I found myself falling. I scrambled, flailing to find any purchase I could as my body tempted gravity. My hands grabbed hold of one of the tiles in desperation, and I stopped falling, but my body was halfway on the roof and halfway off. I was supporting myself on one foot as I gripped the stone tile. And I thought this was going to be boring. I lifted up as gently as I could, but as I put most of my weight into my arms, the stone cracked and broke off. I hung on to the broken half, still attached to the building despite the sharp edges slicing into my fingertips. The cracked part of the tile tumbled off my arm and into the open air right down towards the rock below me. If it hit the ground, that would be it for us. The crack would be loud enough to alert anyone inside, and our job would be over before it even began. I had one chance, and as the chunk of thick tile fell by me, I kicked with all of my might. My foot connected with the slate. The vibrations shook through my bones, and I accidentally bit my tongue, but I sent the tile flying dozens of feet away from the cathedral. It landed far enough away that only the hushed echo of the stone shattering reached my ears, and I sighed in relief. Are you okay? Raven asked in a hushed tone. Peachy fucking keen. Then stop hanging off the building like an asshole already. I hastily climbed back up and slid over to make room for Raven. She slid down on her back, and as soon as her feet touched the lip, I thrust my arm out to stop her from going over the edge. Holy crow! Maybe your method was better, though I'm not complaining. Why? Look where your hand is. My hand was holding quite firmly to Raven's right breast. It was a complete accident, and I pulled away quickly, not thinking about how incredibly soft it was or how it filled up my hand far more than Eris's petite chest. I'm sorry. Don't be. Raven smiled at me. The light from the dim monocrystal shimmered off her midnight hair as it fluttered in the stiff breeze. I ignored how radiant she looked and focused on getting into the cathedral. I couldn't think about her words at that moment, not when I was about to infiltrate and attempt to steal 𝗲𝒃 heart. Don't think about how pretty she is or the fact that we actually get along really well. This is really not the time. I was really tired of having only 2 inches separating me from death. Get your head in the game. It is in the game, she replied. I think you're the one who's flustered. I didn't have a retort. She was right. I shook my head and focused on the job. Anything less, and we would die. We lapsed into silence and skirted the edge of the cathedral until we came to the stained glass windows that looked down into the vault of tears. The ledge widened to allow for room to change any chipped or cracked panels in the stained glass. I paused and pulled out both my burglar's kit and 𝗬𝒃 potion. There wasn't enough room for both of us on the windowsill, so Raven still had to cling to the side like a frightened animal while I unrolled the kit and drank the potion. 𝗬𝒃 went down sweet. Caramel, honey, and vanilla formed the base with the bitter aftertaste of gin. My sight slowly dimmed, darkness creeping in from the edges, but an ethereal green leapt from the shadows as the potion took hold. Figures in the main room of the cathedral stood out from the backdrop. 6 guards in the next room, 2 right by the door. If we make any noise, they're liable to come running. I focused on the window, and nothing stood out to my enchanted sight. No enchanted traps, or physical ones for that matter. All right, I've got 5 minutes. I want to make sure we're in safely before it runs out. I selected a blade specifically designed to cut glass from the oilskin tool roll and began the painstaking task of removing each pane of glass from the grooved lead pattern with the knife to make a hole wide enough for us to climb through. Once the glass was out of the way and safely stored in my inventory, I began knocking the cames out by wrapping a cloth around the lead and breaking it apart. It took over 2 minutes to do, but we had our way in. I slipped in while Raven perched on the sill waiting for me to move. I had no room to maneuver. If I stepped an inch forward, I'd hit open air. My target was the beam directly to my right. It jutted out 7 feet away and just over my head. If I miss, it's game over. Well, let's roll the dice. I crouched and jumped. For a second, I hung over open air. 20 feet below me lay my death if I crashed to one of the pews, but I timed it right, and I hit the stone beam. My fingers gripped the coarse stone, and I hung there by just my fingertips. Once the jarring stop settled, I pulled myself up and over the edge. My feet found holds, and I was about to haul myself onto the beam when a soft prickle ran over my left hand. I leaned up, and with 𝗱𝒃 active, the 6 magic traps were visible to my heightened eyes. My hand was mere centimeters from touching one and spelling our doom. I didn't think they'd have trapped the beams, but it's what I'd have done. I'm just lucky the vibrations from my jump didn't set them off. I had to deal with them before I could climb up. There wasn't any room where I could ascend that wouldn't set off the traps. What are you doing? You need help? Stay there, I said, panic nearly causing me to shout. The beam is trapped. Likely all the others are as well. Need to deal with them before I can climb up. Raven glanced around trying to see what I could and failed. She huffed and crouched down, her raven wings coming out to rest around her like a cloak. I'll catch you if you fall. Be careful. The gusts from your wings could set off the traps, and from the script work, these are nasty little bastards. Paralysis fields. Petty black magic, but effective this high up. Can you nullify them? Do you even have magic? I've got something better. I smiled to myself and activated Aura of the Anti-Mage. The invisible bubble expanded in a flash, and as it touched the magical traps, they popped with a subtle hiss as the anti-magic wave swept through the room. I don't think I got all the traps. The radius wasn't enough to go through the entire room, but it was enough for us to reach 𝗲𝗲𝗄𝗏's heart. I swung up and onto the ledge and crawled forward to let Raven get on. She extended her wings and jumped, rising to smirk at me before lowering gently onto the beam. Do you want to do the heavy lifting? You're doing a fine job all on your own, darling. I tuned her out and focused on my prize. The heart was in the center of the room, only a couple dozen feet in front and below me. I slid around the support beams and crept along the spider's web of stone until we were right above it. We need to hurry. If the person who sets those traps is awake, then they felt their mana return to them. I'd rather believe they're awake and are on their way. So that speeds us up. Raven nodded. What do you need from me? Stay up here while I grab the heart. I'll need you to pull me back up when I have it. With a final glance around the room and beyond to get a read on the guards, 𝗱𝒃 sight faded, and the darkened room lit up once more as my normal sight returned. A slight pressure settled in my head before fading away. Any more potions and I'll get sick. Won't risk it unless I have no choice. I pulled out my burglar's kit and about 50 feet of rope. I measured the distance and cut the length I needed. Lying down on my stomach, I tied the rope around the beam and knotted it tight. I gave the rope a few tugs to test the weight, and then I added a loop for my foot to rest when I descended the rope. When the preparations were complete, I tossed the rope over the edge and gripped it tight. My nerves stood on end. Ready? Raven asked. As I'll ever be, I said, and lowered down. The coarse rope dug into my palms as soon as my weight pressed into it, but I grunted away the agitation and began my descent. Heights had never been an issue for me, but as I lowered down at the slate floor far below me, I could understand the fear that plagued people. I ignored the urge to close my eyes, fought down my nerves, and before I knew it, I was at the end of the rope, and 𝗲𝒄𝒻𝗄𝗃 heart was right in front of me. It was even more beautiful up close, and twice as terrifying as from afar. As if it knew my intentions, the insidious infrasound broke through whatever resistance the aspect had given me. It increased in pitch until it vanished for a second. Pain vibrated through my brain, and warm blood poured from my ears, my eyes, and nose. It began to descend, and it went after my own heart. Something tore inside me, and blood filled my lungs. What the hell is happening? The torment pulling apart my organs only continued, and my strength abandoned me. I was being torn apart from the inside, and I had to hurry or I was going to die. I reached out and put my hand on the heart. Something popped into existence in my interface as whatever force that was rupturing my body stalled for a time. Do you wish to take 𝗲𝒄𝒻𝗄𝗃 heart? Yes, no. Yes. Do you accept the weeping god's curse? Yes, no. What? A curse? Then it clicked. This is why the others failed. This is the surprise I wasn't expecting. The prompt hung in the air in front of me, just waiting for my answer. I had no clue what it would do, but I knew it would only hurt me. But I had no choice. I had to accept it. Yes. Warning. Curse of the Weeping God active. -25 to all main stats for the duration of bearing 𝗲𝒄𝒻𝗄𝗃's heart. -50% battle fatigue. Acquired the Wrath of the Chosen. 𝗲𝒄𝒻𝒄𝒃's chosen deal 100% damage to the bearer. Well, shit. The emerald shrank to the size of my palm and vanished into my inventory. As soon as it vanished, the infernal whispering disappeared, and the weeping god's curse activated. I tried to get ready for it, but I was woefully unprepared for the further drain on my stats. Weakened from the damage to my organs and the loss of my strength, the rope slipped from my fingers, and I fell. The ground came for me faster than I could blink. I tilted when I fell off the rope and sideswiped the rising obelisk that formerly housed the pilfered gemstone in my pocket. My ribs broke upon the stone, and then I tumbled off and smashed into the thick pews, bashing my head in the process. The world didn't matter anymore. The job didn't matter anymore. All that mattered was the agony that ripped me apart. I forgot how to breathe, or my lungs forgot for me. I might have blacked out for a second, but the pain was so intense that it woke me back up. My health bar flashed a bloody crimson in my eyes, the sliver of my life draining to the abyss. Let it. I just wanted the pain to stop. A floodgate opened in my mind. It was Eris, and she'd broken through the block I'd placed on our connection. The mere thought of Eris was enough to snap me out of my pain. I could barely move, but I'd have crawled through the 9 hells themselves for her. I brought a health potion to my lips and downed it, not caring that it would most likely trigger potion sickness. I had a job to do, a wife to return to. Death would only get in the way. My health stopped just before death came to collect and returned to the green after a second or two. My bones and organs stitched back together, and the pain vanished as a timer appeared in the corner of my vision, counting down from 3 hours. Knew I'd hit it. Oh well. Are you okay? Yeah, My heart stopped. I sank to my knees, not understanding how the potion failed. My world went sideways, and as my body shut down, I realized it wasn't my body that was dying. It was Eris. I was just along for the ride. Terror struck like lightning through me, but I wasn't concerned for myself. I didn't care about my life, not when Eris's was also on the line. I could come back if I died. She couldn't. No, 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 no. Not again, please, not again. I'll do anything. I can't take any more, please, just take me. I begged. I didn't care who I begged to, the gods, 𝗷𝒿𝒻𝒄𝒃, or even the god that abandoned Earth and left us to die. I pleaded to them all to spare her and take me instead. I fell back to the ground and stared up at the ceiling, at the intricate stonework and stained glass. I stared at Raven and her panicked face as her eyes filled with worry for my sake. I was wrong to mistreat you the way I did, and for that, I'm truly sorry. Raven jumped and used her wings to glide down to me. She dropped to her knees and pulled my head into her lap. What's wrong? What can I do? She asked, pleading. There was nothing to do. I couldn't rescue Eris, could only hope and pray for a miracle to save my beloved. I've done what I can to slow the progress, but I can't stop it. If she dies, we both follow, the aspect said. For too many long moments I hung in a state between life and death, one foot in both, and then my heart started beating again. My body started working properly, and I took in a healing gulp of oxygen. I sat up quickly and coughed until my throat ached. It was subtle, but her presence was still in the back of my mind. Eris was still alive. She was healing and would be okay. I nearly fainted as relief washed over me. I was lightheaded and took a knee as my mind tingled with the rush of chemicals flooding it. Thank the gods. Whoever or whatever saved her. Thank you. I sat up off the ground as my breathing returned to normal. Raven's concern turned to relief as I stood on my own. What just happened? A lot, all at once. Eris nearly died, and I was cursed by this fucking bauble. But talk later, let's get the hell out of here. I looked up at the rope dangling a dozen feet above us and had to reconsider our escape plan. Can you lift me up? Not in this form, and there isn't enough room for me to transform right now. I cursed and tried to figure out how I was going to climb up to the rope, when a thud echoed through the vault of tears. I rolled around to find that we hadn't been as quiet as I'd have liked when my broken body landed. Shit, they'll knock the door in seconds. I ignored the pain racking through my body and sprinted to the door and shoved the nearest pew in front of it. Won't hold them for long. We need to leave. But I quickly realized one thing. There wasn't a way for us both to escape. But there was a way for one of us to. Take this, I said, passing Raven my invisibility potion and lowering my voice. The heart curses the bearer. Can you handle it? If you can bear it, then so can I. I passed it to her, and she took the palm-sized emerald without hesitation. Alert! The weeping god's curse has been removed. Alert! The wrath of the chosen has been removed. Raven grimaced and slumped her shoulders as she accepted the curse, but she kept standing. Don't worry. My level is in the upper 80s. I'm probably stronger than you. Good. Now go. Fly out of here and use the potion to escape Aldrust. Take the emerald back to Magnus. Her grin slipped from her lips. What about you? I turned away from her to the door that would open any second. If you get the chance, find Eris and tell her I love her, and I'll see her as soon as I can. I'm not going to leave you to die here, she shouted, running over to me. Go, now. That's an order from your master. As if I'd shocked her still, she froze. Distress twisted her face as tears welled in her eyes. She bowed to me and shot up into the air. With one lingering glance, she flew through the open window and out into the night. All right, Aspect. Let's give them hell. I'm not one to take orders, Knight, but I happen to like that one. Let's feast on their blood. The door burst open, knocking aside the heavy pew I'd shoved in front of it. All 6 of 𝗵𝒄𝒿 chosen stood before us as they swept into the room, weapons drawn. Oh, hell. They took one look at me, and then at the obelisk. Defiler! Thief! Forsaken! They all shouted at me, wide-eyed that the relic of their god was in the hands of a human. My hand went to my sword. This isn't going to be easy. I'd fought similar odds before, but my past foes were chumps compared to 𝗵𝒄𝒿 chosen. They were the elite of the elite, warriors through and through. They deserved my respect, but I was about to give them my blade instead. Warning, forceful activation of ability, chitin armor. A burning itch spread over my body as the chitin poured from beneath my skin. As black and glossy as an oil slick, it covered my body and wormed over my head. As it slithered over my hair and ears, a bright green slid over my eyes. The dim room lit up like I'd lit a torch, and I could make out every individual face of the warriors in front of me. Most of them were men, but 2 of them were women. All of them held the rugged confidence only years of combat could grant. They took a step back, surprise blossoming on their faces as I changed. The aspect took control and laughed, a grating, malicious laugh that only hinted at my actual voice. Come to me, mortals. Let me taste the marrow of your lives. I drew my sword. Its muted black blade slid wordlessly from its sheath. The leaves of my hilt danced ethereally as the light hit it, and together, me and the monster in my heart went to war. Chapter 18. Another time, another place. Eris. I wanted to sleep, but screaming and violent shaking wouldn't let me rest. Every time I closed my eyes, I was roughly shoved awake. I opened my bleary eyes to Gil, kneeling over me, the others in the background. Eris, goddammit, stay awake. Don't wanna, I said, waving him off. Or I tried, but I couldn't move. Something lifted me off the ground, and then the cold blanket that draped around me was yanked off and replaced by a burning pain radiating from my stomach. It hurts. I know it does, but just hold on. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I wanted to scream, but the pain was too much. 5 points of fire flared across my stomach, and I gurgled a half groan. Looks like her cattin is plugging the hole and keeping her spine from separating. It's the only reason she's still alive, but blood is pooling inside her. She needs a health potion, and quickly, Evelyn said. Looks like it. A new voice said from somewhere outside my line of sight. I couldn't see them, could only stare at the too bright sky. But she sustained the injury during the trial, and potions are forbidden. Reyna, damn you. She'll die if we don't do anything, Gil shouted, his heavy footsteps thudding away from me. Then she dies and proves she was unworthy of the mantle of Hive Queen. No. Fuck you. I'm not going to watch one of my friends die in front of me. You can go to hell. Metal cleared leather, and everything got quiet fast. I'm so sleepy, but I need to stay awake. Gil told me I had to stay awake, and he wouldn't lie to me. I fought the exhaustion and mana depletion and tried to summon my magic. I could heal my injury easily with a spell, but I only had drops left, not enough to control a single spider, let alone heal a grievous injury. I was dying, and there was nothing I could do about it, and the others were a second away from going to war with the Arachne to stop it. Stop, I yelled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I wasn't going to let them kill themselves to help me. If I was dying, so be it. I was already dragging Sam with me. I couldn't bear anyone else. I'm sorry, my love, but you can come back, and that's enough for me. I'm sorry I won't get to see you again. I love you. I used the last of my dwindling magic to form a single blade of chitin down my finger, and I raised my hand to take my life, so no one else would have to suffer for me. I plunged the blade toward my throat, only for resistance to stop my hand just before I pierced my skin. Evelyn let out a throaty chuckle, her iron grip wrapped around my arm. None of that now, little queen. Don't be so dramatic. I won't let anyone else get hurt for me, I said as I struggled like a mewling kitten against her grasp. And you won't, she said, turning her head away from me. No potions is the only rule, correct? Correct, Reyna replied, her voice smug, superior. That's all I need to know. Evelyn knelt over me and pulled my head into her lap. I stared at her ethereal form through half-closed eyelids while the chill returned. Pins and needles crept up my fingers and toes, and once more, sleep called for me. Evelyn brought her hand back into view, and she clutched a thin knife in her hand. She brought it to her wrist and split her skin with a fluid slice. Blood welled from her pale skin, but the color was off. It was tinged with fire like a ripe blood orange. It dripped warmth over my cheek, and she lowered her wrist to my mouth. What are you doing? Reyna asked. Not using a potion. Evelyn's skin pressed against my teeth, and a drip of succulent blood slid down my mouth. It was warm, rich, and utterly delicious. It put even Sam's tangy blood to shame, and I knew beyond anything else that I wanted more. I opened my mouth wide and dug my teeth into her flesh, breaking the skin to spill even more of her delicious blood over my lips. It invigorated me like nothing I'd experienced before, and I jolted awake, wrapping my arms over her forearm. Something shifted inside of me. and a warmth spread through my veins as my organs righted themselves and my spine fused back together. It was so wondrous to feel my body again that I didn't question what was happening to me. And then my mind slipped into the past. The darkness that accompanied the 𝗵𝗲𝗍 was too similar to the bleak, unending void, and like when I had tasted of Sam, I froze, my heart stopping as unhinged terror threatened my sanity. I curled in on myself as the familiar loneliness crept from the furthest reaches of my mind. I opened my mouth to cry out, but before I could, I was falling. The memory slunk in with bright tones. I was back in the world Sam came from. That much I knew. It was too different from what I'd come to know as my reality. The buildings were tall, lifeless, gray masses that rose higher than the birds could fly. It unsettled me to have them looming overhead, as soft moonlight reflected off shattered glass in the broken windows above me. The smooth black street I stood on came to a crossroads where 3 people stood, their heads darting around as they scanned the darkness for something I couldn't see. 2 of them were male, one taller than the other by just a few inches. The tall one was cute, bordering on handsome, but still had too much youthfulness in his face. His dark hair hung past his gray eyes, and he brushed a tanned, muscular hand across his bangs. I didn't know him, but I felt like I did. Something about him was incredibly familiar. The shorter one was someone I knew I'd never met before. He was thin, wiry, with shaggy blonde hair only a shade or so lighter than mine that framed his sharp face. His green eyes were hidden behind a pair of square glasses, and the beginnings of stubble sprouted from his jawline. They pointed to a building and shuffled across the road, their movements slowed by their armor. It was obviously armor, but not like I'd seen before. It was sleek, muted black that covered their chests and left most of their upper arms bare. Strapped to each forearm was more of the material, but I had no clue what it was. In their hands were weapons, that much I knew, but they were blocky, a glossy gray, and they hefted them with respect. As they crossed the street, the final member of the party checked behind them and followed after. She was tall, almost the same height as the tall boy, but off by an inch. She had the same dark hair, but hers fell past her chest. Familial resemblance reflected in her features that she shared with the boy, but her eyes were shot through with jade rather than the muted gray of the boy's. I knew who she was, who they both were then. Because I was seeing Evelyn's memories, the girl had to be Evelyn and the boy Adam. Gone was the pale skin, the silver hair, and golden eyes that I'd come to associate the twins with, but as I stared, it was undoubtedly them. The blond boy shouted in alarm, "Over there!" The group raised their weapons as a pale, monstrous creature leapt onto a broken red machine with metallic wheels. It crumpled the metal and let out a piercing howl from its 2 wide jaws. Its needle teeth sparkled from the light of the moon down its throat. It was a ghoul, one of the creatures that destroyed Sam's world and took the person he loved most from him. A shrill blast of pain rang through my ears as fire bloomed from the weapon Adam carried. A heavy gout of flames shot faster than I could follow and struck the ghoul. It hissed a wretched scream as the fire blistered and blackened its skin as it spread up its shoulder to the side of its face. In a second, half of its body was a mess of oozing black skin that burst apart with vile white blood as it spilled down its legs. "We're too far away," Evelyn said, her voice taking away any doubt that it was her. "Retreat?" the blond boy asked. "Nick, that's a goddamn great plan, but we've got company," Adam replied, motioning with his weapon to the shadows near a decrepit building that sold something called pizza. 4 or 5 new creatures appeared, covered in darkness. They resembled the ghouls only in their hideousness. They looked human, but like walking skeletons. Their pallid, emaciated gray skin stretched tightly over their pronounced bones. Lanky arms ended in 5 wickedly sharp ivory claws, while they stared at the 3 with soulless, pitch-black eyes. A low hiss rolled from their mouths as they shambled out into the light. "Shit, we've already got a ghoul to deal with. I really didn't want to add the fucking Grim on top of it." "Run?" Nick asked. "Run," the twins agreed. They turned as one and sprinted to the nearest building, a towering giant with the words Wendigo Industries written in giant white letters. They hopped through a broken window and ran down a white-tiled hallway with a lamp overhead that shone with bright light. Adam stopped, turned and tossed a small cylindrical canister down the hallway as the monsters burst into the room. The canister exploded with a raging inferno. A torrential fire filled the hallway and started eating through the walls and ceiling. The charging ghouls stopped in their tracks, petrified by the flames. But the skeletal Grimm kept their pace as they dashed through the flames after their prey. Evelyn and the others rounded a corner as the monsters chased after them. The room they entered was long and thin, with an equally long and thin wooden table surrounded by plush chairs attached to little balls that rolled out of the way as the three of them shoved the table towards the door. The Grimm ran headlong into the table and toppled over it. Adam, Nick, and Evelyn raised their weapons, and my hearing failed me. Rapid explosions punished my ears as I fought to keep my eyes open. Bursts of blood splattered from the Grimm as chunks of gray flesh disappeared in seconds as whatever weapons they wielded ended the monsters' lives. 5 shredded corpses lay strewn in pieces, with muddy blood coating the doorframe and wall. "Damn, James. These new guns of yours are something else," Nick said, turning to Adam. "Thanks, though I couldn't have made them without your help." "Enough standing around, guys. We need to get out of this death trap. That ghoul is still outside, and if there's one, there's a dozen more nearby. We need to grab what we came for and get back to the lab. Sunrise is too far off for us to be out right now." "You're right," Adam said, looking down at his wrist. A circular silver object wrapped around and lit up in a bright orange color as he held it close to his face. "Edna, scan the building and show us how to get to the vault." "Of course, Master Bell. The door behind you leads to the elevators. The room you seek is 15 floors down. I've already hacked into the system and opened the doors," a soft-spoken woman's voice replied. The light from the device at his wrist faded away, and he shouldered his gun. "You heard the lady. Let's get our asses in gear." My vision distorted as they left the room and the darkness crept back in. I didn't know what to make of what I'd seen. I didn't understand most of it. Earth was a strange and chaotic place filled with danger and horrors beyond my understanding, but its technology was truly beyond my comprehension. I was lost in the implications of talking guide spirits and weapons that could obliterate anything in their path. It made my head spin. And that was just the first memory. There would be 2 more, and I didn't know if my mind could take it. The second memory came slowly. I found myself in a gray room with nearly a dozen tables strewn with bits of things I had no names for, huge hunks of metal and thin copper wires wrapped in bright colors, and hundreds of other similar things that piled up on the tables as they stretched around the room. Adam was seated at a chair in the middle, hunched over the only table that was remotely clean. His hands and clothes were stained with grease as he held a tube with a spout that sparked with blinding white fire. There was a knock on the door, and Evelyn walked in. She wore a long white coat over dark pants and a thin purple shirt. She strutted across the workshop and leaned heavily on Adam as she peeked at whatever he was working on. "No luck?" she asked. "Not even a scratch," he said, setting down the fire-making device and picking up a pair of metal tongs. "I even poured thermite over it, and it didn't even get hot, so I don't know what to make of them. But watch this." The tongs clacked together as he picked something up and held it away from him. Clutched at the center of the tongs was a small orange crystal. It was a deep, rich amber, rough cut, and it glowed, even in the dim light of the room. He took the amber shard over to a separate table where a nearby identical crystal sat on the bare table, waiting. He placed the new crystal next to the one lying on the table, and before he could even move the tongs, the amber shards pulled closer to each other and melded together like liquid glass, leaving only a single larger crystal in their place. "The hell?" Evelyn asked, taking a step back. "Yeah, beats the hell out of me. That shouldn't be possible, and I don't understand how, but that's not all I discovered. More surprises." Adam leaned over in his chair and grabbed a large mallet off the table next to him and whacked the large crystal. It shattered with a resounding crack, and slivers of the gem went over the table as it broke in half. The 2 halves and the countless minuscule pieces shuddered, and the slivers pulled toward the larger shards, and like nothing had happened, the 2 crystals sat whole and unbroken. "This is impossible," Evelyn said, staring wide-eyed at the gems on the table. "Yesterday I'd have said as much, but I can't deny what's staring me in the face." "What do we do with them?" "Nothing," Adam said. picking them up with the tongs and placing them into individual cloth bags he pulled from his pocket. I don't trust the 𝗷𝗁, and I'm damn sure not going to just follow along with their plans for us. No, we take them to the bunker. We lock them up and keep them safe until we decide to use them, if we decide to use them. All right, brother. I'll trust your gut on this. The bags disappeared into Adam's pocket as the memory faded away. I couldn't put my finger on it, but even though I'd never seen them before, I knew whatever those gems were, they were important. The final memory came in quickly. The whitewashed walls of the room shook. Dust rained from the cracks in the ceiling as it buckled. Desks and chairs toppled to the ground as a low pounding thrummed with each pulse of my heart. Evelyn and Adam were in the center of the room, their guns in their hands as they stood back to back. "Why the hell did I let you talk me into following you?" Evelyn asked as something flashed by the cracked, grimy window that looked out to midnight sky. "Because it was this or death. Edna said this building had the best bet of keeping us alive." "Actually, I said that this location offered a 32% chance of survival, which was marginally higher than any of the surrounding buildings," Edna chimed in from the device at Adam's wrist. "Fucking perfect," Evelyn said, her gun booming as another flash crawled over the window. There was a spurt of blood, a long howl of pain, and then a bone-crunching thud a second later. "They're gonna swarm us in the next 5 minutes if we don't get out of here." "And go where? The street's crawling with dozens of them." Adam pressed a button on the side of his gun, and it charged with a whine. A ghoul I hadn't seen crawled into the room, and Adam jammed the front of his gun into its mouth and pulled the trigger. It exploded into a cloud of ash and fire. "Damn it, you know what we have to do." Evelyn nodded, ejecting a slim block from the bottom of her gun and replacing it with an identical one. "I don't like it. Don't know what it'll mean for our future, but it's this or not having a future at all." Adam let out a heavy sigh, sounding ancient as he pulled the bags holding the gems from his pocket. He tossed one to Evelyn and held the other in his palm. "You ready for this?" "Nope," she said, and tipped the bag open, letting the bright amber gemstone rest in her hand. As soon as it touched her bare skin, it began to glow. A bright orange light radiated from the center of the crystal, and the same light pulsed from Adam's hand as well. "Shit!" Evelyn hissed as the shard began smoldering and seared her flesh as it burrowed into her palm. With one last grunt of pain, the gems were gone, leaving behind a single thick scar in each of their palms. "By the 9 kings of hell, that hurt like a bitch," Adam said, clutching his hand. "Agreed. But is that it?" "I don't know," Adam began, but let out a low groan of pain. "James!" Evelyn shouted and took a step toward Adam, but she sunk to her knees in pain. They both stared at each other, and for a split second their eyes lit up a bright gold, the golden tint I'd come to know them by. Before they could speak again, bright orange light spilt from their chests and illuminated through their veins. They both doubled over, whimpering as the light grew until even I had to avert my eyes. The light built and built until it became a blazing white and obliterated my entire view. It threw me out of the 𝗵𝗲, and I bolted upright, gasping, holding back a scream. I was in a room I'd never been in before. The natural wood walls and iron chandelier that hung above my head reminded me of Raina's palace. The hand-carved furniture matched as well. "You're finally awake," Raina said from beside me. She was sitting in a chair with a hand-sewn green cushion, reading a book bound in smooth bark. She looked up and put the book down as I sat up properly. "You've been out for a while." Before I could even form a reply, an itch crept from the back of my head. It was panic, an overwhelming amount of panic. I smiled despite the worry my bonded was feeling. "Sam, I'm all right. I promise, my love." I poured as much love and reassurance as I could to him, and when his sweeping relief swept over me, I knew he knew I was okay. Raina noted my smile and drew her lips up to mirror me. "Your human lover was quite worried about you. He kept calling the big ebony human, trying to make sure you were okay. Though from what I heard, he has much bigger problems to worry about right now than you." "What?" I asked, nearly shouting at her. "What's going on with Sam?" "I don't care." Raina rose from her chair and placed a firm hand on my shoulder as I attempted to get out of bed. "Not so fast, Eris. We still have much to discuss." I calmed down and checked over myself, making sure I was okay. It was then that I realized I was clean and completely nude. Where are my clothes? Ruined, given the giant hole in them. I'll have some fresh ones brought in for you once we finish talking. Okay? What do you need to talk to me about? She sat next to me on the bed, her body turned toward me. You accomplished something I thought impossible for you. I was sure you were going to die at 𝗵𝗄𝗎's hands, but you surprised me and killed her instead. First and foremost, you have passed the trial and are worthy of the title Hive Queen. Even Illyria couldn't defeat 𝗵𝗄𝗎, though she was alone. So you'll help us? I asked. We'll see. It's not in my nature to take sides before I know the stakes, but honestly, I'd rather support you than her. She was strong, but so cold. We value strength above all else, but strength must be equal to temperament, or we will follow the same path as the Hive of old. You seem a far kinder queen, but also a far weaker queen. My jubilation fell as she reached the end. I was happy to have even a modicum of her support, but I couldn't deny the reality of the situation. I was weak. I'd known this, but now it was staring me in the face as an immutable fact. I nearly died. I was so close to death, and I could do nothing. If not for Evelyn, I would have perished. The life I'd built in such a short time was more precious to me than anything, and I'd almost let it slip through my fingers. That couldn't happen again. Raina, I have a favor I must ask of you. Her smile deepened as she leaned ever so slightly closer to me. Her black widowed eyes glistened with interest. You need my blessing. I nodded. How did you know? It's obvious, and it was the first thing Illyria asked for as well, so I assumed. I sat up on the bed, disregarding trying to cover myself with a sheet. It didn't matter. I need the Arachne's blessing if I'm to get stronger. Will you give it to me? Raina didn't answer right away. Instead, she plucked a strand of her snow-white hair and twined it around her finger as she looked away and back again. Her eyes trailed hungrily over my skin, and when our eyes met, there was desire in hers. Have you forgotten our ways? Favors are not given. They are bought. But I have nothing. Raina leaned swiftly, and before I realized how close she was, her lips pressed firmly against my own in a kiss. The suddenness, along with the passion, surprised me, and for a second I lost myself in the need of another's touch and returned her kiss. Raina's lips were soft, her mouth willing as she ran her tongue across my mouth. Her hand went to my neck while the other cupped my breast. I moaned as her firm hand squeezed, taking my nipple between her fingers. As she pinched down, I let out a shuddering gasp at the slight pain. Raina pulled back a moment later, uncoupling our mouths with regret. You have one thing, she said, a little breathless. I shook my head. I can't. Why? She cocked her head to the side as she tapped a finger on her lip. Because of your human? Yes, I nodded. She scowled in annoyance, brushing her fingers over my hand that pulsed with the rapid beat of her heart. I don't understand why you would hold yourself to human standards when you are so far beyond them. I frowned, folding my arms over my chest. That's not what I'm doing at all, isn't it? She asked, blinking rapidly. Tell me, do you find an issue with sharing a bed together? Well, no, but... Her fingers silenced my lips as she smiled widely. Then you are absolutely holding yourself to an ideal you don't believe in to appease your human. You are the Hive Queen, yet you act like you have no power. Because I have very little... Raina surged forward and grabbed me around the throat. Her fingers gripped tight as fire filled her eyes. If you have no power, then take what power you can. I'm offering you power. Take it. Or do you want to continue to be what I thought when you first appeared? A false queen? I grabbed her wrist and forced her hand away. Reyna was strong, like all the Arachne, but she couldn't match the strength of an entomancer. I am the Hive Queen. She gave me a fierce smile. Then act like it. Her face was so close to mine, and I wanted nothing more than her lips. Logic and desire took the fight for me. Reyna came closer a second time and pressed her forehead to mine. Her lips barely touched my own before I pulled her into my embrace. Do be sure to say goodbye to Tegan and Kira. They've grown fond of you, Reyna said as she stood in the doorway. You are free to enter and exit the Darkwoods at your leisure. You can even bring your human next time. I am anxious to see the kind of man you decided to bind yourself to. Then she left, and I was alone with my conflicted thoughts. I sat on the edge of the bed with my head in my hands. Did I just ruin everything? I didn't know. I loved Sam more than anything, but I didn't always agree with him. I understood his ideals and respected them, but Reyna was right. I wasn't human, and I shouldn't hold myself to them. But I also knew what I'd done was a betrayal to Sam. I'd betrayed him, and that thought sickened me. I hope you'll forgive me, my bonded, and that you'll understand. Despite how I felt about it, I was undeniably stronger now. Reyna's blessing flowed through my veins and brought a new life to my limbs. It was powerful, but it might have cost me everything. Not a minute after she departed, there was a knock at the door, and a russet-skinned man with long braided hair entered with a bundle of clothing. The man was familiar to me. I'd seen him with the commander. Where is your bonded? I asked. He's scouting the boundary of the forest, making sure everything is in order for your departure, he said, laying the clothes at the foot of the bed. Have a fair day, Hive Queen. He left, and I dressed quickly. Reyna had provided me with an outfit similar to the one she wore. It was a pair of tight dark pants and a flowy tunic that left most of my upper chest bare without revealing anything. I dressed and left the room, trying to find my friends. The long wooden hallway was sparse. The only decorations were the covered oil lamps that provided light through the corridor. I rounded a corner and found Evelyn waiting for me. She looked over at me when I came barreling around the corner but didn't move. We need to talk, little queen, about what you saw in your 𝗵𝗄𝗃. With what happened with Reyna, I'd nearly forgotten what I'd seen, the sights I couldn't fathom. I didn't know exactly what I'd seen, but I knew one thing for certain. I just needed her to admit it. I settled on the wall next to her. Tell me, Evelyn, I need to know. Are you human? Her eyes fell from mine, and she sighed. Her usual calm aloofness faded away as her luminescent eyes stared at the ground. Once, but that was a very long time ago. Chapter 19. Ironbound. Samson. I activated chitin shield, and the chitin on my left hand shifted, melting and reforming in the shape of a smooth concave circle on my forearm. I raised it as the front-runner charged me, a long-haired blonde with a trimmed beard. He raised his one-handed axe and brought it down. Its curved blade clanged against my shield and chipped a sliver from the chitin. I batted it aside as it struck and thrust with my sword. My blade slid through the side of his neck, nicking his carotid. He clutched his bleeding neck, but it wasn't deep enough to kill him quickly. One hand gripped his neck as blood slipped through his fingers, and the other hefted his axe once more. I kicked his leg out from under him, and he stumbled back, landing on his ass. I raised my sword to finish him when the equivalent of a freight train took me off my feet. I flew into the air and got a glimpse at what had hit me. One of the dwarves was a mage and had used earth magic to turn the floor itself into a weapon. A jagged stalagmite rose a few feet from the ground. I rolled when I hit the ground, nearly clipping a pew as I stood. I shook off being flung and settled back into my stance as another dwarf charged me. The aubergine-faced man growled in anger as he thrust with his spear. I sidestepped, but he nicked my sword hand, and I dropped my weapon. I didn't bother attempting to retrieve it. I shuffled into his space before he could whip his spear around and brought my shield down on the metal. chitin met steel, and the inferior metal sheared under my strike. The dwarf dropped his spear and tried to regroup with his comrades. He'd made a mistake in engaging me and had put a row of pews between him and them. I had him. I lashed out with a clawed hand and sank my fingers deep into his face. The sharp chitin tore through flesh with ease until resistance met me as I hit bone, and then I forced my hand deeper. The frontal bone resisted as my fingers carved divots in the ivory. It held for a second before cracking under my strength. I broke through and sank my fingers into as much brain matter as I could get in my hands before I yanked it free. Half of his frontal lobe came, clutched in my claws as red blood and scraps of gray brain stuck to my chitin. His jaw hung slack as I pulled my hand from his pulped and ruined face. The dwarf tipped over as soon as my hand no longer supported him. Vile chunks of brain oozed out, and I shook the gore from my hands. I knelt and retrieved my sword before the blood reached it, and leapt over the pews. They were too spread out for me to use Dance of the Immortal, and I'd added enough points to my battle fatigue that though I still had a lot of fight left in me, I didn't know if I could take all 5 of them, even counting the one whose neck I'd cut. They'd swarm me quickly. Let them. Slow time and devour them. And how do I get out after I drop from maxing my fatigue? The aspect shut up after that and left me to deal with the rest of them. I focused on the injured one. He would go down the quickest, and one less to deal with would only help me. He'd retreated, leaving a thick trail of blood on the floor along with his axe. He was currently trying to staunch the bleeding while the other 4 guarded him. Who's next? 2 of them flanked around me. One, a taller dwarf with dark hair and darker eyes, unstrapped a shield and hefted his sword at me. The other, one of the women, a blonde, wielded a bowstaff comprised of shadow steel. While devastating against unarmored and lightly armored opponents, her staff wouldn't be able to generate enough force to crack my chitin, and it was flexible enough to distribute the impact so my brain wouldn't turn to mush if she managed a lucky hit. My chitin, along with the leather and shadow steel underneath, meant I was relatively safe against her attacks, which meant I discarded her as the immediate threat and dealt with the shield bearer. I quickened my pace and stepped to the side, keeping the dwarf with the shield between me and bowstaff. He lunged with his sword while holding his shield tight. His blade aimed for the right side of my chest. I brought my shield to intercept it when he struck me in the hip with a surprise kick. I stumbled back, and his shield smashed straight into my chin. My head snapped back from the blow, and my ears rang. Bowstaff ran forward and used the back of Shielder as a springboard and leapt into the air. Her staff angled toward my head. She'd made a mistake, and I capitalized on it. In the air, you're at the mercy of physics, and she couldn't change her direction. I grounded myself and covered my head with my shield, raising my sword. Bowstaff tried to correct herself with her weapon, but it slipped off my shield and my blade speared through her side. Shadow steel met shadow steel, but gravity was on my side, and her momentum pushed my sword through her armor and into her flesh. Her weight hit my shield and drove my blade deeper into her. She cried out in agony as my blade slid past a couple of her ribs and slid into her heart. Her eyes widened as I punctured her heart, and she coughed as blood splattered across my face. I dumped her corpse off my shield and stood, just as a sword hit me in the chest. Shielder had closed the gap to me while I dealt with Bowstaff. His blade slid through my chitin, but thanks to my increased durability, he didn't have the strength to puncture my armor. As he gaped at the fact I wasn't bleeding out, I pivoted to my left, breaking his grip on his sword. He left himself open to a counterattack, a sloppy move. I brought my own blade up to slice across his throat. He backed up, going for his neck, but I grabbed for his discarded weapon and jammed his sword through his nose and out the back of his head. He toppled to the ground, dead. I'd taken 3 of them, but I was tired. My battle fatigue rose quickly with the shield active, and it was over halfway full. The battle was only going to get harder as it wore on. The remaining 3 chosen grouped by the open door. My target was the one whose throat I'd cut. He had a health potion in his hands, and I didn't want him healing. I reached for the knife 𝗲𝗃 gave me and realized I'd forgotten it back at the safe house. Shit. Can I throw my shield? What? No. What a stupid question. Who would want to throw a shield? I snorted. Saw it in a movie once. Oh, what? Never mind. Just go and devour them already. With a curse, I canceled my shield. I couldn't justify the added weight. The last female, an older dwarf with red hair shot through with gray. raised a hand and spoke a rolling incantation in script. Can't let her finish that spell. I changed my direction and went after her instead. Her eyes widened at my approach, but she kept up her chant as my sword arced toward her. A dwarf stepped in front of her and caught my attack with his 2 hand axes. He was the oldest of the 6. Age had weathered deep lines in his face and left too many streaks of white in his once black beard. "You will suffer an agony for defiling our most sacred treasure," he spat through gritted teeth. With a twirl of his wrist, the dwarf hooked the head of his axe on my keyon and tugged, taking my sword from my grasp. It hit the stone a few feet away and skidded to a halt underneath one of the pews. Fuck. I backed up as his twin axes cried out for my blood as they sailed toward me. I stepped back as the blades bit gently into the soft stone, scoring shallow grooves where my foot had been. The dwarf came back up with a snarl. I pivoted into a crescent kick, striking the head of his axe. It forced the axe aside and his wrist buckled, sending the blade of the axe to his unprotected forearm, slicing a heavy gash across his arm. He cursed and dropped his axe. As it fell through the air, I dipped low and snagged it before it hit the ground. Now we both had a weapon, and the playing field was back in my advantage. The axe wasn't my preferred choice, but I knew it better than most other weapons. I swung it light as the dwarf sidestepped. He brought his axe overhead as he tried to go for my unprotected side, but I shifted on the balls of my feet and leaned back as the steel passed 2 inches from my face. I clamped my left hand over his wrist to stop him from bringing his blade back up, and sank my stolen axe deep into the nape of his neck. It didn't behead him, but I'd at least severed his spinal cord as he dropped lifelessly to the ground. I left the axe buried in its owner and quickly retrieved my sword from where it had landed. When it was back in my hand, I turned to face the mage. Our fight had taken less than a minute, but it had given the woman all the time she needed to complete her spell. A dark brown light flared from her hands as she grinned triumphantly. Low rumbling shook the earth as the spell took hold. A mass of rock and stone rose from the floor and formed a rough shape. It started as a massive blob, but within a second, it became humanoid with 2 legs, arms, and a head. The next second, it had fully formed, and the stone golem stood silently, staring at me with empty sockets where its eyes should have been. The stone golem stood at nearly 10 feet tall, relatively thin compared to its size, reminiscent of an artist's sketching mannequin. Craggy rock formed its skin and bald, faceless head as it lumbered towards me. Unlike Adam's creatures, this golem was crafted from the earth, but it was animated solely by mana. I had to destroy it or the caster to get rid of the golem. It raised a heavy fist and brought it toward my head. I threw myself into a roll as it sailed past me, landing heavily on the stone floor and cracking the slate into dozens of pieces. I came out of my roll and sliced its leg with my blade. I hewed a thin groove from it as my shadow steel ripped through the rock, but as soon as I brought my sword back, the rock shifted. My slice faded as liquid rock dripped from its chest and repaired the minuscule damage I'd done. Well, fuck. It kicked me in the chest, and I went flying. I landed a few feet away when my back crashed into a pew. Damn, it's faster than I gave it credit for. New plan, then? I wasn't going to destroy the golem, not without aura of the anti-mage. And if I used dance, I'd have solved my immediate problem, but I'd be helpless after, and I wasn't that desperate yet. I'm stronger now. I can handle this. Probably. Chitin armor held up to its kick, though I didn't think my organs would relish a repeat performance. I stood from the pew and clenched my sword tight. What if I run in between its legs as it attacks? Took a second or two to recover from that last smash, so I'd have at least a few seconds to kill the mage before the golem turns and crushes me to a pulp. It was the best plan I could come up with that didn't involve me maxing my fatigue. I raced headlong to the golem, my sword raised. Glass crashed from above and drew my attention. A figure jumped through the window and swung down on a rope. As the stained glass broke against the ground, the figure hit the floor and rolled, his katana blade glowing an exquisite ghostly blue. Mika stood and slashed through the golem, his blade phasing through it like it wasn't even there. When his sword passed through the entirety of the golem, it dissolved, turning back into nothing but a pile of lifeless rock and stone tile. As the mage and the dwarf whose neck I'd cut stared at Micah, I just laughed. No blade? Really? You're still rocking the primordial swordsman class? Saved your ugly bug-looking ass, and besides, if it ain't broke. I had it under control, but let's deal with the rest of them and get out of here. We charged the remaining dwarves. Dibs on the mage. I shouted as Mika engaged the one with the slit throat. Fine by me. I got bleedy. I tuned his fight out as I focused on the woman. She backed up, her hands going in front of her face, but I knew she was close to mana depletion. She had to be after summoning a golem of that size and strength. A muddy brown script circle flared to life, but it was small. She didn't have the time to build a proper spell. She recited a short incantation, but my sword cut her voice off before she could finish it. As the light from her circle fizzled out, so too did her life. I ripped my sword from her neck and turned back to the first dwarf, the one who'd gotten away. He was in half, both sides glowing cherry red and smoking as Mika withdrew his glowing white sword. The sharp tang of burning metal and roasting dwarf stung my nose, and I coughed. Sorry, Mika, I forgot to bring anything to the barbecue. He laughed, waving his hand in front of his face. Shit, I forgot how nasty it is to use volcanic thrust indoors. Well, let's get the hell out of here. We need to be far away before the alarm is raised. We'll never get out if that happens. Mika sighed, sheathing his sword. Too late for that. Guards already on the way. I came in here to warn you while I left David and Johns to guard the gate, he said, heading for the door out the vault. I followed his lead, sheathing my sword and heading out. As soon as I housed my blade, the aspect decided that I was no longer in danger, and chitin armor faded back under my skin. Mika glanced over and whistled. Seems like we've got a lot to catch up on. You're telling me. You think the rent-a-thugs are okay? I asked as our footsteps echoed in the empty cathedral. I'm guessing they're already dead or will be soon enough. Harsh. Accurate, but harsh. He snorted, a laugh bubbling from his chest. They were insufferable, and not very good at their jobs. I was going to ditch them after this quest anyway. We reached the entrance to the cathedral and pushed the heavy wooden doors open. We were alone, but that wouldn't be the way for long. The gates in the distance opened, and dozens of guards poured in from Gold Hightown. I'm guessing they didn't make it, I said, deadpan. 5 silver says you're right. We looked over at each other, and I grinned despite the situation. Just like old times. He nodded. Let's get the fuck out of here. We turned and booked it off the stone path and toward the wall. If we could reach the wall and climb over it before the guards saw us, we could escape and head back to the surface without incident. We rushed into the night. Once we got off the road, the ground became rocky and dangerous, as there were protrusions and dips at random. In the dark, with only the faint glow from the mana far above us, we could barely see. I banged my knee on something at least 5 times and nearly fell into a hole, but the inky drop was just darker than the rock next to it, so I hopped over it at the last second. A handful of minutes later, and we had reached the wall. It rose from chest-high at the gate to at least 8 feet of stone that we had to clamber over. How are we getting over this? Mika asked. I've got an idea. I grabbed the rope from my inventory and cut about 1.5 feet off it. Boost me up, and then wrap the rope around your hand. I'll fall, and you use the momentum to climb the wall. Mika laughed and crouched. You always were quick on your feet. Yeah, too bad I'm an idiot, or I'd be really dangerous, I said and stepped into his hand. He lifted me up, and I hauled myself over the wall and wrapped part of the rope tightly over my fist while Mika did the same. I dropped over the ledge, and Mika climbed over it. When we were both safely over the wall, we jogged a short distance and took shelter in the alleyway. Man, it's always fun working with you. What are you going to do now? He asked when we caught our breath. Thinking about risking the surface, but I don't know how smart that plan is. Raven has the heart, right? Where's she at? Heading back to the surface to deliver it. If I can just get topside, I can teleport away, but I'm sure humans are going to be stopped and questioned leaving Aldrust. I touched the heart. It had a curse on it. Even though I don't have it anymore, I think it left its mark on me. No way I get clear if they stop and check me. I might just head back to the low road, lie low for a few days till security lightens up. I think I'm going to risk it. I never even saw the heart. They've got nothing on me, so they can't hold me. He nodded and offered me his hand. I guess I'll be going then, before it gets crazy. It was good seeing you again, Durin. Truly. I took his hand firmly and shook it. Same. I'll see you around. He took off, but before he rounded a corner, a thought struck me, and I yelled at him. Hey, you looking for a guild? Mika paused and leaned against the wall of a nobleman's manse. No, not looking. You got a spot you need filled in the Gloom Nights? A few. Every adventurer worth their rank knows to stay away from Gloom Harbor territory if they know what's good for them. Your guild's got quite the nasty reputation, but I think we've come a long way since our time in the swords. That mean you're in? We'll see. I'll stop by and see what's what, he said, walking away. You remember the passphrase? I asked. Mika waved me off. If you haven't changed it in 15 years, yeah, he replied as he disappeared from view. I smiled at his back. He certainly hasn't changed. I bet his blood tastes bitter. Why don't you follow and find out? Pass. You already had Raven's blood. Isn't that enough for you? Worth a shot. And I did help you today. I do like to be rewarded, you know. Maybe if you were less psychotic, I'd reward you. Giving Mika a few minutes to get a head start, I leaned against the stone wall and pulled up my interface to check my notifications. Combat results. 5 killed, dwarf, 9,000 EXP. 1 downed, 1,800 EXP. Mercy penalty, negative 600 EXP. Total experience gain, 10,200 EXP. EXP 5,400 out of 5,400, level up times 2. EXP 4,500 out of 5,600, level 56. 20 stat points available. Best bet is to keep pushing my substats since I'm still under penalty. I added 10 points to durability and 10 to attack damage. I changed out of my armor and donned my nicest set of clothes. A set Magnus had made for me. It was the solid white silken set I'd first worn when I met him, and it would at least help me blend in, or at least not stick out. I sauntered around Hightown for a while. Even at this time of night, there were still a few places open. I stopped and had an expensive dinner at the restaurant Raven and I had gone to. I had a lovely meal, and after I took my time getting back to Lowtown. By the time I returned to the low road, it was late by Aldrustian standards, and the bar had been long closed. I didn't have any elemental scrolls to enter, so I had no choice but to head back to the safe house and wait until morning. There wasn't a single soul in the streets as I made my way to the house and used the specific scroll I had for the house to lower the door. I went over to the fridge and took out an ale. I sighed in bliss as I drained half of it and sat back on the stone couch. Shit. Can't believe we managed to pull that off. Hope Raven got out okay. I hadn't been home for more than 2 minutes when a knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. Oren stood perched in the doorway, hand raised as he lightly tapped on the stone. Can I come in? I shrugged and finished the ale. The glass bottle clinked as I set it down and eyed Oren. What are you doing here? Just came to congratulate you on a job well done. It's not reached the public yet Balthazar and his council are abuzz with finding out who took the heart. I feigned surprise. 𝗲𝒃𝒻𝗄𝐿's heart was stolen? That's awful. He laughed and ambled over to the fridge, grabbing a beer and offering it to me. I nodded, and as he was walking back, I glanced over at the door that he'd left open. Could at least shut the... I began, but stopped as the clink of metal against metal drifted in from the street. Soft, but unmistakable. Oren noticed my look and squinted, tilting his head slightly, still holding the drinks. You didn't? I asked, rising from my seat. He sighed, dropping his hands. Didn't have a choice. They were at the bar less than half an hour after. They took 𝗫𝗏. Had to give him something, he replied listlessly. He released the bottles, and as they clattered to the ground with a torrent of shattered glass, he whistled. You just damned yourself, Oren. I'll kill you for this. Don't matter. Long as 𝗫𝗏 is okay. That's all I care about. Nearly a dozen armed Aldrustian soldiers stormed into the cramped house with their weapons brandished. I couldn't have killed them all, even with dance. Could make it to the roof, but once dance ends, I'm just as screwed, and I'd rather save it for when I know I can use it. With a heavy sigh, I raised my hands and let them take me. They'd left me in a dark, nearly airless hole in the wall for hours while they convened the council. The wall slid aside, and several dwarven jailers bound my hands and feet in chains and all but dragged me to the forum. It was a polished building with white marble tile and columns that rose to the open ceiling that looked out to the center of Aldrust. The giant monocrystal hung silently overhead, pulsing with light. I was tossed into the center of the floor and chained again to the spike buried in the marble. As I looked up, in front of me was the polished silver panel where the council and king sat. King 𝗵𝒊𝒄𝒃, who had fury written plainly across his face as he gazed down at me. 𝗵𝒊𝒄𝒃 was rough around the edges, like his features had been carved from the very stone around us, but there was undoubtedly a regal set to his eyes and jaw. His swept-back hair had salt and peppered since the last time I'd seen him, but it gave his statuesque features depth. His sharp blue eyes looked down his small, hawkish nose as he bit his lip in anger. A bead of blood rolled down his lip and dripped, invisible on his tailored burgundy shirt. "Durandal, once I called you friend to the dwarves, a man who did what we could not and saved us in a most dire time. If anyone had told me that you planned to betray us like this, I'd have had that man imprisoned." I didn't hear an accusation. A metal-plated fist smacked across my face hard enough to rip my skin. My head went sideways, but my chains kept me from falling over. "Insolent wretch!" the guard shouted next to my already ringing ear. "You bear the mark of Lakmerl's wrath, but the heart is clearly not in your possession. Tell us where it is and return it. If you do, in light of your previous achievements, I'll be lenient with you." It was a generous offer, especially from 𝗵𝒊𝒄𝒃, as he wasn't known for his kindness. But this wasn't about me, not anymore. Whatever was going on threatened the entirety of Nexus. It was bigger than me, and besides, Raven was halfway back to Castle Illyria by now. I spat a gob of blood onto the pristine white marble and rubbed my aching cheek. "I won't talk." "He had a girl with him. Pale-skinned, red eyes. Not a nocturnal, but definitely not human," a voice said from the crowd. I jolted at the voice, and my eyes scanned the crowd until they locked with 𝗬𝗨. His normally well-groomed locks were in disarray. Must have raced up here. He stared me down, betrayal clear in his eyes. I opened my mouth, but nothing would come. I didn't have an excuse to justify what I'd done. "How could you?" he asked. I hung my head as my stomach dropped and shame flushed in my cheeks. The council members all started yelling at once at 𝗬𝗨's revelation, but 𝗵𝒊𝒄𝒃 sighed deeply, looking like a disappointed father. "Fine there. Meanwhile, question Orin again. Make him tell us what we need to know. Remind him the consequences of lying." 𝗵𝒊𝒄𝒃 spoke quickly, issuing commands left and right as his men bustled around the room, rushing to fulfill them. It took a few long moments before the forum quieted enough for him to speak again. "Don't make me do this, 𝗬𝗏. You more than most know that we have ways of making you talk. And having performed several of your methods myself, you know that by the time I break, it'll be too late, if it isn't already. Just be honest with us. This isn't you." "Yeah." I fingered a loose canine in my skull and just decided to pull it. It clattered to the ground as I hawked another thick stream of blood onto the floor. "You're right about that. But I didn't have a choice. And right now, you think you have a choice. A choice about what to do with me. You think you can get me to talk, but we both know it won't be quick, and it won't be easy." He snapped his fingers, and several guards strolled in. "Fine, then. I can make you talk. But I also know just how strong your will is and how long that might take. If what you say is true, and the gem is lost to us for now, then I'll just have to settle for making your life as miserable as I can. And we both know I'm well versed in making misery. Take him to Tombsguard Mine." Chapter 20. Tombsguard. Once again, I was manhandled and dragged from the room and loaded into a wagon. Whatever small discomforts they inflicted at that moment were nothing compared to what waited for me in the depths of Tombsguard. It took a few more hours after my impromptu trial to reach the entrance to the mine. It was always in a sequestered portion of the city, miles away from civilization in an unmapped location away from prying eyes. Only a select few had permission to enter. I was kept in the dark, but I could tell when we descended by the drop in temperature. It was just above freezing at all times in the mine, and that was just the first of the torments that awaited me. When we finally stopped moving, I was unloaded. Torches lined the walls and continued as the road curved and disappeared into the black abyss. The guards here wore heavy fur-lined cloaks and gleefully smirked at me when I was told to strip. Fuck you. One of them stepped up and whipped a thin knife across my chest. It was shallow, an expertly placed cut that stung like hell, but did no actual damage to my muscle. "Strip," he commanded. My impertinence would only lead to blood loss, and down in the mine I needed every bit of strength available. I did as the dwarf demanded and stripped completely. After a rough, incredibly thorough, and unneeded cavity search, I was handed a thin and itchy pair of beige trousers and a matching tunic 1 size too small. I winced as the guard shoved me and led me down the tunnel to a gate manned by a team of guards, and then once we were through, we stopped at a second gate with even more guards. By the time we were through, I was exhausted and chilled to the bone. I shivered, and the guards laughed. "Get used to it. You're in for much worse." We went through the last gate and entered 𝗵𝗲𝗿𝒃 mine, Aldrust's maximum security prison. The gate slammed shut behind us and locked with an ominous click. 𝗵𝗲𝗿 was a wide cavern that branched into dozens of other smaller tunnels. Hard at work were nearly 100 prisoners, dwarves mostly, but there were humans and even a few elves in the mix. Each was dressed as I was in carrying pickaxes as they hammered away at the iron ore buried in the rock. We were high above them, and the only thing separating the guards from the prisoners was about 25 feet and a stone railing. The guard motioned for me to step onto a solid stone platform that would lower me down. I peered over the edge of the prisoners who'd stopped working to watch the new guy. "Don't get comfortable. None of them are your friends. They all know what you've done and have been promised time off their sentences if they catch you doing anything. So you better not use your magic storage while you're down there." I turned around, smiling cheekily. "And if I do?" "Then your water rations get revoked. You do it twice. We chain you inside a cell with about 2 feet of freezing water and see how long you last. Of course, you can't stop this right now, and just tell us where the heart is." "Nah, a little manual labor won't kill me." The guard laughed sickly. "Let's see you keep up that attitude in the next couple of days when you're starving and exhausted." With that, he spoke a chant in script, and the platform shuddered and lowered me into hell. Crudely made wooden furniture littered the space. Tan ceramic plates and cups lay forgotten as every eye was on me as I stepped off the platform. As I was about to take a step, raw emotion flooded through my connection with Eris. It was slow to build, but unmistakable. Pleasure and lust flowed from her to me, and my heart nearly stopped for a second time in as many days. I stiffened as it rolled through me. My throat burned as my vision blurred, and heat settled into my chest as I fought back my tears. I dug my nails into my palms hard enough to bleed, and it still wasn't enough to match the pain in my heart. My breathing increased as my heart broke. Unbridled rage filled me as I shut off our connection. I gnashed my teeth and strolled into the prison yard. Waiting. It didn't take long. I knew it wouldn't. Whether on Earth or Nexus, prison was prison, and the top dog always had to make it known. A low whistle sounded to my left, and a dwarven male with more scar tissue than face and a heavily broken nose drained his cup and tossed it aside. It shattered on the wall as he stood and sauntered over to me. The man came up to my chest and had the audacity to stare me down. "Oi, new blood. Let's get something." I didn't let him finish before I sank my knee into his face, breaking his already ruined nose. As blood rushed down his chin, a warmth spread over my right hand, and when I looked down, it was encased in chitin. Before he could react to his shattered nose, I reached low, grabbed a handful of the dwarf's most precious asset, and clenched my fist tight. The color drained from Nose's cheeks, and he gasped, spluttering as a rapidly growing red stain appeared between his legs. With a vicious yank, my hand came free, clutching what no man wishes to ever part with. I tossed the bloody, useless organ away as Nose stumbled back from the shock. It wasn't enough. I grabbed him by the collar of his thin tunic and slammed my fist to his face. Nose crumpled, his blue eyes rolled back inside his skull, and he sank to his knees. Blood streamed over the burst cartilage to soak into his shirt. It wasn't fucking enough. I knelt and slammed my fist into his face again, and again, and again, and again. I hit him over and over. I hit him until my chitin ripped flesh from his face and caved in his skull. I hit him until bone crumbled under my fist and I reached his brain. I obliterated his entire skull, and it still wasn't enough. I sank to all fours. My breath came in ragged gulps as sweat dripped down to sting my eyes and drip salt onto my lips. Why? Why? I didn't have an answer. After a long time, I stood from Nos's corpse, my arm covered in blood and worst nearly my bicep. I ripped a stretch of relatively clean cloth from Nos's shirt and wiped the gore from myself. As I turned back to the others, I tossed the rag aside and stared everyone down. Not a soul moved, even dared to breathe. It was quiet as a mausoleum. Everyone gaped at me. I was about to scream when a notification slammed into me. Alert. Arachne's blessing unlocked. Plus 15 to strength and agility. Unlocked hive mind special. Arachnid limbs. The rush of power to my body melded with Eris's high as she rode her orgasm and left me weary and energized at the same time. I didn't know how to feel about it. My rage still burned too brightly for me to make any form of rational thought. I had to let it out, or I'd go mad. A tortured scream filled the silent room as I tried to tear my vocal cords. A dozen shrieks of surprise flowed with my scream and sank into the stone, never to escape. By the time it faded away, I rubbed at my aching throat and sighed, letting the rage flood away to cool detachment. Put it aside. It won't help you here. I stood and walked center stage. Let's get one thing straight, I shouted to the stunned crowd. There's been a regime change. I'm the goddamn king now. A twisted laugh rose from my heart. I'm starting to like you now, knight. The first day was pretty easy. I'd asserted my dominance, and most of the prisoners left me alone to work. I slammed the pick down, chipping away at the rock looking for iron. It wasn't the first time I'd worked the mines. It was a skill nearly every adventurer had to pick up at one point or another. Whether mining for monocrystals or precious metals, swinging a pickaxe was a necessary skill on Nexus. I just wish I'd kept up the practice. I wiped my brow with the back of my hand and stepped away from the craggy rock. The constant physical exertion kept my mind from wandering most of the time, but as I settled into a rhythm, I had nothing to do but think. Eris loves me. That's an immutable fact. She wouldn't betray me without cause. And I could guess at what that cause was. The Arachne Queen. That new blessing. I pulled up my interface and looked at the Hive Knight class, quickly finding what I was looking for. Arachne's blessing. Plus 15 to strength and agility. Arachnid limbs unlocked. 𝗬𝗶𝒴 blessing locked. 𝗵𝗲𝗿𝒄 blessing locked. 𝗵𝗲𝒄𝗿's blessing locked. So that's what they are. I meant to ask Eris, but didn't get the chance. So she slept with the Arachne Queen to gain her blessing. It happened so soon after she nearly died. She had to have a good reason for it. I believe that. I have to, or I won't survive. I couldn't take losing her. It would kill me. With a too heavy swing, I stopped mining. Time for a break. My pick clanged against the ground, drawing a few curious eyes, but they swiftly turned back to their tasks as I went to the table. The rough wooden chair scraped on the ground as I sat down and poured a cup of water. It was stagnant, barely drinkable, but I drank 3 cups before sitting back in the chair to rest for a moment. I really didn't mind the punishment as it was so far. I could handle manual labor all day long, and after my brutal display, no one wanted to get within 6 feet of me for fear I'd do the same to them. But those were the easy parts. The hard part would be after a few days when I'd be starving. I wasn't allowed food, and even though I had plenty in my inventory, I couldn't touch it. Though I was relatively obscured in the tunnels because the guards never dared come down here, I couldn't risk eating for fear that the others would turn me in for a chance to gain favor. Some of them would be more afraid of me than the guards, but not all of them, and I couldn't risk it. Not right now, at least. Raven will get to Magnus eventually. All I have to do is be patient. I didn't like relying on Magnus to facilitate my release, but he probably had the best chance of doing it without bloodshed. Should the worst come to pass, I'd call the Gloom Knights, and we'd slaughter everyone. Not an ideal plan, but I'll do it if it comes to that. I was lost in thought when someone joined me at the table I was at. He was young, but that told me nothing. Tall and thin. His shoulder-length, greasy and lank dark hair covered his lean, starved face and bloodshot brown eyes. "The fuck are you?" I asked, fire in my voice. "A friend, hopefully," he said with a smile. "I don't need friends, so get out of my sight before I get angry." The man held up his hands, his eyes softening. "I promise. I mean no harm. Name's Mouse." I stood up, knocking over my chair in the process. "Don't care. Leave. Now." He nodded. "Fair enough, but come see me if you change your mind. I have an interesting proposition for you." Mouse left, and I went back to work, carving through rock a sliver at a time. By the time it was time to call it quits for the day, I'd worn my muscles out and was ready for some rest and water. I was getting hungry, but going without food for a couple of days was something I could deal with later. It was barely more than an annoyance at that moment. I settled back against the wall and drank my fill of water while watching the other prisoners come and go. They ate sitting around the same cheap wooden tables, nothing more than thin soup and a heel of bread, but it was more than I was getting. By the time dinner was through, I was ready for sleep, and I leaned back against the rock, closing my eyes for just a moment. I slept rough, only to be woken by the bell in the morning, signaling another day's work. It went much the same as the first. I worked my body to the bone mining, and my hunger only got worse as the day progressed. The aspect did what it could, help take the edge off the worst of the pain, but it could only do so much. At the end of the second day, I stumbled over a loose rock and nearly toppled over. It was a simple mistake, but that was all it took in a place like that. I'd just shown that I was weak and vulnerable to a pack of predators. It didn't take long after that for the first hopeful Kingslayer to approach. A dark-skinned human with long black hair shoulder-barged me as we passed. I turned, grabbed a handful of his greasy mane, and wound it around my wrist. I jerked hard on his locks, and as he stumbled back, I kicked the back of his knee and sent him to the ground. I let go of his hair and curb-stomped his throat, collapsing his windpipe. The man's eyes bulged as his hands went to his neck, and he gasped and wheezed, trying to breathe. I let him choke to death and walked past him. The others took one look at him, and they backed up. I went to my corner and sat in my chair, keeping an eye on everyone while I checked on the blinking notification. Combat results. 1 killed dwarf, 1800 EXP. 1 killed human, 1500 EXP. Total EXP gain, 3300 EXP. 5600 out of 5600 EXP. Level up. Level 57. 2200 out of 5700 EXP. 10 stat points available. Might as well keep bumping up my durability, but I need to start putting some points in battle fatigue. I'm hitting my limit on nearly every prolonged fight. If I have a bit more battle fatigue, I could use dance without fear of maxing my fatigue. I dropped 5 in durability and 5 to battle fatigue. As the dead man jerked in his final death throes, I leaned against the wall and sighed. If it happened once, it would happen again. It was only a matter of time, and I would only grow weaker as the days wore on. I'm gonna have to keep my guard up, or I'll find a shiv in my neck while I sleep. The next few days went by in a blur. I'd work, drink as much water as I could, and then go to bed hungry. By the third day, I was starving, and I couldn't keep my strength up no matter how hard I tried. In the morning, the first of the attacks started. A glint of light off the pickaxe was the only warning I had before it came down, aimed at my spine. I stepped back on reflex as the pick glanced off stone and lashed out with a kick. I took my attacker in the side, snapping a few ribs. He stumbled back from the blow, dropping his pickaxe and giving me a good look at him. A stubby dwarf with a thick beard and bald head. He winced as he shook off the pain. I shuffled forward and swung my pick. It connected with the side of the dwarf's head, piercing through his temple and coming out his eye. Blood and gore slid down his nose to stain his beard, and I ripped my pickaxe free, tearing through bone and cartilage. He dropped to the ground dead, or wishing he was. I raised the pick once more and brought it down on his skull, splitting his head wide open to reveal bloody bone and brain. I left the pick where it lay stuck in his worthless body and knelt, snagging the dead dwarf's pick, and continued my work as if there wasn't a dead body leaking blood and bile 2 feet from me. After the first 2 failed attempts, I'd have thought the other prisoners would have gotten the message, but attacks still came my way. 1 or more a day, and I was running on fumes. This went on for 3 days, and I'd killed 6 prisoners. I was tired, but I had no choice but to fight. It was that or roll over and die. As the day's work wound down to a close, I dropped my pick and left the tunnel back to the main room. I was going to sit at my table when I found it occupied by 4 men. Each of them held the look of lifers, scarred, ruthless men who'd committed heinous acts and were now made to pay for it. "Get up," I demanded. "Or what?" a man with a squished, ugly face said, sneering. "Or I rip open your throats and gorge myself on your disgusting blood, you inbred fucks. Now, move. I'm going to need your strength to fight." "Delicious. But let's try out our new ability. I'm anxious to see it used." "Fine by me." A pleasant heat spread from my chest to my back and along my spine. It tingled, and then something rose from my back. 4 black limbs forged of chitin entered my vision, and I glanced side to side at them. They were long and thin, broken only by the dorsal hinges as they flexed. Sharp points of chitin tipped the ends like 4 razor-shard dagger points. Okay, these are kind of badass and terrifying. Let's bring terror to them. One question. How do I control them? Like any other appendage, you fleshy meatbag. It was correct. I found I just had to put a little bit of focus into them, and they moved just like my own flesh and blood arms. The 4 men stood transfixed at the sudden appearance of 4 new limbs for my back, but they could do nothing now. They'd made their choice. The first man stood just as my foot connected with his tan chest. He went head first over the back of his chair and cracked his thick skull on the rock floor, tearing a long gash on the side of his head. By the time the first man hit the ground, the others rose from their chairs and attacked. I stepped to the side of the second man's swing. The dwarf's attack went wide, the extra force throwing second off balance. I struck his unprotected side as he tried to right himself. I speared into him with 2 of my new limbs. They slid between his ribs with ease, slicing across his ribs, tearing through his lungs and puncturing his heart. I jerked my limbs free, and they came with a spurt of blood. Second fell to the floor, barely missing his head on the wood as he dropped. His eyes went wide with pain before they dimmed. Third tried to go around Second's body, but I shoved him into first as he picked himself up. Both of them tumbled to the floor. Fourth snarled, his blackened teeth set in a fierce grimace as he leapt over the table. I grabbed the chair I'd been sitting on like it weighed as much as a feather and bashed Fourth across the face as he landed from his jump. His jaw dislocated with a crunch, and he sprawled on the ground, joining his friends. The chair still in hand, I brought it down on his kneecap, shattering it. While Fourth screamed in pain, I slid my arachnid limbs into his neck and ripped his head from his shoulders. It thunked on the table and gushed blood across the worn wood. With 2 of the men dead, I dealt with the remainder. The cavern plunged into silence as everyone stared at the mess of blood and bodies I'd left in my wake. The guards overhead watched with dispassionate gazes and went about their day, not fazed by the deaths of the inmates. First shoved Third off him and stood. His wild hair was flecked with blood from one of the men I'd killed. He didn't care that I dispatched 2 of his friends with ease. He charged me. I caught his unhinged swing and dislocated his arm at the shoulder. I let go of him as I brought 2 of the chitinous limbs down and into his back. I forced him to the ground as I sawed his heart. With a flick, I tore it to pieces and retracted my spider legs. As First bled out, I dealt with Third. He stared at me in terror as his eyes flicked from me to his dead friends. He turned to run, but stopped. Third stood very still for a long moment before he stumbled and fell to the side. Standing in front of him, wielding a bloody shiv, was Mouse. He knelt and wiped his bloody hand. "Sorry about stealing your kill. I know that's not cool, but I figured I'd save you the trouble of chasing after him." "I didn't need your help," I spat. I used one of the dead men's tunics to clean the blood off myself, and walked over to the nearest table where 3 men sat staring with unblinking eyes. Move. They shot up like a bolt of lightning and were gone in a flash. I sat down and helped myself to their untouched waters. That was fun. It wasn't boring. Now let's catalog my notifications. I'm betting I leveled up from these past few fights. Combat results. 5 killed dwarf, 9,000 EXP. 3 killed human, 4,500 EXP. 1 downed dwarf, 1,800 EXP. Mercy penalty, negative 600 EXP. Total EXP gained, 14,700 EXP. EXP, 5,700 out of 5,700. Level up times 2. Level 59. 5,400 out of 5,900 EXP. 20 stat points available. After I sorted my stats, 10 to durability and 10 to battle fatigue, I let the adrenaline wear out of me and let the chitin flow back under my skin. I laid my head on the rough wood, in desperate need of a nap. That was some fight. I know it's impolite, but I have to know. What's your class? I looked up and blinked my weary eyes at Mouse, who had taken a seat next to me on the table. I'm too tired to deal with your bullshit. Just tell me what you want and get the fuck out of my sight. I'm here to offer you a friendly hand, he said, putting a smile on his face. I'm fine. I don't need your help, I said, waving him off. Why the hell do you keep showing up anyway? Mouse shrugged, glancing up at the guards who weren't paying any attention. He held out a cup of water for me. Because you're the most capable person in this damn place, and I've been stuck in here for too long. I want to escape, but I can't do it alone. Why me? I asked, draining the cup. Us players need to stick together. I snorted and sat up, leaning back on the rickety chair. I was too worn out to have the strength to force him away. Mouse sat up and shifted chairs, coming to sit by me, and leaned his head in close. With another quick look around, he held out his hand. In his palm were a few scraps of dried meat. It was just a handful, but to my eyes it was a feast, and I greedily snapped them up. It wasn't much, but it eased the worst of the hunger and breathed a meager amount of life into my limbs. Thanks, I muttered. I still don't see how I can help you. No one escapes 𝗵𝗄𝒃. It's impossible. Normally you'd be correct, but I have first-hand knowledge that it might be possible. I just need a partner, someone I can trust. I wiped at the corners of my mouth to make sure I didn't have any residual crumbs or bits of food around my lips or in my beard. And what makes you think you can trust me, or that I can trust you? He pointed at me. A smile framed his lips. Because you haven't taken the easy way out. You could let any one of these men kill you and respawn, but like me, you've stuck it out. That means that whatever's waiting beyond these walls is more important than you nearly starving to death. He had a point, but he knew that. I paused over his words, not trusting him exactly, but he was the only one in the entire prison that wasn't trying to kill me. And if he tries, we eat him. Exactly. I was a little worried with how in tune me and the aspect had been the last week or so, but in a place like 𝗵𝗄𝒃, its brutality was exactly what I needed. All right, Mouse. We have a temporary alliance, but cross me, and you know exactly what I'll do to you. That I do, and I'll thank you to leave my giblets where they're at. We're a team from now until we get clear of this hellhole. What happens after we get clear? I asked. He chuckled. Poor choice of words. We have a ceasefire. Don't attack me. I won't attack you, and we can part ways as uneasy allies. I think I can work with that. So what's this plan of yours? Chapter 21. Home again. Eris. As the first day of our return trip came to a close, I tried once more and failed to understand what Evelyn had told me. I sighed. She barely explained anything, just told me it had to do with those strange crystals. I tried to bring it up with her again earlier, but she reacted badly. I rubbed my neck, hoping her fingers wouldn't leave bruise marks from how hard she'd grabbed me. I never thought she'd actually threaten me, let alone look at me so callously. I like you, little queen, but you aren't meant to have that knowledge, and I will kill you if you even think about telling me one. Do you understand? I nodded, and her grip on my neck eased. What about Sam? She shook her head. Especially him. He'll learn about them in time, but it's not the right time. Then she let go of me with a piercing glare that commanded me to heed her words. I shivered at the thought. At her words when she told me she'd kill me? She'd do it without hesitation. I glanced over to her as she rode next to Adam. They were engrossed in a conversation, and as Adam's eyes flicked to mine every so often, I could guess the topic of conversation. A nudge interrupted my thoughts. Kenna leaned over Cinder and poked me with her finger. It pushed into my thigh in lazy rhythm. Lost in thought? Just have a lot on my mind, I replied. Well, get out of your head and talk to me for a while. Gil's still sleepy from the health potion. I'm bored. I laughed, and it felt good. She was right. I needed to get out of my head. I couldn't do anything about what Evelyn told me, and it wasn't like it changed anything. She was still Evelyn. She just wasn't what I originally thought she was. I miss the spiderlings, I said, my voice low. Surprisingly, so do I. But you saw how happy they were to see their mother. They're back where they belong. Yeah. Isella and her bondmate were very nice. They promised I could see Tegan and Kira whenever I came back. See? Told you it would all work out. She poked me again. I swatted her fingers away playfully, and we both chuckled. Did you at least have fun? Sort of. She smiled as she leaned down to run her hands over Cinder's flank. While you were recovering, I talked with a few of the arachne, managed to snag a new poison, but I didn't like all the eyes on me. What do you mean? I cocked my head to the side. We had at least 3 arachne guards on us at all times. They were skilled, used the trees and shadows well, but they couldn't hide from me. Hive Queen or not, they'd have tried to kill us all if Reyna had given the order. And they'd have died very painful deaths, Evelyn said, turning back to look at us as we rode. Our eyes met, and I hastily looked away. Adam sighed and reached over and flicked his sister on the head. She won't say it, so I'll say it for her. She's sorry for making you feel uncomfortable. No, I'm not. I meant every word. But do chin up, little queen. It's in the past. What are you guys talking about? McKenna asked, glancing between us. None of your concern, Red. Let's get moving. I want camp set up before nightfall. We rode in silence while the sunlight faded below the horizon. After another few minutes, we stopped and set up camp. I went and set up my tent with Kenna while Gil worked on dinner. It was nothing but trail rations and dried meat, but after many hours of riding, I didn't care. It was delicious. When dinner was over, Gil and McKenna volunteered for first watch while I turned in to get some sleep. I crawled into my tent, but as I lay back on my pillow, the emptiness kept me awake. It was the first time I'd slept alone since being freed from my prison, and I couldn't stand it. Though the trees rustled and the nocturnal animals chittered away happily, I couldn't help but feel completely alone. I tossed and turned for a few minutes before I sighed and got up out of my tent. I peered out of the tent where Gil and McKenna were chatting happily close to each other next to the fire. Hey, Gil, I called out. He turned up my voice and smiled. What you need, Eris? I'm sorry to ask, but would it be okay if Kenna slept with me tonight? He laughed, his baritone voice rumbling to echo through the forest. Can't sleep with someone next to you. I get it. But who are you missing more, Durin or the kids? Both, I answered honestly. Gil thumbed over to McKenna. She'd poison me in my sleep if I spoke for her. Ask her. She smacked Gil playfully on the arm. Only when you deserve it, you big lughead, she replied, leaning over to kiss him deeply. Love you. Love you more. She hopped up from the log and skipped over to me. I went back inside and she followed. I lay back down as McKenna stripped to her nightclothes and removed the hair ties from her pigtails. She shook her crimson hair out and lay down next to me. Holy hell, you're like a furnace, Eris. Is that a good or bad thing? Well, it means I won't get cold during the night, and I thought Gil ran hot. You must have fire in your blood. She threw off the blanket and snuggled up next to me. Though it's kind of nice. Gil snores in his sleep, making it hard to sleep next to him sometimes. You're good together, though. Kenna blushed furiously and couldn't hide the grin that bloomed on her face. He's something special. But you know what that's like, don't you? I smiled at the thought of Sam, but it fell when what I'd been trying to forget came to mind. He's not doing well. He's weak, cold, and hungry, and so very angry. I'm terrified for him, but I'm also terrified of what's going to happen when we see each other again." Kenna froze, her eyes widened. "Something happened, didn't it? Between you and Evelyn?" I shook my head. "So with Reyna?" The words were on the tip of my tongue, but I held my mouth closed and looked away from her waiting gaze. She pouted. "Don't stop at the good part. What'd you do?" "Never mind, I can guess. Did you?" "Yes." There was no way for me to hold them back. The words came spilling out along with too many tears. "Sam's so angry," I sobbed. "What if he hates me?" Kenna came over and wrapped her arms around me, her warm cheek pressed against mine as her hands came up and brushed my hair. "It'll be okay. I don't think he can hate you." She pulled back and wiped away the tears that fell to my chin. "Just be honest with him. Make him understand. And if he rejects you after that, then you know you did everything you could." She held her hands up quickly. "But he won't reject you. I can almost guarantee it. He cares too much about you to hate you." "I'm worried about him." "It'll be okay, Eris. He'll be fine. Duran is reckless, rough around the edges, and a truly terrible guild leader, but he's the second toughest bastard I've ever met. And if I'm guessing things went wrong, and you said he's cold and hungry, then he's in 𝗵𝗄𝗃. A nasty prison, but if anyone can thrive in such conditions, it'll be him. Don't give up hope, and have faith in him. He'll return to you." "Thanks, Kenna." She leaned over and placed a kiss on my hair. "It'll all work out. Trust me." With that, my eyelids grew heavy, and I drifted off to sleep, listening to McKenna's deep breathing. In the morning, Gil woke us up by barging into the tent. "Sorry for the rude awakening, but Duran just called." I was awake in an instant. "What did he say?" "He was only able to talk for a second. He said he'd be fine and not to call in the cavalry. Said he has a way to escape." "Escape 𝗵𝗄𝗃?" McKenna said, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. "It's possible, but I don't know how Duran could pull it off. He's not exactly the slip in and out unnoticed kind of guy." "He'll do it. I know he will," I said. Gil nodded and gave me a reassuring smile. "I'm going to go let the twins know, while you two get dressed. We hit the road in 20. After we got dressed and had a very light breakfast, we set off towards Castle Gloom Harbor. We spent most of the week on the road back to the castle. It was mostly a quiet trip back, broken by only a few random monster attacks. When we crossed back into the salted mire, we accidentally stirred up a nest of over a dozen rougarou in the swamps. They rose up from the muck as twisted, mangled hybrids of wolves and dogs. Their matted fur was filled with mange and clung with mud and bits of swamp. The sudden appearance of them surprised us, but all of us leapt off our horses and into battle. I personally killed one of them with a lucky headshot when I drew my bow and loosed an arrow at one of the rampaging beasts as it came toward me. The others dispatched their foes quickly. I fired a few more times, but I missed more than I hit. It was quick, brutal, and over in a handful of minutes, leaving me with a sense of accomplishment that I'd helped, and a mess of muck and mud in my hair and over my clothes. "I need a bath," I said to myself, but my words carried over the silence. "Truer words, sister," McKenna said. After we cleaned ourselves off as best we could, we climbed back on our horses and continued out of the swamps. The scent of salt clung to my skin and the back of my tongue with every inhale, but there was nothing we could do about it but grin and bear it. By the time we made it back to the castle a few days later, all of us were exhausted from the trip, and when the heavy wooden gate shut behind us, we all heaved a sigh of relief. I led Lacuna to the stables and spent an hour or so brushing her down and praising her like Sam did. She was a wonderful horse, and I was thankful for her. I made sure she knew it too. When I was finished, I shot straight to the 3rd floor and into our room. It was empty, vacant without Sam here next to me, but I ignored my rising dread and focused on getting myself clean. After a week of not having a proper bath, I was in desperate need of one. I slid out of my last pair of semi-clean clothes and tossed them in the wicker basket by the door. The steam invited me to join it, so I lowered myself and proceeded to take a very long time bathing. When I was done, I just lay on my back and drifted, unsure of what I should do next. This is my home now, but why do I feel so much like an outsider without Sam by my side? Everyone here are my friends, part of my family now, and yet most of them are strangers to me. There was a knock on the door that interrupted my thoughts. "Eris?" a feminine voice called out, muffled by the closed door. "Come in." The door opened, and Yumiko walked in, wearing a tight-fitting jade shirt and black pants. Her black hair fell freely past her pale skin and crimson eyes. I didn't know why she was here, and it must have showed. "There's a guild meeting in a few minutes about everything that's happened. Figured you would want to be there," she said, her voice quiet. "Thank you for letting me know. I'll be there." She nodded and was about to depart when I shouted, "Wait!" "What?" I wanted to apologize. When I first met you, I didn't like you. Vampires and my kind have never gotten along since we have fundamentally different concepts on blood. Because of that, our kinds were always at odds with each other, and I carried that mistrust over to you. For that, I'm sorry." Yumiko shrugged. "Hey, forgive and forget. I didn't exactly choose to become a nocturnal either, so I can't exactly blame you for your prejudices. How did you—" She coughed. "The meeting's going to start soon. Wilson will have a stroke if we're late," she said quickly and left, shutting the door behind her. Guess we all have things we'd rather not talk about. I hurriedly climbed out of the water and got dressed. I chose a long-sleeved royal purple tunic and a pair of Sam's black cotton trousers. They were several sizes too big, but I tied them tight with the drawstring. They were clean, but the dresser where they'd been kept had a soft, lingering scent of Sam that clung to the wood and settled into his clothes. When I was dressed, I made my way down the stairs to the first-floor guild hall. Very few of the others were inside when I entered. Only Wilson, Levi, and Yumiko were present. They were making small talk when I entered, but it got quiet as the doors closed. "Is it okay if I sit in Sam's chair?" I asked. Wilson inclined his head and motioned at the chair beside him. I sat down and smiled at him, trying once again to get him to like me. "How have things been since we've been gone?" "Busy, to say the least. We've got a lot to discuss." After that, he flicked his hand up and stared blankly ahead, using his interface. He promptly ignored me and left me to wait in silence till everyone else arrived. They trickled in at the pace of a melting glacier, and I drummed my fingers on the table while everyone filed in. The other members of the Gloom Knights took their seats, and Amber came in carrying a tray with ale and water. She set a glass of water in front of me, and I took a polite sip while she served everyone before departing. "All right. First on the agenda is our newcomer," Wilson said, whistling. At the shrill tone, the doors opened, and a man I hadn't seen before came in. He was handsome, but his dark eyes told a different story. He looked worn down, jaded by life, and his dusk-brown skin bore the scars to prove it. He wore a plain black shirt and pants that matched his tied-back hair. The man came and stood along the wall by the table. "Most of you know him, but for those who have been gone, let me introduce Mika, an old friend of Durin's." The name tugged at me, and I remember the conversation Sam and I had shared about his previous life. "Takamikaguchi, right?" I asked. Mika looked up, eyes lighting up in surprise. "Yes, that's right. How did you know?" "Sam Durin told me. You were a member of the Swords of Legend with him." He smiled. "You must be Eris. He spoke of you fondly." Wilson cleared his throat. "Be that as it may, let's get to what you told me when you arrived." "Right. I was hired to provide support for a retrieval job in Aldrust. I didn't know what we'd be stealing or who I'd be working with until I got there. You can imagine my surprise when I got there and saw Durin, but was also told that our target was fucking 𝗵𝗲𝗿𝒄𝗄𝗃 heart. Durin and I had an account to settle, but after we got to work planning the heist. We work the town, make sure there are no hiccups, and the time comes to pull the job, and Dee and the Shifter infiltrate the Iron Cathedral." "Shifter?" I asked. "A shapeshifter? Who?" "Girl's name was Raven. Gorgeous, black hair, pale skin, and blood-red eyes." Her description told me nothing. I hadn't had much experience with shapeshifters or the Fae. Mother always warned me never to make a deal with a fairy, that they couldn't be trusted. "Anyway," Mika continued, "they were in there for a while, and I thought everything was going well before dwarven soldiers started flooding the streets. I left the guys I was working with and went to warn Durin. He fought off nearly 6 of 𝗵𝗲𝗿𝒄𝗄𝗃 chosen by himself." He paused, and a smile formed at his lips before he started talking again. He was a beast, but one of them summoned a stone golem and I stepped in. We took care of the rest and I helped him get out of there. We split up, but that was over a week ago now, and I thought he'd have been back by now. What happened with the heart? Gil asked. Mika shrugged. Durin said Raven had it, was taking it back to their employer. Magnus, I hissed. No idea. Never learned their name. All I know is that they paid incredibly well. I sat back in my chair and drank the rest of the water. Sam had once again shut off our connection, and even though I could have broken through it at any time, I didn't want to know what lay beyond. I didn't want to know what he was feeling right now. Durin isn't answering, but his contact card is still available, so it's going through. Gil filled me in on where he's at, but I still don't like leaving him in there. It's not a forgiving place. Well, the guild leader, while he may be a complete imbecile, is capable enough, and I'm sure whatever situation he's managed to get himself stuck in, he can get himself out again, Evelyn said, standing up. Is that all, Shadow? Wilson raised his glass to his lips and nodded. Until Durin gets back, there isn't anything else to go over. Very well. Little Queen, Samurai, come with me, right now. Evelyn's tone left no room for disobedience, and I got up immediately. Don't break them, Wilson called as Evelyn strolled from the room. I followed her while Mika lagged behind. Evelyn led us to the second floor, and after passing a number of doors, she stopped and motioned us inside. The room was sparse, but not barren. Padded mats littered the floor with humanoid training dummies placed at random throughout the room. On one side of the room was rack after rack of nearly every kind of weapon I'd ever seen before. All right, newbies. I'm gonna find out what you're made of. I already know the little queen's strengths and weaknesses, but I need to find out how capable you are, Samurai. Mika scoffed and walked up to Evelyn, who was shorter than him by half a head. I'm game, though don't say I didn't warn— Evelyn lunged forward and slapped the blade of her palm against Mika's neck. As Mika gasped and spluttered, Evelyn shifted on the balls of her feet and turned, bringing him with her. Evelyn lifted Mika over her back and slammed him against the mats. With one hand still pinned, Evelyn calmly placed the arch of her foot against his throat. I believe I am victorious. Mika struggled viciously against Evelyn, but the more he fought, the more pressure Evelyn applied. After a minute of fighting, Mika ran out of air and started choking. He surrendered quickly after that. Evelyn stepped back and returned to the center of the room. As I was saying, let's get started, Samurai. Mika picked himself off the floor. That wasn't us getting started. That was just to put you in your place. He chuckled and bowed low, keeping his eyes on her. Forgive my conduct. That was incredibly rude of me. Evelyn laughed. You're forgiven. Just go easy on me next round, please. She smiled, her frosty eyes chilling the room. I refuse. Chapter 22. Mice in a Maze. Samson. After the 4th day in Tombsguard, my body simply couldn't handle it anymore. By the 9 kings of hell, I am so tired, I muttered to myself. My trembling hands slipped, and I dropped my pickaxe. It clanged loud against the stone and drew the nearby workers' gaze. The fuck you looking at? They jumped and quickly got back to mining. I left my pick where it lay and dragged myself over to a nearby table. I sagged into the chair and nearly passed out from exhaustion. The king of the mine, and I'm withering away to nothing. You look like hell, Mouse said. Mouse sat beside me, and checking the coast was clear, pulled a bit of bread from his inventory. I feel like it, I replied as he stuffed the crust in his mouth. You should get some sleep. I'll keep watch for an hour or so. Crumbs of bread stuck to his lips and scattered to the stale air as he spoke. Thanks. I leaned my head over onto the gray stone and was asleep before Mouse could dry swallow his next piece of stale bread. Hey, get up. It's time to go, Mouse said, roughly shaking me awake. It seemed like I'd gotten less than a second's sleep before I had opened my bleary, sleep-encrusted eyes, and they stung as the dim light of the mine shaft came into focus. I'm up, goddammit. Good, 'cause it's dinner time. I got up from the creaky wooden chair and shuffled in behind the growing line of prisoners filing out of the tunnel. The faint ring of the dinner bell sent a hypnotic miasma over everyone, and like rats to cheese, they followed without question. As we reached the common area, The guards were all lined up on the railing overlooking us, bows at the ready, while 2 soldiers stepped onto the stone elevator with today's meal. Even from here, with the packed, reeking bodies, the strong aroma wafted from the steaming cauldron. Lentil soup, vegetarian, if my nose was leading me straight. I'd have killed every last prisoner in here for a nice, juicy steak or, ye gods, a god's damned ale. The inmates lined up as the platform descended, and the guards cupped soup into tiny metal bowls for them. As the line thinned, 𝗲𝗁 stepped up to receive his bowl, but as soon as his fingers curled around it, one of the soldiers, a wiry, pinched-faced man, knocked it from his hands. "Oh, my bad, 𝗲𝗁. Don't worry, I'll go fetch you a fresh cup right away," 𝗵𝗂 said. 𝗲𝗁 hung his head and walked over to where I was sitting, which didn't go unnoticed. "How about you, King? You look hungry, Your Majesty. Please, let me go fetch our finest suckling pig for your refined palate." "Keep laughing, 𝗵𝗂," I said, holding up my hand. Without even needing to voice it, 𝗵𝗁 formed a wicked long set of claws over my hand. I drummed my talons over the table rhythmically, carving shallow divots in the wood each time my fingers struck down. You won't find it funny when my hand is writhing in your guts, rearranging your intestines. 𝗵𝗂 paled a tad and took a step back, visibly stopping his hand from going to his sword. He realized what he was doing and stood ramrod straight, putting a false mask of confidence over his features. "Whatever, King. You're stuck in the hellhole. You can't touch me." He glanced up and nodded to one of the men. Within a second, the platform rose once more, and 𝗵𝗂 spared one last sneer at me before leaving. "What a fucking prick," 𝗲𝗁 said, leaning back in his chair. "Yep, but most of them are that way. 𝗵𝗂 isn't special, he's just an ass. Speaking of, thank you for the assistance aspect." "You're welcome, knight, though I expect to be repaid in blood. I promise I'll get you as much as you want, within reason, when we get out of here." 𝗲𝗁 looked at me sideways. "You have a fucking weird class, 𝗁. You're telling me, but it beats out infiltrator," I snapped back with a wry grin. He couldn't help his smile. "Screw you." Our rumbling and aching stomachs stole the smiles from our faces. It had grown from hunger pangs to gut-ripping agony as the days wore on. The little bits of food we snuck staved off death, but only just. We were going to die if we didn't do anything, either from hunger or one of the prisoners. "We need to leave tonight if we're going," 𝗲𝗁 said. "Yeah, but don't get your hopes up. I'm betting it just leads to a dead end. Let me be the judge of that. Besides, what else do I have to look forward to in this pit of decay? A slow, painful death by starvation or a shiv in my back? I've been here 6 months already. I'm not going to survive another 6 months." Fair point. We'll check it out on night duty tonight. We'll have a couple hours before anyone comes and checks on us. While the other prisoners got to sleep in bunks in an antechamber connected to the mine, we had to stay awake and keep working, and every so often a different prisoner was voted to come and check on us. Some would keep their mouths shut, but I knew at least a few would spill their guts at the first opportunity, so it was constantly a gamble to try and get some sleep. "Oi, get back to work, Your Highness! Enough lollygagging!" I glared up at the guard but sighed and stood. "Looks like our break's over with," I said before shouting. "Food was delicious as always, 𝗵𝗂, but next time use more spit, really adds to the flavor. Fuck off, King. Get back to work before I have you beaten." 𝗲𝗁 and I left the common area and headed back into the shaft. I snagged my pick where it had fallen and started swinging away at the rock. After an hour of chipping away at the wall, soft footsteps echoed from further up the tunnel. Right on schedule. A dwarven girl with short brown hair and a missing ear peeked her head round the corner and glared at us before popping back under cover and scampering back to the others. As soon as she was out of sight and her footsteps faded away, I traded grins with 𝗲𝗁. "Give me 5 minutes, and we'll switch," I whispered. He nodded and took my pickaxe, hammering in a stilted, chaotic cadence while I ducked into a small shaft near us and sank against the wall until I hit the ground. I pulled out a large portion of meat and my water skin and downed them as fast as I could while I gathered what remained of my strength. The 5 minutes passed like seconds, and with a soft whistle, I groaned and picked my weary body back up and shambled over to 𝗲𝗁. He handed me the pickaxes and went to rest. I broke the rock apart and collected what ore I could in a large wheelbarrow that rested beside me. Normally, there were rewards for bringing in a good haul, but per 𝗵𝒊𝒄𝒄, I got none of them no matter what I brought up. When Mouse's time was up, I whistled and handed him back his pick. We contoured the slog until the next prisoner came and checked up on us. As they departed and the coast was clear, I dropped my pick. "Let's go, we don't have long." Mouse smiled and tossed his tool next to mine, and we headed deeper into the shaft. The tunnel we were heading for was at the deepest part of the mine and had been abandoned when there was no ore to be found. It was closed off by a slab of smooth stone that set it apart from the rest of the craggy and uneven rocks surrounding it. Mouse and I had taken turns going at the stone until we'd broken through the day before. A rush of moldy, stagnant air rankled my nose, and I knew we'd found something that hadn't been touched in years. Maybe it led to nothing but a dead end, or maybe there would be something hidden inside. It took us over 10 minutes of walking till we reached the tunnel. It was decided that this section of the shaft was barren, and as such there were no tools or digging equipment around. It was just endless gray rock. We took a right when we reached the cavern, and in another few minutes we were at the sealed-off tunnel. Mouse peered into the crack I'd made and recoiled. "Told you this would lead somewhere." "Yeah, but we still don't know if it's an escape. This could just be a waste of time." "Oh, ye of little faith." "Then let's take a look," I said, and reached into the crack. As before, chitin crawled from my pores, and I gripped the hunk of rock and yanked hard. It crumbled under my fingers, bringing loud chunks crashing to the floor with a cloud of rock dust that clung to our throats as we inhaled. I spluttered and coughed to clear my airway, and when everything finally settled, we got a good look at what was behind the sealed door. It was pitch black. We couldn't see a thing. Mouse laughed as we stared into the abyss. "Got a light?" "Well, if we're breaking the rules anyway, might as well break them completely." I pulled a torch from my inventory and got it lit. The biting flame illuminated the wide corridor and chamber behind us, but only banished a couple dozen feet of darkness before it curved. "Well, let's get a move on. Once it's discovered we aren't working, they'll come looking for us." "Good point. Let's scout it out and get back." We both stepped into the cavern and began our descent. It was wide enough for several people to move side by side, so it held with our theory of being an abandoned mineshaft. But I hadn't seen one purposefully boarded up like it was, so I was wondering what the warden was trying to keep hidden. Signs of heavy mining littered the walls as we went deeper in, but after about 3 minutes of walking, the excavation slowed and then stopped altogether by the time we reached the end. "Look at that," Mouse said, pointing upward. Just above my head was a pretty large vein of iron, completely untouched. "Well, we know they didn't close it because the shaft ran dry, so there has to be something here they didn't want discovered." "But what?" Mouse threw up his arms and spun in a semicircle. "We're at the end, and there isn't anything here." A thought struck me. "Mouse, what abilities do you have for Infiltrator?" "A few," he replied warily. "You know I'm not going to tell you them, though." "No, man." I shook my head. "Screw game etiquette. Do you have layout?" "Oh. You think something is hidden away here?" "Has to be something along those lines." He nodded and knelt, holding his hand out, palm facing upward. A subtle brush of wind licked at my skin for a second before being whisked away by the stale, still air in the bottom of the mineshaft. Mouse chuckled as he stared at the invisible map in his hand, which quickly turned to full-blown, raucous laughter. "You were right. There is something beyond the rock." "Don't keep me in suspense." He closed his fist and stood up. "I don't know what lies beyond it, but layout showed empty space, and that means there's something other than rock. That's all I care about. Whether it leads to freedom is another story, but it gets us the hell out of here." He walked over to the back wall and rapped his knuckles on the stone. "That's hard rock, though. Getting through it is going to be a bitch." I smiled. "Well, we best get started." With one last heavy swing of my pick, we carved a hole just wide enough to squeeze through. "That was fucking miserable," Mouse said as he doubled over, panting. "Yeah, no kidding." It had taken us most of the day to excavate the wall. We took turns wailing at the unyielding stone until it relented and bent to our desires. We'd worked in shifts, mining until exhaustion to get the hole cleared. We'd been gone for hours, and the prisoners were sent into the mine looking for us. But thanks to Mouse's chameleon ability, we were able to disguise the hole we'd made in the start of the shaft and stayed quiet until they left. But after 12 hours, we'd knocked a hole 4 feet wide and 5 feet deep and finally broke through to the other side. The downside was that we were both utterly spent. I could barely move, let alone fight, and whatever lay beyond the hole was uncharted territory. "If we go through right now, we go at our worst, and I don't like our chances," Mouse said. If we stay, we risk capture by the prisoners and being turned over to the guard. Both just terrific options, he replied with a weak chuckle. There weren't any better options. Either we stayed and recovered, risking being found and captured, or we took a chance on the mysterious hole to nowhere. I vote the hole, but I'm not going to fault you on your decision. Mouse wasn't my friend, wasn't part of my guild. I owed him as much as he owed me. Nothing. We were tied in mutual bondage, but what he chose was his will, as was my own. I wasn't going to stay 1 second longer. I stepped through the hole and looked back. Your choice, Mouse, but I'm getting out of here. I've been away too long. I refuse to stay when freedom is right here. He glanced back up the tunnel and back at me. Fuck, you're right. Let's get the hell out of here. Exhaustion be damned. He followed behind me, and we slid through the crack. The tight wall brushed on my chest and back, making breathing difficult. For a few seconds, claustrophobia tempted my heartbeat, but then I was through and standing on the other side. It was just as dark, and I'd had to stow my torch to make the climb. I pulled it out and relit it. The darkness recoiled in surprise, and the biting orange flame illuminated our surroundings and danced along the walls. More of the same rock on this side, but it spread in a rough circle around us, and our little bubble had been carved by hand rather than nature. The sharp scrapes and tool marks that riddled the space told me as much. What the hell is this place? My question had to wait as Mouse slid out behind me. He coughed and hacked up a gob of phlegm onto the floor. Damn, what is this place? Mouse stared and scratched his head. Not part of the mine. The markings aren't from mining. They're from excavation. I peered closer at the markings and realized he was correct, and that they were old, years and years old. But that alone didn't tell us anything. Let's keep going, see if we can find a way out of here. We pushed forward and eventually came to the end of the room, and on the far wall was smooth stone bricks, worn and crumbling from age. Shit, do you know what this has to be? I asked. A building buried deep under the earth, housing some ancient Lovecraftian monstrosity? I laughed, despite the pain. Hopefully not, but this has to be a forgotten part of old Aldrust, something that was left over when the dwarves rebuilt it. Okay, but how does that help us? He asked, exasperated and exhausted. We were both at the end of our rope and struggling just to stay on our feet. The days of little food and sleep had taken their toll. Rushing wind split the still air, and I turned at the sound, going for my sword, only to find it not on my waist. I was slow turning, too slow to react fast enough. A small hunk of rock grazed my forehead as it sailed past, ripping a rough tear across my scalp. It clanked against the stone behind me as I hastily equipped my steel. The hell was that? Mouse asked, stating it into the darkness. I've got an idea, I replied as the adrenaline of battle flooded through my veins. My hunger and exhaustion didn't matter anymore. The only thing that mattered was the sword in my hand and the blood I was about to spill. Another rock flew toward me from the abyss, and I angled the flat of my sword just in time to deflect it. Quit hiding, you bloody coward! Mouse, shut up and draw your weapon. If there's one, there'll be more. He shot me a questioning look, but did as I told him and donned his mottled gray and black armor, drawing an elegant dagger. I couldn't wear my armor. It was too heavy and would sap my strength like nothing else. I needed mobility for what was coming for us. They clung to the darkness like ghosts, but only one thing would be this deep below the earth, and they traveled in clusters. One of them scuttled into view of the torch, lighting their malformed features. It was tiny, moving quickly on 6 legs. Its spindly lower half ended at its waist, and a childish torso slunk into view. A wide head with no mouth or nose stared back with 8 sets of lidless eyes. Dull white irises reflected the light of the torch. The fuck is that? A knocker, I replied. Be fast on your feet. They'll chuck rocks fast enough to crush your skull if they hit. They're territorial little bastards, and we've just intruded on their domain. More stone cut through the air, and we scattered as they pinged around us. There wasn't any cover in the room, and there was no way we could shimmy back through the gap in time before we got brained by one of them. Our best bet was to retreat rather than engage. They wouldn't stray far from their home, which meant if we could get far enough away, they wouldn't follow us. Mouse dodged a volley of rocks, but he tripped, and one of them smashed into his forearm. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a tortured scream as Mouse clutched his limp wrist. Bloody bones split his skin, and crimson rose around it to spill down his fingers. It's broken, but at least it was his offhand. We didn't have any more room for mistakes, but we couldn't stay in the room. It was a death trap, and sooner or later we'd exhaust ourselves and our luck. Mouse, get to cover. Where? My eyes scanned the darkened cavern, and besides the enclosed space we resided in, there was nothing but the wall in front of us. If we can get inside, they'll be forced to come down from the ceiling to attack us. Follow me, I shouted, running for the other end of the room. Lend me your power. I need it. Of course. I skidded to a stop when I reached the smooth gray brick of the long-forgotten dwelling. With my hands encased in chitin, I tore at the mortar that held them together and ripped them apart with ease. The wall came down like clay in my hands, and in a handful of seconds, we had our egress. Mouse filed in after me, and we paused in what had once resembled a workshop. Stone tables were strewn with a heavy layer of dust, and the rusted remains of iron lay in scattered chaos. I kept an eye on the entrance while Mouse pulled a health potion from his inventory and downed it in seconds. His labored breathing evened out as his bones reset in his arm, and he wiggled his fingers, twisting and bending his wrist. Much better. Good, because we've got company. 4 thumps landed on the roof, and many legs scuttled towards the gap I'd made. They crept over the edge, clinging to the ceiling. When they spotted us, they fell to the floor and raised their slender appendages. They scraped them along the edges of the floor and walls, and the rock bent to their will, forming heavy clumps of stone at the tip of each limb. As they reared back to throw them, Mouse threw himself to the side, and I activated Dance of the Immortal. What little color that existed in this gray landscape bled away to mix with the stone around us. Mouse froze mid-roll, his chin tucked to his collarbone. The knockers froze before they could loose their homemade projectiles at us. I had 10 seconds to kill them. It was more than enough. They had grouped up, making my job easy for me. I crossed the room and arced the edge of my steel through the neck of the first knocker. It hung in the air as my blade passed through it, and the momentum carried my swing to the second monster. The tip scored a deep gash in the second's cheek and split its jaw in two, continuing until the metal lodged in its throat. I pulled my sword free and vaulted over the split mouth knocker to engage the final 2. For my encore, I rammed the blade through the chest of the one on the right and grabbed the final knocker in my blackened hand. I crushed its windpipe, tearing through its soft skin to shred and pulp its flesh and arteries. 2 dark blood sprayed from the wounds I'd inflicted, and the color stuttered, telling me my time was up. I left the carcasses of the creatures to fall and ran back to my original position, just managing to wipe the blood from my blade before the world restored its dominance, and I sagged to my knees. "The fuck?" Mouse shouted when he came out of his roll and saw the blood-strewn bodies. I couldn't muster the strength to even speak, and my sword slipped from my fingers as my battle-fatigue jumped to nearly max and I fell to the ground. Mouse raced over to me and pulled me out of the path of the pooling gore. "What just happened?" he asked, his voice frantic. I tried to form words, but using dance had taken the last of my strength, and I lost consciousness. When I finally opened my eyes, I hurt everywhere. The nap I'd taken had only exacerbated my exhaustion, and sitting up brought aching misery to my bones and muscles. Mouse sat cross-legged by a fire. "Where are we?" I asked, looking around. We were in a building, equally as decrepit and worn as the workshop, but it wasn't the same building. The roof was convex rather than flat. "Still in the cave, just a lot further in. Had to carry your ass when more of those knockers showed up after the others died. Which, speaking of, how the hell did you do that?" "Do what?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "Don't give me that," he said, waving a thin wooden skewer at me, its tip blackened by flame. "All 4 of those things die at the same time, and then you collapse like your battle fatigue maxed out? I know you did something, just can't figure out what." I shrugged and grabbed one of the skewers that still had a bit of food on them and dug in. The meat was bland, absolutely no seasoning, but I was ravenous and inhaled it as fast as I could chew. "Don't know what you want me to say," I replied with my mouth full. He gave me a sideways look and smirked. "Fine, then. Keep your secrets." Mouse didn't pry more after that, and I was thankful. He'd revealed a bit about his own class, but that was only because it was necessary to getting us out of Tombsguard. He'd dragged me out of a bad situation, and I owed him, but I wasn't about to spill one of my trump cards to someone I didn't trust. Haven't killed a knocker in a while. Let's see what they gave me. Combat results. 4 killed, knocker, 3400 EXP. Total EXP gained, 3400 EXP. EXP 5900 out of 5900. Level up. Level 60. 2900 out of 6000 EXP. 10 stat points available. 1 ability point available. Finally made it back to 60. Good. Though I need to think about what ability I want next. I grabbed my sword and looked down at the slight trickle of poison. Poison Blade has been helpful, but not all that useful since I've increased my attack damage. Might think about removing it and choosing something else, but that can wait till I'm not so exhausted. We stayed there for a few hours, just gathering our strength and napping in shifts. The threat of being discovered was mitigated by the knockers. Even if anyone from Tombsguard found the hole we'd made, the knockers would keep them from following us. When our strength returned, we set off again through the forgotten and abandoned ruins. They were falling to pieces. Some of the very stone itself crumbled under our feet when we stepped on it. It took nearly a full day of exploring the maze of streets and buildings, but we finally found a passage that connected to a section of the new Lowtown. It took some digging and mouse using layout nearly 15 times over the course of 18 hours, but we finally broke through the stone and reached civilization again. As the dust cleared, we climbed through the wall and stood in the warehouse district for Lowtown, only a few miles from the pleasure district where I had a score to settle. The two of us dusted ourselves off and made sure no one was around before moving. Before we'd gone 3 steps, Mouse turned, holding out his hand. "Thank you for all your help, Durin. I'm glad to have made an ally in that misery, but this is where we part ways." "You sure?" I took his hand and gave it a firm shake. "I can't convince you to come back with me. Could always use someone like you in our guild." He laughed and clapped me on the back. "Coming from the leader of the Gloom Knights, that's a fine compliment, but you've got a score to settle. And so do I." I knew the look in his eye, knew I had no chance to convince him otherwise, so I didn't even try. "All right, but it's an open offer, and I won't forget you pulling me from that place. You ever need help, just call," I said, handing him my contact card. With a final wave, he vanished into the stone. Good luck, Mouse. Okay, time to go settle accounts. Chapter 23. Return. I kept to the shadows as I made my way to the low road, but there were hardly any citizens out at this time of night. Through the stone window, I found Orin and 𝗀 sitting by the bar, drinking. The stone door was closed, but it was thin, easily broken if I put my all into it. "Ready? Drink her dry. Drain them both." I was angry enough that the aspect's words were tempting, enticing even. The heat of a furnace brushed my skin, and soon I was covered in the obsidian armor. I dug into the stone with my claws and pulled it from its frame with a grunt and resounding crack. It crumbled to nothing in my hand, and I stepped through the cloud to stare down the man who'd wronged me. "Hey, Orin, we need to talk." Both turned when I ripped the door free, but Orin didn't panic till he heard my voice. He knew it was me, even if I looked like a demon. He knew what awaited him. His fear was palpable in the air. Sweat and adrenaline drifted out with every hitched breath. "Durin, you remembered me, though it has only been a few days. Glad to see your memory is intact." "I had no choice. I swear." "Doesn't matter. You betrayed me. For that, you die." He sold me out, and I refused to let that stand. I walked toward them, calm in my steps. There was only one entrance or exit, and they would have to get past me to escape. The end of the line. "Fuck you," Orin shouted, hands outstretched as he began muttering in script. 𝗀 followed his lead and dropped her illusion over her wings. With a shimmer, her dragonfly wings beat faster than my eyes could follow, and she rose to float over the bar. Her bright blue eyes shone in the candlelight as she scowled at me. She mirrored Orin and began her spellcraft, both speaking in rolling tongues. As their script circles appeared in front of their hands, I chuckled and activated Aura of the Anti-Mage. It blew across the room and shattered their nascent spells before they could finish. They stared in shock as their colorful magic dissolved back into the ether before their eyes, and they gaped at me. "What? How?" I just laughed. Easily. With their magic broken and their mana drained, 𝗀 could no longer hold herself up, and as the rainbow glimmer dimmed along her wings, she lowered back to the ground. Orin snarled a curse and charged me. His wiry black hair clung to his sweaty face as he attacked. Orin swung, aiming for my chin. I leaned back as his punch went wide and raised my jagged talons. As his arm sailed past, I hooked my fingertips into his bicep, just above the crook in his arm. Resistance tugged at my hand before giving way and sliding deep into his flesh. Blood rushed from the wound, fleeing from his severed artery. Before he could fall or retaliate, I kicked the back of his knee and brought him to his knees. I cut your brachial artery. You'll be unconscious in less than half a minute, dead in under 2. It'll be quick. Blood pooled at his legs from the river, soaking his once white tunic. Orin shot a final look at 𝗏, and then back to me, his eyes unfocused and distant. Sorry. Don't hurt her. Orin collapsed over to the floor from the blood loss, his eyes closing one last time. I left him to his fate and crossed the room to stand in front of 𝗏, who stared at Orin's body with tears streaming down her face. Only when my shadow darkened her features did she meet my gaze. Panicked, she squinted her eyes, and a burst of rainbow light flared to life through her wings, and they flitted, trying to fly. With the last drops of magic in her system, she tried to escape. Her feet lifted an inch from the ground before I reached behind her. I took hold of the base of her wings and ripped them from her spine. 𝗏 wailed in tortured suffering as sinew and muscle tore free from her and stuck to the ends of her wings, dripping blood. I tossed them aside and clamped my hand over her mouth to silence her screeching. I only came for Orin, but you had to interfere. I'd have left you alone, but you got in my way. Let me have her. Let me taste of her. Let me savor her sweetness. I sighed, but I owed it for lending me its power. Just make it quick. We need to leave. With pleasure. I wiped the macabre stains from my mouth and spat, trying to remove the salty sweetness from my tongue. I hope you enjoyed that, because I'll never get used to it. She was delicious. Her memories even more so. Glad you like them, but I didn't really need those memories aspect. It chuckled darkly. They were some of the best she had. The others were tame. I shook off the twisted laughter and left the low road. I needed to leave Aldrust, but it wasn't going to be easy. The entrance would be heavily monitored, and I was sure mine and Mouse's escape was already spreading through the city. It might turn into a fight if I try to leave that way, but I don't have much choice. There were still a few things I had to grab back at the hideout, namely the knife 𝗏 had given me. I'd left it under the bed, and I didn't want to leave without it. 𝗏 hated me now, so it would probably be the last thing I would ever own by him. As calmly as I could, I slunk through the streets of Lowtown till I reached the house. I had a few scrolls left, and after the door slid away, I bolted through, eager to get in and get out. My foot hit the stairs when a shuffle came from my right, and a heavy weight bore down on me. Something incredibly sharp dug into my neck hard enough to draw blood, and I froze. They had me dead to rights. I risked tilting my neck to get a good look at my assailant and sighed in relief when I saw her pale skin and bloody eyes. By the 9 kings of hell, Raven! Scared me to death. She flinched as if I'd shocked her and jumped back. Her wicked talons reached for the lantern by the couch. When light filled the room and she got a better look at me, she let out a breath and retracted her claws. Durin, thank the gods, she said, crossing the room to pull me to my feet. Before I could respond when I stood, she wrapped me in a crushing hug. I'm okay, Raven. No need to try and squeeze the life out of me, I said, my voice strangled. Raven pulled back, but her hands lingered on me. Her right cradled my neck, and as she stared up at me, a decision crossed her eyes and solidified. Her fingers tensed and drew me closer to her as she pressed her lips to mine. They were incredibly soft and only a little chapped. Raven's mouth lingered on mine, but it was chaste, loving. It was a kiss that made clear her feelings for me, ones that I didn't know if I could reciprocate. She pulled away, a lifetime later, with a subtle pop as our mouths uncoupled. Her breathing was uneven, her pulse raced, but she wore a wide smile as she backed away and dropped her hands. My hand went to my lips as a whirlwind of emotion writhed in my chest. I was conflicted, so very conflicted. I'm sorry for springing that on you. but I'd wished I'd done it back at the cathedral, and I swore if I saw you again, I would find the courage to do it. We can't, never mind. What are you still doing here? I told you to leave. I did, and I came here. I was going to take the heart back to Magnus, but I couldn't. I couldn't abandon you, not when you risked your own life to save mine. So you still have it? She nodded. I sighed and went to the fridge to grab the last ale. I took a long pull and went and sat on the couch. We don't have time to be sitting around, but I was planning to bust through the gate solo. I can't do that if she's beside me, let alone carrying the God's damned heart. This complicates matters. I don't have a plan for getting us both out of Aldrust. Raven plopped down next to me and snagged the ale as I was about to take a sip. She took a drink and passed it back. A small smile curved the edge of her lips. I've got one. Oh, do tell. We use the vents. The vents? The air vents? Uh-huh. You're insane. There's no way that could... I tugged at my unruly beard, lost in thought. Well, okay, that might work. I paused, working the logistics out in my head. There isn't anything but a series of nets to keep debris clear from the vents themselves. In theory, it's a straight shot to the surface, though we'll have to break the metal encasing the shaft at the bottom and top to escape. I didn't know how it would play out, but it was a better plan than rushing the guards and slaughtering them. All right, we'll get moving as soon as I get a bath. I don't even want to think about how nasty I am right now. I got up from the couch and turned to head up the stairs when Raven's hand closed around my wrist. What? She frowned. We're not going to talk about the kiss? I huffed and scratched my chin. What do you want me to say, Raven? I'm already in love with someone, and even if I like you, it doesn't change that. But you do like me. I sighed. Yes, I like you. Happy? She beamed at me. For now. I climbed the stairs and quickly drew a bath. As I hopped in, I sat back and let what just happened sink in. That's not going to end well for me, I just know it. I hated what she was when we met, didn't want anything to do with her, but she was a lot like Eris. Not so much in their personalities, but she didn't give me any choice but to like her. Especially now. After what Eris did, it's only fair I'm allowed to do the same. I shook my head. Don't be ridiculous. I couldn't. I can't. Eris had a good reason for what she did. I just knew it. I couldn't let that and whatever feelings I had for Raven influence my thoughts. I knew Eris wouldn't care one bit about sharing, but that was something I didn't know if I could do. It was every man's fantasy, but I was loyal to my partner, and even kissing Raven was a betrayal to Eris. But she betrayed me first. I blew out a very long breath. Worry about your love life after we get out of the city that would see us dead. I cleaned myself thoroughly and finally got rid of the beard. It had grown out and was filthy. Never liked it to begin with. I only kept it because Eris liked it. When I was clean, I changed into a fresh set of clothes and raced to the bedroom to grab my knife from under the bed. I glanced at the black metal for a brief second as a wave of regret came over me before I stowed it away and went back downstairs. Raven was waiting by the door, and as soon as I came down, she walked out. Let's get going. Raven glanced around the dead street before transforming. With a cloud of feathers, she became the giant black raven and lowered to let me on. We need to hurry. It's going to be hard to fly straight up with you weighing me down. Right. I hopped on, and she took off in a single smooth motion. In a handful of seconds, we were soaring high above the sleeping city. I wasn't worried about anyone seeing us. There weren't many people out at this hour, and we were high enough that we blended well into the shadows cast by the earth and rocks. We flew past the giant cluster of mana crystals embedded in the ceiling. Our reflections multiplied with the pulsating light. It was gorgeous, and my skin prickled with the condensed and stored up mana that leaked out ever so gently. It's even prettier up close, I said, staring as we passed by. My remark didn't earn me a comment from Raven. Either she didn't hear me or she was busy concentrating on flying. The closest vent came upon us quickly, and I let the chitin flow over me as we approached. The vent stuck out like a thick metal tube many dozens of feet wide. A thick cap clung to the tip of it, and a wire net prevented us from entering. "I'll make a pass, and you climb onto the vent and create an opening," Raven said. "Got it." I readied myself, and when I was right underneath it, I leapt and clung to the vent like my life depended on it, which it did. I did an incredibly stupid thing and looked down. Far, far below me was Aldrust, and my stomach lurched, roiling with nerves. My skin went clammy just as Cottonmouth dried my tongue, and I fought to keep from hurling. Holy shit, I swore, and focused on anything other than the many hundreds of feet that separated me from becoming jelly on the pavestones. With my claws, I set to work slicing through the dense wire, careful where I cut so I wouldn't cut away my lifeline. The string dipped and buckled as I severed it, and I clung even tighter as I made a hole more than wide enough for Raven to fly through. When I was finished, I slowly crawled up through the hole and perched on the lip of the metal while I caught my breath and my nerves quit screaming at me. It only took a few minutes before Raven flew up through the hole and landed beside me. "That was kind of fun," she said. "Yeah, but look up." The tubular shaft stretched up and up. More nets like the one I just cut through hung on brackets every 100 feet or so. We had plenty to cut through to get out of this place. "Well, we best get started. This is going to take a while." "Woo!" I screamed as we shot through the vent and out into the blistering daylight. "Freedom!" It had taken several long hours of hopping from net to net before we reached the top, and by the time we were done, we were both slick with sweat and beyond exhausted. But soaring through the open air once again was more than enough of a reward for our hard work. "I'll fly as far away from Aldrust as I can, but we'll have to find a place to stop and rest soon." "Understood." I sat back and relaxed as the cool wind whipped the sweat from my face and arms. The sun was bright and high in the sky, telling me it was mid-afternoon. I basked under the sun's rays as they brushed along my skin. We flew for an hour at least before Raven's tempo faltered and she slowed. She'd worn herself out and landed in a grassy field in the middle of nowhere. As soon as I climbed off of her, she transformed back into her human form and sagged to the ground. "Fuck, I'm beyond exhausted," she said, leaning back on her hands. "I'm just glad we got away. Seems like whenever I leave a place these days, it's because people are chasing after me. You know, a month ago, my life was actually pretty simple. Now it's world-shattering conspiracies and power the likes of which I don't understand." "You can't say it's not exciting, though." "Ha, you know, back on my world, there was an old 2-part curse that went something like that. May you live in interesting times. These are certainly that." Raven laughed as the breeze lifted blades of grass into the air around her and clawed at her gorgeous dark hair. "What was the second part?" "May you find what you're looking for." Doesn't sound like much of a curse to me, but then again, my threshold is set at a terrifying little girl gouging out my eyes. I chuckled and pulled out my bag, trying to find some food and drink. Touché. There was still a bit of dried food and water left, so I split it among us, and we scarfed it down while letting our fatigue fade. "We better hurry," Raven began 15 minutes later. "I'd rather not reach Castle Illyria in the middle of the night. Hey, hand me the heart." She did as I asked, taking it out and passing it to me. I took it and grunted as the curse set in, but the reduction of my stats was nothing new, and I grinned and bore it. I stowed the gemstone away and stood up. "I was fine carrying it. Why'd you take it back?" "Because we're not going back to Magnus," I told her. "What? Why?" she asked, climbing to her feet. I had to admit, I liked Raven. Her personality and mine got along well, and I would be the first to admit I was wrong about her. But at that moment, none of it mattered if she was loyal to Magnus. I just spent the last 5 days working myself to the bone in Tombsguard. I'm tired, angry as hell, and I want to go home. Magnus has waited for his bauble long enough. Another day or two won't matter. Now, the question you need to answer is, where do your loyalties lie? If they're to Magnus, then you can run back to him like a good little slave. I held out my hand to her. Or you can come with me. It wasn't even a decision for her. She took my hand without hesitation, and my heart swelled. Then let's go home. We set off and spent half a day flying. When I spotted the rolling hills in the distance, I knew I was home. The sun faded under the horizon as we glided over Lake Gloom. The cool air was tinged with moisture, and it beaded along my skin and clothes. Castle Gloom Harbor was the same as always, but I'd never seen it from on high like this, and as we dipped and flew over the gate, shouts rose from our men-at-arms. Raven landed in the outer bailey as a group of guards approached in charcoal and purple armor, each of them brandishing their weapons. "To the king who walks in shadow," I shouted before they made a foolish mistake. At once the assault halted in its tracks. The man lowered his weapons. "Sorry, Lord. We didn't know it was you." I smiled at the rabbit man. "It's okay, Lagos. You were just doing your job. But speaking of—" "Right, Lord," he said in a rush, and they went back to their posts. Raven transformed once again, and when her human form presented itself, she smiled. "You probably gave them a heart attack. You're the one who shifts into a big-ass bird." She doubled over with laughter, and I was about to join her when a notification blared in front of my face. "Warning, proximity to Hive Queen less than 100 meters. Stat penalty removed. Eris." In that instant, I didn't care about anything else. I didn't care that she had slept with someone else or that I was angry with her. It didn't matter in that moment. I ran for the doors and arrived just as they opened. It seemed nearly every one of the Gloom Knights came to greet me as Gil and Wilson pushed open the doors, weapons drawn, with Evelyn, Adam, and the others close behind. They just stopped and stared at me, eyes wide. "Durin?" "Hey, guys." Wilson went to respond, but a voice silenced everything else in my world. "Sam!" Eris rushed through the crowd like oil through water and was suddenly standing before me. Her large obsidian eyes filled with tears as wind swept at her unruly golden mane. Then she was in my arms, and everything was right with the world again. I cradled her against me as she sobbed in relief and brushed my fingers down her hair as she shook. I didn't even care that she'd said my name in front of everyone. I no longer cared. All I cared about in that moment was Eris. We stayed that way for only a short time, and after what must have been only a few seconds, she let go of me and stood, though her eyes never left mine. "I've missed you, as I you, my bonded." I pulled her close and kissed her, telling her with my lips how much I loved her. And I knew that no kiss could ever hope to measure up to it again. Even though my entire world consisted of Eris, I became acutely aware of the eyes of the audience behind us, and I realized our touching reunion had a few more guests than I'd anticipated. I broke the kiss with a final brush over her mouth and stood up. My fingers found hers and intertwined as I walked over and greeted my family. "So, what's new?" Gil just laughed. His baritone echoed throughout the bailey as Wilson rolled up his sleeves of his black tunic, revealing his multitude of tattoos as he crossed his arms. "Seems we have a lot to discuss. If we could all adjourn to the guild hall?" "Oh, goody. A meeting." Saying there was a lot to cover was an understatement, to say the least. Since I'd met with the puppet master himself, I went first. I told them nearly everything. About meeting Magnus, the power he wielded, and the staggering amount of wealth he possessed, and stealing 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏's heart. I left out anything about Illyria, and I especially left out the fact that we'd been here for nigh on a millennia, at least for the time being. Magnus had promised answers, and when I had all the facts, then I would share them. And then they told me of their journey to Slaughter Woods and meeting the Arachne Queen. Eris told me of their fight with the gigantic spider 𝗵𝗍. I winced when she told me of getting impaled. "That explains what happened in the vault," I said. "What?" she asked. "I had the heart in my hands when my own stopped. I fell and things got complicated." I knew the forlorn look on her face and stopped her. "Wasn't your fault for getting stabbed, love. Don't even think of blaming yourself." She chuckled and squeezed my hand. "You know me too well, my bonded." Neither of us broached the topic we knew we needed to discuss. It would come later, and I just wanted to enjoy being next to her for a while longer. "Can we see the heart?" Wilson asked. "Sure," I replied and pulled it out of my inventory. It retained its size, sitting comfortably in my hands. "Just be careful of it. It's no mere gem. I slid it to the center of the table, and everyone stared in wonder at it. Kinda small, don't you think? Harper asked, his hands absent-mindedly running through his short hair. It's always about size with men, Yumiko joked, snorting with barely suppressed laughter. Har, har. Adam, look, Evelyn said, nudging her brother. No, I see it, but how would he know? Evelyn shrugged. Her golden eyes dimmed as she squinted at the emerald on the table before they widened. Couldn't be. Guild leader, this Magnus, what does he look like? Average, I guess. Not tall or short, medium build, shaggy blonde hair, green eyes. Her eyes lit up in surprise, which was the most emotion I'd ever seen in them, and that terrified me. Excuse us, Adam said, standing from his chair. They both left the guild hall before I could ask them what the hell was going on. The rest of us stared after them until Wilson spoke up. Well, I guess that concludes this meeting. I'm going to grab a bottle of brandy and try not to think too hard. I stowed the heart back in my inventory and grimaced as the curse set in. Guess I'll go grab a shower and some sleep, though I still need to introduce everyone to Raven. I'd only briefly explained her presence and that she was a shifter. The others took that fact much better than I had, though there was still plenty of distrust towards them. You can come in now, I called out. Raven came in through the open door, followed by Mika. We exchanged nods. Glad to see you decided to take me up on my offer. He laughed. Well, I wasn't busy. Figured why not? Wilson cleared his throat. So, is everyone in agreement about allowing Takamikazuchi entrance into the guild? My hand shot up first, followed swiftly by everyone else's. Then it's settled. Welcome to the Gloom Nights, Mika. Glad to be here. Eris came up and placed her hand on my lower back. Who's your friend? Oh, right, I said, motioning towards Raven. Eris, this is Raven. Raven, Eris. Raven smiled and held out her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Durin wouldn't stop talking about you. All good things, of course. Eris took her hand and jumped like a bolt of lightning struck her. Her eyes flicked down at their hands and then over to me. So that's what that feeling was. You're bonded to my Sam. Raven nodded and looked over to me. It wasn't exactly by either of our choices, but it can be undone when we return the heart. She shrugged. Oh, I don't mind. I completely understand. The Alice isn't known for her kindness, and I'm sure her contract was probably as ruthless as she is. That's putting it mildly, Raven replied. Anyway, Sam trusts you, and that's good enough for me. How do you know that? Raven asked. Eris smiled at her and let her hand go, turning to me. Because we are bonded. I can feel what he feels, but even without that, it's plain in his eyes, his bearing. He relaxes around you, which tells me he trusts you, and that's all I need to know. Raven beamed at her. Thank you, but I still think Durin isn't exactly comfortable with the arrangement. If it's his choice, I will unbind with him. I think we can table that discussion for another time, I said, gesturing around the empty room. I'm in desperate need of a bath and to catch up on my sleep. We can talk more in the morning. Of course. We filed out of the guild hall into the third floor. I showed Raven to her room, the one Eris had been staying in when this all started. I told her to come get me if she needed anything and bid her a good night. After heading back to our room, Eris and I took the longest bath ever, and by the time my pruned and shriveled skin had soaked up a gallon of water, we got out and dried off, falling into bed together. Sleep, I moaned. Not quite, my love, Eris said, despair filling her eyes. Right. I sat up and pulled the tie from my hair. Guess we'd better get this over with. I couldn't stop the anger and betrayal from creeping back from where I'd locked them away. They came willingly, and my heart burned in anguish. You slept with someone else. The Spider Queen, if the notification is any indication. I did, she said with hardly any emotion. I shot up from the bed and whirled on her. Why? Because I needed her power, and that was the price she asked of me. That doesn't excuse what I did, though. I knew it would hurt you, but I still chose to agree to it. Eris paused. I'm sorry I hurt you, my bonded, I am. But I needed Reyna's blessing. So that makes it okay? I threw my hands up and paced the room, trying not to scream at her. The pacing helped while I waited for her response. Eris didn't say anything for a long time, her head down and her arms folded over her chest as she sat on the bed. I nearly died, Sam. It was so close, and I know you felt what I felt. I nearly died because I'm weak, weaker than anyone here, and that can't continue. I refuse to let it continue. She stood and padded over to me. Her hand found mine, and she gave it a squeeze. I love you. I love you as much as I've ever loved anyone. But Reyna reminded me that I'm not human, and I shouldn't hold myself to human ideals. There is absolutely no love between Reyna and I. It was simply an exchange of favors. My kind thrived on the practice. As I told you, it was business. Her response was clear, logical, and I hated it. I hated that I understood her motivations. But I knew she wouldn't have just done it because she wanted to. She isn't that kind of person. I knew she had to have a very good reason to sleep with someone else. My anger is just because she did it. My rage boiled to the surface, and I turned away from her, slamming my fist into the wall. Bone cracked, and the skin over my knuckles split open. God's damn it, Eris. I get it. I turned and sagged to the ground, completely ignoring the pain in my hand. She was right, and I hated it. My rage slipped out as cold apathy gripped me. I was too worn down, too much had happened in the last few days, and I couldn't handle it. I brought my knees to my chest and laid my head on my arms. You're right. You're not human, and I can't stop you. Do whatever you want. I don't care. Chapter 24. Acceptance. Eris. Sam's words cut deeper than any blade, and I sucked in a breath as a cold weight pressed down my chest. As he hung his head, his voice defeated, I couldn't stop the tears that rushed over my cheeks. I'd hurt him so bad, and I didn't know how to fix it. I dropped to my knees and crawled across the stone to him. My hands tugged at his warm skin. He tensed as I touched him, and my heart broke again. I grabbed for his hand, the one he'd damaged. I tore my shirt off and ripped a long strip from it. He gave me the hand I gingerly wrapped and tied a knot to keep the bandage from falling off. When the blood stopped dripping, I just held his hand in mine, unsure of what to do. Sam refused to look at me, his head hidden by his knees. I couldn't take it. I pushed in between his legs and cupped his head in my hands. Sam, look at me. He didn't move, and my desperation grew. Sam, please. My voice broke, and I choked as I sobbed. I clutched at him, my hands digging into his shirt. Please. His head lifted as I devolved into hysterics and bawled into his chest. I'm sorry. I didn't know what else to say, and my voice failed me as I cried. Sam's powerful arms wrapped around me and brought me closer. I only cried harder at his touch and clung to him with everything I had. His warm cheek brushed against mine, and he held me for a very long time before he spoke. I forgive you. I only cried harder at his words. I cried until I had no more tears to cry, and my throat hurt from the strain. Sam eventually picked me up and held me tight as he took me to our bed. He didn't say another word as he leaned back against his headboard and ran his fingers through my hair. We stayed that way for hours, until eventually the emotional drain and exhaustion settled in, and I fell asleep, still holding on to him. I didn't know what time it was when I finally awoke, but from the way my eyes stuck together, I guessed we'd been asleep for a very long time. The events of the night rushed back to me, and a well of emotions rose in my chest. Sam had forgiven me. His words and his touch told me that, but I wasn't sure if I'd forgiven myself, not of the act itself. I knew that I'd made the right choice there, but the pain that I'd caused him was something I didn't know if I could ever forgive myself for. Sam breathed gently as he slept on his side beside me, his bare back presented to me. I never tired of staring at him, at his muscles as they rose and fell with every breath. I placed my hand in between his shoulder blades and caressed down his back ever so slightly, just to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Words can't express how much I missed you, Sam. I leaned over and kissed his cheek, trying not to let his stubble tickle my cheek. Sleep, love. You've earned it, I whispered. It was early, just after sunrise, and I should have been tired considering how much I'd slept the night before, but I guess we both needed the sleep. I never felt as refreshed as I did now, though a slightly soured stench wrinkled my nose. I need a bath. When I was clean, I dressed in a copper-colored tunic that perfectly matched Sam's hair and a pair of black pants that Yumiko had let me borrow. Sam hadn't had an easy time the past few weeks, so I let him sleep. Guess I'll train. I tied back my hair and crept out of the room to pad down to the second-floor training room. I was alone when I entered and quickly began warming up like Evelyn had taught me. When I was limber, I started on several exercises called calisthenics in order to increase my endurance and flexibility. They were tough, and afterward I was heaving and dripping sweat. All right, stretching time. It was another of Evelyn's routines, and after I spent nearly 30 minutes trying to dislocate my limbs by contorting them to every possible angle, I was ready for my archery training. I grabbed a wash rag and doused it in a metal bucket with a sliver of firestone inside to heat the water. I cleaned the sweat off as best I could and drank deeply from a water skin hanging on a nail by the door. The archery range was outside the castle in a courtyard beside the inner bailey. By the time I reached the walled-off stone area, the sun was bright over a cloudless sky. I ignored the rising heat and grabbed a wooden recurve bow from the covered rack next to the range. I nocked an arrow and lined up at the circular straw target 25 yards away. The world dimmed as I focused on what Evelyn had taught me, slowing my breathing and waiting for the space between heartbeats. I released the arrow, and it struck home several inches off center. You're tensing at the release, a voice said, breaking the silence. I jumped and whirled around, trying not to shout as I stared at Yumiko, bow and quiver in hand, leaning against the side wall next to me. She laughed and smiled at me. Sorry, didn't mean to sneak up on you, but I figured with your hearing you'd have heard me coming. I wasn't quiet. I was focused on my breathing and listening to my heartbeat. Yumiko came up beside me and slung her quiver over her shoulder. She drew and knocked an arrow in a flash and released it just as quick. It struck dead center in her target. The way Evelyn trains isn't wrong. Hell, she taught me most of what I know, but her method isn't exactly right for you. Not with how adamant you are about sticking close to Durin, and given his penchant for trouble, you'll be getting into more fights and don't need the beginner's version of her training. Here, let me help you. She set down her bow and came up right behind me. Her hands were light on my skin, but her thick calluses rubbed roughly as she adjusted my form ever so slightly. Now, knock and draw. I did as she told me and readied my arrow. I sighted up my destination and waited for her instruction. You're holding in your breath while aiming, and letting it out too fast when firing. It's causing you to twitch just so. It takes practice, but you must keep breathing. In slow and out slow. Fire at the end of the breath. It takes a lot of practice, but it'll help you when you can time your shots to coincide with your breathing. She backed off and told me to give it a shot. I focused on what she told me and didn't hitch my breathing when going through the motions. I had my shot, and I released at the exhale. It landed just above the center, but it was closer this time, and it was smooth rather than jerky. Yumiko brushed a loose strand of hair over her ear and nodded. Better. You won't master it overnight, but you've got the basics down enough. Just keep practicing every day if you can. You'll get there, she said and began her own training. Oh, and one more thing. Never let Harper try and train you. That idiot is a damn good shot, but his skill can't exactly be taught, and he has too many bad habits. I told her I would only let her or Evelyn teach me. and we spent the next hour or so going through dozens of arrows. Little by little, shot by shot, I was getting better, more comfortable with the weapon in my hands. Even Yumiko praised me a few times, and that made suffering under the beating sun all worthwhile. When I'd done as much as I could, and my arms started shaking with fatigue, I called it quits and went to take a bath and wake Sam. He was still sleeping when I came in, so I patted over and kissed his hair before taking the second bath of the day. It was much shorter than the first, and by the time I changed, my stomach was rebelling at the lack of food. "Sam, time to get up," I called as I exited the bath. "Ugh, don't wanna." I chuckled as I changed clothes and slid next to him in bed. I kissed his neck all the way up to his lips and lingered just above his lips. "Don't make me get the spiders," I said, teasing. His eyes bolted open to see my smiling face peering down at him. "You're evil." "Yep." I kissed him softly. "Now get up. I'm starving." "Uh-huh." So fast, I didn't have time to react. Sam grabbed me and locked his legs around the back of my knees. He rolled with his whole body and pinned me to the bed. I yelped in surprise as he smiled down at me, all traces of the anger and pain last night gone from his eyes. Only love remained, and it mirrored the look in my eyes. "We have unfinished business, love," he said with a smirk. "And what would that be?" He leaned down and pressed his lips to mine. I returned his kiss and pried his mouth open with my tongue, meeting his and pulling him close to me. I ran my tongue around his mouth, and my eyes widened when I passed over his teeth. I pulled back, catching my breath before I spoke. "Sam, your teeth?" He shook his head softly, letting his copper strands fall over us like a curtain. "We can talk more later, but I think we both deserve a proper homecoming, don't you?" I couldn't agree more, and I told him with my touch as I grabbed him by the collar and pulled him down to me. An hour or so later, and after another bath, we got dressed. Sam went to fix his nest of copper hair. By the time he came out a few minutes later, he looked much more refreshed. He wore a royal blue shirt and gray-washed pants. As I was walking toward the door, his hand grabbed mine and stopped me. "What is it?" I asked, my stomach gurgling loudly. His expression darkened. "There's something I need to tell you. Should have told you yesterday, but we had so much going on I didn't want to add to it. But you need to know, and I don't have the right to keep it from you." Sam's expression was forlorn, pained. Whatever he had to tell me was hurting him, and that worried me. "What is it?" "When I was brought to Magnus, I met someone. Her name is Illyria, and she's an entomancer, I know. Reyna told me about her." He paused, his eyes haunted. "No, Eris. Illyria is your mother." That familiar, age-old pain shoved a dagger through my chest and caught my breath. Chills crawled over my skin and my mouth went dry. "What? That's impossible." "I know. I can't explain it either." "No!" I shouted, my hands going to my temples as blood pounded too loud through my head. "I watched her die. You watched her die in the 𝗵𝗵. It's not her. It can't be." He stepped to me and pulled me close, holding me tight while my strength failed me. I had no more tears to cry, and after a while of fighting my emotions and trying to understand what he told me, I finally took a deep breath. "Calm down. I need to calm down." I dabbed at my puffy eyes and blew my nose as Sam stroked my hair and cheek. "Are you sure?" I asked, terrified of the answer either way. His chin pressed to the top of my scalp as he nodded. "She looks just like you, and she knew things that make it unquestionable. It's her." "How?" "I don't know. My first guess is Magnus. His power is unlike anything any of us have seen before. He said he wasn't, but I think he's manipulating the system somehow." I wrapped my hand around his. "What does that mean?" Sam sighed. His breath blew soft through my hair. "I can't really explain it. It wouldn't make sense to you. But Basically, I think Magnus has powers that exceed the bounds of this world. He can do things that shouldn't be possible but are. I stood from the bed, too many conflicting emotions running through my head. I needed some time to think, to process. "Thank you for being honest with me, but I think I need to be alone right now," I said, my heart in tatters. Sam came over and kissed the top of my head. "I'll be here when you need me." I left the room, unsure of where I wanted to go, but knowing I couldn't just sit in Sam's room. I'd fall to pieces if I did. I wandered around at random, barely acknowledging the presence of the maids and guards who walked by. I soon found myself outside, along the walls of the castle. The gray stone shrank in the sunlight overhead and tempted my skin with sweat. I walked around until I faced Lake Gloom. A subtle breeze rolled through, bringing the pungent scent of the water rising to my nose. It's peaceful here. The sun is hot against my skin, and I'm surrounded by nature. Mother is alive. She's alive. I couldn't put into words how that made me feel, but it was something that I had to face, had to deal with. I just didn't know how. The sun sat high in the sky when I arrived, but by the time I roused myself from staring at the water, it had begun to fall back over the horizon. I'd spent hours trying to sort through my emotions, and I was no closer than when I started. Maybe this isn't something I can understand. Maybe I just need to go see her. I'll understand everything then. It wasn't much, but it was a goal. Something I could wrap my head around and push toward. It would have to be good enough. And if it wasn't, I knew Sam would always be there. Despite my actions, despite the storm I stirred up with what I'd done, we'd both come out the other side relatively unscathed. I was grateful for that we could still be ourselves after what happened. That's really all I need. We can work through anything as long as we're together. My spirits were up, which was the best I could have hoped for, and I turned to head back inside when I found someone walking towards me. It was Raven, the shapeshifter Sam had befriended. We hadn't spoken but briefly when he arrived back. She was gorgeous, but that hardly mattered when it came to my bonded. He said she was kind, and that was much more important. Though her beauty isn't a bad thing. Her silken pitch hair was so dark it could rival the void. Her face held a softness that didn't match her blood-red eyes. They were the eyes of those who'd seen the worst of the world. They mirrored Sam's eyes perfectly. I snorted. Mine too, probably. We've all seen things no living creature should witness and survive, yet we have, and somehow found our way into each other's lives. Maybe it's fate. "What's so funny?" she asked quizzically, her eyebrows pinched together as a smile lifted her raspberry lips. It's nothing. What are you doing out here?" She smiled, showing her white teeth, but her hands intertwined, her fingers going in circles over each other. "I wanted to talk to you, since we didn't get a chance last night." I couldn't explain why, but I liked her immediately. I was fine with her last night, but we'd spoken for only moments, so I didn't have time to form an opinion. Now my instincts were telling me she was a good person. "Then let's talk," I said, scooting back to the ramparts and hopping on one of the Merlins. "I'll admit, I'm curious to learn more about you. Sam is picky about who he trusts, so you must be very special." Raven laughed, but it was heavy with insecurity. "I'm not special. Durin wanted nothing to do with me when we first met, but because of Magnus, he had no choice." I patted the wall next to me. "I want to hear your version of the story. Tell me everything about you." She nodded and came to rest beside me before opening up and speaking. A couple hours later, the sun had gone down, and Raven came to the end of her story. "And once I realized it was him, I just couldn't stop myself, and I kissed him. I'm sorry." I burst out laughing, and for the first time in hours, I wasn't burdened by recent events. I could just laugh, and it was wondrous. "You have a really nice laugh," Raven said, smiling. But I still shouldn't have kissed your husband. It was wrong of me. Don't be. Morrigan knows he wouldn't have kissed you first. I'm grateful, actually." She gave me a blank stare. "Why?" "Because of Sam's past. I don't know everything. There are still parts of his life that he keeps to himself, but he's lived a rough life, and it's made him cold, hard to trust. I think my coming into his life helped, but I was worried our time apart would send him back into his shell. But clearly my fears were unfounded. So thank you, Raven." "Even if I'm in love with him?" I kicked out my feet and jumped down from the battlement, landing softly. "Is it love?" She started to answer but paused, her fingers gripping the stone. "No, well, maybe. No, it's not love. Not yet. But I think it could be eventually. It certainly hasn't been an easy relationship between us, but even though we've only known each other a short while, I feel like I've known him my entire life. He has that effect. Really, I've only known him a few months, but I've seen so much more of his life than he could tell me. It's what immediately made me fall for him. I got to see the unfiltered version of Sam, who he really is rather than who he thinks he is. He's a hard man, but only on himself. He just needed someone to love who loved him in return." I leaned back against the stone. "I have no issue with you being with him. Goddess knows I don't have a right to dictate who he loves. He cares for you. Whether he'll admit it or not is a different matter, but I've seen the way he looks at you. It's similar to the way he looks at me." Raven paused, her eyes hopeful. "Having been around Illyria, I was sure that you wouldn't mind, but I didn't want to get my hopes up." I smiled at her, despite bringing up my mother. I wouldn't worry about that now. "I'm fine with it, but if you're not completely sure about him, I won't let you anywhere near him. Do you understand?" Raven nodded. "I am. I'm sure that I don't want to leave him. I don't want to go back to my old life. I want to stay here with him." "And me?" I asked, picking up a small stone that had chipped from the wall. "It would eventually be a relationship with the three of us. Are you okay with that?" We've only just met, but I can see us being really close friends, but romantically, just give me some time on that, okay?" I smiled at her, and she returned it. Her crimson eyes lit up and her nose crinkled as she gave me a big smile. "We certainly have time." Raven jumped down after me, and standing next to her, I realized something, some things. "You're taller than me," I grumbled. "And just look at your chest. That's not fair." She glanced down at her perfect breasts and chuckled. "They're actually not as fun to have as you'd think, especially with my hollow bones. They cause my back no end of strain." I pursed my lips, not entirely convinced, but at seeing my sour expression, Raven laughed, and I couldn't keep a smile off my face. "Come on, there's something you need to do," I said and offered her my hand. She took my hand without question, but after walking back inside and down the castle's long stone hallways, she did get curious. "So, where are you taking me?" "To see Sam." "Oh." We wound our way through the castle's 3 levels and stopped just outside Sam's room. I knocked, which felt silly, but I also didn't want to barge in and spring this on him. He opened the door a moment later. He'd changed clothes. He wore a dull emerald tunic with 3 buttons at his chest and a pair of black trousers. His bright copper hair hung down to his collar, and he had a brush in hand. He scrunched his eyes together and scratched his clean-shaven face at the sight. "Eris," he looked up, "and Raven. This should be good. Well, come in, both of you." He stepped aside, and I let Raven's hand drop, my heart beating faster as I picked at my nails, trying to work up the nerve for the conversation I've been meaning to have since Sam returned. "We need to talk," I said, and went to sit on the bed. Sam chuckled at that. "Feels like we've done nothing but talk since I got back, and all of it bad news. I'm guessing from your expression it's more of the same, so let me have it." I broke your trust." His face darkened, and his half-grin slipped into a grimace. "You did, but I also forgave you for it." He couldn't stop the emotions that welled in his heart and slipped through our connection. He was conflicted by so many different emotions that I couldn't read them well. They flowed and mixed and churned chaotically inside his heart. "You say as much, but your heart can't lie to me. You haven't truly forgiven me." I wanted nothing more than to fix what I'd broken, but there was nothing I could do. I'd broken his trust, and I had to face the consequences of that. "You said so, but you haven't. Not in your heart." Sam went over to his nightstand and reached for his crystal decanter. He had it in hand when he looked at it and stopped himself. He set it down and turned to me. "Maybe you're right, but you were right about everything else, too. You were very clear about your preference for bringing others into our relationship from the beginning. I think Reyna took advantage of you when you were weak after having been stabbed. That's not exactly your fault. I still broke your trust. I knew you wouldn't have approved, but I slept with her anyway. I'm sorry." His hands ran through his hair and tied it all back with precise practice motions. "You're right. I wouldn't have approved, don't approve. But that's me putting my human ideals on you. You said it last night. You're not human, Eris. It's not fair of me to expect you to conform to a different species' ideals just because I can't be a little more open-minded." I couldn't help it. I laughed, giggling with a wide smile on my face. It was in such conflict with the heavy atmosphere a second ago, but I couldn't help myself. Sam looked at me like I'd gone insane, but his frown faded, and his eyes lit up once more. "What?" he asked incredulously. "You've changed, my bonded. She's been a good influence on you. The you I met when I first came out of my prison would have never said those words. You'd have stormed off in a rage and likely marched to the dark woods yourself and attacked Reyna. I'll always love you no matter what. But I was right about Raven. She's good for you. For us." He rubbed the back of his neck and looked up at Raven with warmth in his eyes. "She's all right, I guess." Raven laughed. "You see what I had to put up with?" I hopped off the bed and went over to Sam. He let me pull him down in a kiss, and his lips tasted of forgiveness. I'd hurt him. However much he'd gotten over it to forgive me didn't change that I'd hurt the person I loved more than anyone else. It wouldn't make up for what I did. But I had an idea that might help smooth things out. "I love you, Sam, but I can't take back that I hurt you, and I'm truly sorry for that." He smiled and nodded. "Still love you, though. That will never change." "I know. And I think I have a way to not exactly make up for it, but for you to balance the scales. It's the only thing I can think of that might come close to making up for it." He caught my meaning and looked over to Raven. His eyes went wide. "You can't mean what I think you mean." "Yep. Consider it an order from your queen, my one and only knight." I kissed him once more on the lips and turned, giving Raven a smile as I left. Chapter 25. Uncertainty. Samson. "So," I said, stretching out the syllable as Eris shut the door behind her. "I'm not sure what to do here." That brought a smile to Raven's lips. "Well, I think Eris wants us to fuck." "No, I got that part loud and clear," I said as I walked over to the edge of my bed and sat, staring up at Raven. "What? You don't want to?" I let out a snort. "Not that simple. I mean, I like you, and you're beautiful, but this isn't me. It wasn't supposed to be me." Raven sauntered over, and I was all too aware how well her tight-fitting clothes accentuated the curve of her hips and pulled taut over her bust. She sat down next to me and set her hand next to mine, palm up, an invitation. "Talk to me, Dee." Forget Eris for a moment and what we're supposed to be doing here, and just talk to me like we did back in Aldrust." She wasn't wrong. I was always in my head, and despite that, she could get me to open up. I took her hand and ran my fingertips over her nails. I wasn't supposed to fall in love. I worked for years, over a decade, putting walls up so people wouldn't get close to me, so I couldn't get hurt if I lost them. But it didn't work. Maybe it never worked from the beginning. I found friends to care about, and then I found Eris. She was everything I didn't know I needed, and I found myself opening up to people again. And that's a bad thing? Of course it is. I have people in my life that I care about that I can't lose. It would break me. Eris isn't like me. You're not like me. You don't get a second chance at life like I do. "So what?" she asked. Her eyes darkened. "Loving or not loving us won't change the number of lives we get. We only have one, so why not make the most of it, so that even if we die, you don't regret what could have been." Raven shifted on the bed, scooting closer to me before her hands shoved me back. She wrapped her leg around me and sat straddled atop me. "A week ago, my world made sense. I hated it, hated every second of it, but I understood it. Then I was paired with you, and from the beginning I never knew how to act around you. You hated me for what I was, and I too understood that because I hated what I was, what I'd given up for my revenge. And if we'd had left it that, my life wouldn't be so confusing right now. But you didn't. In the rare moments when you let your guard down and forgot that you were supposed to hate me, you showed me the real you underneath it all. I liked that man. He was funny and kind in a world that could be so cruel. I like the you that you keep hidden away, and since we've been here, it's like night and day." She poked my chest hard. "This is the you that I like, the you that I want to get to know, so don't you dare go anywhere." Raven leaned down, our faces an inch apart. Her long black hair fell across her cheeks to lie across my copper strands, and her breath brought sweetness to my nose. "Now I'm going to kiss you, unless you stop me." She started to move, edging her lips closer to mine. I brought my hand to clasp around her throat in pure reaction. Raven sucked in a breath. Her eyes dropped, holding sadness and longing in them. "No, don't look at me like that." I couldn't take it. I eased my grip on her neck, but didn't pull back. I slid my hand up to cup her cheek, my fingers resting along her jawline. With a push of my left hand, I sat up and pressed my forehead to hers, my fingers running over her cheek. I don't. Kiss me, Sam." There was no fight left in me, and my lips met hers as my arms slid around her. Her mouth welcomed mine as she gripped the base of my neck and pulled me tight against her. I answered her embrace and opened my mouth, letting her warm tongue caress my teeth and tease my lips. Raven was light as I took her in my arms, my hands resting comfortably on her shapely rear. My hands molded around her as firm muscle shifted when she wrapped her legs around my waist. She shimmied her hips roughly against the bulge in my trousers and broke the kiss, letting a moan escape as she ground her hips into me. "Gods, it's been too long," she said breathlessly. She leaned heavily on my shoulders and pushed me back to the bed just as she brought her lips against my cheek, pressing softly as she trailed toward my ear. Her tongue licked my lobe just before her mouth closed around it as she bit down, nibbling at my ear. Her hot breath tickled my skin and only increased as she kept undulating her hips. "There'll be time for sweet and passionate later, but right now, I want you to fuck me. Rough, messy. Can you do that to me?" She purred, her voice dripped with lust. I was so enraptured by her voice, by her hips, that if she'd asked me to murder someone, I'd have done so gleefully. I didn't speak, simply moved my hands from her ass to her lower back. In one single motion, I gripped her black shirt and removed it, tossing it aside. Raven trailed a finger from my cheekbone to my chin, smiling as she propped herself back on her hands, giving me an unobstructed view. Her alabaster skin glistened with a light sheen of sweat that ebbed and flowed in the candlelight. I finally gave in and drank in the perfection of her full breasts. Her soft pink nipples stood pronounced, begging to be touched. I caressed up her sternum and slid between the rise of her bust, my fingers assured as I slid over to her nipple. Her breast welcomed me, and I rolled my finger around the tip before squeezing hard. Raven spasmed, releasing a heavy moan as her hand ran rough through my hair. With a flash of regret, I pulled my hand back and picked her up and turned over, lowering her to the bed. I leaned over her, placing a single kiss on each breast before I moved to her neck and pressed my lips to the base of her throat. How rough do you want it? Hard. Make it hurt. With pleasure. Do not show me her memories. As you wish. The aspect took hold of my mind and guided my actions. My teeth poised at her flesh, I flicked out my tongue before tearing through and drinking a liquid sweeter than any wine. Her blood rushed hot into my mouth, and I swallowed a mouthful. She groaned when my teeth broke through her skin, digging her nails into the meat of my bicep. To hurt and be hurt in return, I was more than fine with a little pain, just as much of a masochist as she was. I licked at her blood, my saliva closing her nascent wound and erasing the little ruby-red drop that slid over her pale beauty to rest in the hollow of her collarbone. Her blood hit me harder than the best whiskey, and the aspect made its will known. It wanted more, and so did I. Give me your finger, I said. Her arm rose languidly from the crimson sheets, and she smirked at me and she gave me a very specific finger. I smiled. In due time, Raven, but I need a claw. Her hand twisted, elongated, and a single black talon protruded from her index finger. Better? Perfect. I took her hand in mine and wielded her claw like a scalpel. I brought it down between her breasts, eliciting a moan mixed with pain and pleasure. Blood welled from the cut, and I licked up her chest, closing the wound and swallowing every last drop of her wine. Oh, fuck. That's it. Again. Harder. I leaned over and kissed her, taking her lip between my teeth and biting, spilling her life afresh over and over again. She raked her nails down my back, slicing shallow wounds across my shoulder blades, and I grunted in surprise, playing my tongue over hers. After we broke away, she slid from under me and smirked at me. I can't hold back any longer. I need you, now. Raven unbuttoned her cotton pants and kicked them off in a frenzy. She spread her legs for me, baring her soaking wet opening. She kept herself trimmed, only a thin tuft of black hair covered her otherwise pristine skin. What are you waiting for? She said, pointing at my own trousers. Off. A laugh slipped through my teeth as I grinned at her. Yes, ma'am. My pants hit the ground, and Raven crooked a finger toward me, beckoning me to come to her. I did so willingly. I knelt over her, my girth pressed against her wetness, teasing the entrance. With a jerk, Raven wrapped her arms around my neck and thrust her hips toward me, sliding all the way to the base in one single fluid motion. She tensed and let slip a moan of delight as she clung to me for a split second. As she rode the initial high of pleasure, she looked at me with eyes so dripping with satisfaction I nearly lost my composure and burst then and there. Raven gripped her legs around my waist and twisted, throwing me to the mattress to sit atop me. She leaned down and pressed her lips to mine before she started working her hips vigorously. With each heavy motion of her hips, she moaned into me, not letting her sounds escape our conjoined lips. She slid her hips up and down in delight. Finally, she rose as her hands went to my chest. She dug her fingernails in and gyrated her hips, swaying side to side as she built up her tempo. Raven ground against me faster and faster. Her breasts bounced with each riveting roll of her hips. Her breathing deepened as sweat poured down her body. She worked back and forth in hypnotic rhythm as she built to her climax. As she reached her peak, her thighs clutched tight against mine, and she screamed in ecstasy. Her fingers stained red. Raven arched her back, and her midnight wings unfurled from her back, bathing us in Stygian feathers as they drifted lackadaisically to the bed. She collapsed on top of me, panting, trying to catch her breath. Her hair stuck plastered to her porcelain skin in waves. I brushed it out of her face and down her wings. When her labored breathing finally calmed enough, she propped up on her forearm and gave me a lazy smile. Fuck, she breathed. That was the gist of it, I said, smiling. Her lips found mine, and this time it was a gentle kiss, bereft of anything but Raven's desire to be here with me in this moment. I returned it, caressing her neck as I held her close. "I think I enjoyed that more than I had a right to," I said, stroking her hair. "I'm just glad you gave in to my little quirk," she replied, her voice lifting. That was mostly the aspect's influence on me, I think, but I enjoyed it as well. She took my chin in her hands. "Does that mean you'll do it again?" "If that's what you want." She smiled wide. "Oh, absolutely." We stayed curled together for a while we both enjoyed each other's company, but we had to get up eventually. I went to move, but Raven stopped me, her hand locking around my wrist and guiding it to her breasts. My fingers uncurled as her bust filled my palm, her heart beating gently under her softness. I glanced at her, eyes narrowed. I didn't mind where my hand was at, but I was a little confused. "I noticed you didn't get off," she said with a smirk. I shrugged. "Wasn't focused on that. Was entirely focused on you." "Well, I can't have that, darling. That won't do at all." Her eyes smoldered, and she drew me to her. My previous plans dashed as she enraptured me with her body once more. By the time we both got out of the bath, we were both exhausted, and only marginally cleaner than when we entered. I dried off with a towel, while scarcely taking my eyes off Raven. Maybe I was wrong. I love Eris more than my own life, but there has to be something said about having both sides of the coin. Eris was short, petite, and I loved it. But Raven was tall, nearly hourglass-shaped with her full chest and thick hips. Think I need a whiskey and confession after that. I still wasn't sure how to feel about the situation, but when I stopped thinking for half a second and just enjoyed it, I had to admit how good it felt. Once we were dry, we exited the steam-filled bath and back into my bedroom. One look at my bed, and I knew I needed to change the sheets. We made a mess of things, didn't we? My saliva healed all of Raven's wounds, and a sip of a health potion had fixed me right up, but even with crimson sheets, I could still make out the bloodstains. The door opened, and Eris walked in while both Raven and I only had towels on. Eris had given us both express permission to do it, but as I stared into her eyes, I couldn't stop the guilt that rose in me, like I'd committed the worst crime possible. Through our connection, Eris knew at once what emotions ran through me, and she patted across the stone and leapt into my arms. "Hello, love," she said, placing a chaste kiss on my lips. I easily supported her with one hand while I brushed her hair back with my free hand, and in that moment, I threw away every emotion I had for one simple fact. I loved Eris, and she loved me. Nothing or no one in this world would ever change that. "I love you so very much." "What about me?" Raven asked, coming over to us. I smiled at her. "You're all right." She laughed and punched me lightly in the chest. "Just all right." "I think you're pretty great," Eris spoke up, winding her hand through Raven's while still holding mine. "So, are we all okay with this?" I asked. "With what?" Raven said, acting coy. I held my hands up and circled my fingers. "With this, with us." "I don't know about—" Eris grabbed Raven's arm and pulled her into a heavy kiss. Raven stiffened for a single split second, letting the towel separating them fall. Then Raven relaxed before returning it with equal passion. They both pulled away quickly, Raven's face as red as a tomato. "That was... Yeah, I'm okay with this, on one condition." "What's that?" She poked me, her eyes stern. "I get to call you Sam, too. It's not fair that Eris is the only one allowed." "I don't," I began, then sighed. I just didn't care anymore. I couldn't run from Samson Acre. Eris had been right all along. "Yeah, that's fine." "Good. Then I'm happy." I shook my head with a smile on my face. How did this become my life? "Because your wife is amazing," Raven said. "That she is. Now let's get dressed and call a meeting. There's lots to discuss." Chapter 26. Reunion. Eris. After the three of us got dressed, Sam told us a little of what he needed to tell the guild. He stood there and walked to the door. We've been here a lot longer than any one of us first thought. I was going to wait to tell the guild, but it's something I can't keep to myself. I'd want to know if it was me, so they deserve the truth. Then Raven and I are going to take the heart back to Magnus and get some answers. I'm going with you. Like hell. I'm not letting you anywhere near Magnus. Fire burned in my chest, hot enough to hurt. I loved Sam, knew he meant well, but this was my choice to make alone, not his. I know you want to keep me safe, love, but I'm not as weak as I once was, and even if I was, this isn't a decision you can make for me. I'm going to see my mother, and you can either join me or get out of my way. His eyes lit up in surprise at my tone, but he quickly composed himself and smiled. It was his lifted half-smile that I loved so much. It told me that everything would work out, but behind the smile, the light in his eyes dimmed, and I knew he was terrified for my sake. I'll be fine, Sam. As long as we're together, nothing else matters. He sighed. I nearly lost you once already. I couldn't bear it if anything happened to you. Then we'll just have to keep each other safe, I said sharply and left the room, not giving him any time to argue with me. Sam followed after me as I headed to the guild hall. He called a meeting while we walked. By the time we reached the double doors, Sam had finished speaking, and we went inside to wait for the rest of the Gloom Knights. It took them over half an hour to arrive, and after 45 minutes, it was clear a few members wouldn't be joining us. Well, it appears Adam and Evelyn will not be joining us this morning, Wilson said. Can't even call them. Names are grayed out, Gil replied, running his finger through his thin hair as he used his interface. Everyone stared off into space as they double-checked what Gil had said, and a round of confused muttering circled the room. Where do you think they went? McKenna asked. I'll give you one guess, Sam said. Magnus, you think? Only thing I can think of. Those idiots. They're gonna get themselves killed if Magnus is as strong as you say he is. I don't know about that, Sam said, drumming his fingers along the edge of the table. Magnus is, without a doubt, powerful beyond my understanding, but so are those two. Evelyn could rule this world through her strength alone, and Adam is beyond a genius. He and his guild built Machine City in just 3 years, after all. And how did that turn out for him? Sam rubbed at his chin. Point taken, but you know what I'm getting at. Those two are stronger than anyone, and if anyone has a chance against Magnus, my money is on them. What about Illyria? McKenna said, shooting a glance my way. She's an entomancer like Eris, right? I couldn't hold the pain from my heart as I breathed out slowly. I reached for Sam's hand under the table for comfort. Illyria is my mother. McKenna furrowed her brow, narrowing her eyes. I thought you said your mom was dead? She was. I don't know how she is alive. It's impossible. Necromancy, perhaps, Wilson offered. Doubtful. You didn't see it, Wilson, Sam began, running his thumb over mine. There was nothing left but ash. Nothing left for any necromancer to use for resurrection, and even if there was, this happened before we arrived here. Durin? Wilson asked at his pause. There's something else I have to tell you all. Something Magnus told me. Something that's going to be difficult to understand. Well, let us have it, bud, Gil said. So he did. I didn't really understand the significance of his revelation. 1,000 years had passed while I was stuck in the void, so I didn't get why they were upset until Sam told us about losing their memories. I understood that well, since the Hive placed a high amount of reverence on memories and a person's story. It was why what happened to my mother was such an extreme punishment. Her being erased from history meant her memories died along with her. How are you alive, Mother? It's a wish born from my darkest nightmares and my wildest dreams. I loved you so, and I hated you for what you became. I never understood that, and maybe now I can. By the time everyone calmed down and accepted what Sam said, I came out of my thoughts and waited for what we were going to do. Wilson pulled a flask from his vest pocket and took a small drink, running his fingers through his gray beard. I don't know what this means for us. Can't know if what you say is true, but I know you would never lie about something like this, so I believe you believe it's true. Whether Magnus was telling the truth is a different matter. I don't think we can take the chance that he isn't, Sam replied. I agree. And unfortunately, it does make sense. All the little details we skipped over in our rush to kill things in this world are starting to make a whole lot of sense now. So what do we do about it all? Gil asked. We work with Magnus, Sam said. Whatever's coming affects our entire world. This goes beyond any perceived retribution we owe him. Agreed. So I guess we hand over the heart and go from there. All right. Me, Eris, and Raven will get prepped and head out. With that, the meeting adjourned, and Sam and I left to get ready, while the others looked like they wanted to head to the bar. My hunch was proven correct when Gil piped up. Anyone else need a drink? Save me one, Raven said as the other all voiced similar things. Sam laughed and thumbed over at Raven. Just watch your drinks around her. She's not above snatching them from you. Raven laughed. I would never do that to Gil. You met him half a day ago, Sam said, trying not to laugh. Yeah, and it took less than that to learn that he's a lot nicer than you. And besides, you make it so easy. I'll show you easy, he grumbled. You already did. 4 times. At that, Sam couldn't stop from laughing, and Raven swiftly joined in. I couldn't help but smile at their antics. It's good to see both of them smiling. I was right. Raven is going to be good for him. I smiled sweetly at them as they composed themselves. Sam's eyes lit up as he gazed at me. And whatever we do, don't give any alcohol to Eris. She'll have her clothes off trying to seduce us both after 1 glass. That happened 1 time. That had been the wrong thing to say, as they both started laughing again. Once they stopped, Sam and I made our way back to our room while Raven said she had to go pick up something. She's something else, Sam said as we both watched the sway of her hips as she ran down the hall. I really like her. He turned to me, his eyes widened ever so slightly. I didn't think you'd spent any time with her. I nodded. We talked. About? That's between the 2 of us, I said, and went inside our room. We both changed into our armor quickly. I threw on my cloak and pulled it closed. Sam, meanwhile, changed into his new armor. It was pretty, as black as my eyes, with lovely splashes of green at his waist where a belt of some kind held his sword. I walked over and ran my fingers over the sheath. It's like a leaf. It's so pretty. Yeah, I found it fitting. When Sam was finished, he went over to his nightstand and knelt, opening the bottom drawer. He paused when he opened his coin chest. Huh, someone's been in here. The strand of hair I placed between the lids has been moved. It was me, I said immediately. He turned, smiled at me, and shrugged. Okay, was just curious. I borrowed some money since I didn't want to ask the guild. I'm sorry. Sam waved me off, grabbing several coin purses and stuffing them full. Don't be. You're welcome to anything I own, and it's not like I don't have plenty of money. Thank you. I have noticed you're rather generous with your money. I'm not reckless with my money, but I usually overpay wherever I go. Why? I asked, moving to lean against the bed. It seems humans value gold more than anything else. Why give it away so freely? He sighed. Because I know what it's like to not have it. When we first arrived here, most of us took to adventuring, completing quests for rewards. It was fun, but the pay wasn't always consistent, and some months we struggled to make ends meet. It wasn't just that way for players, but NPCs too. So now that I have an abundance of money, I don't mind spreading a little around. I hope it helps people who might be going through what I went through once. I couldn't help my heart as it swelled. You really are a kind person. You just have different ways of showing it. Before he could respond, Raven walked back in. She wore black leather armor that fit her incredibly well. It hugged her body, and I couldn't keep my eyes from her plunging neckline, as the leather left a good portion of the top part of her chest visible. Sam looked up and tilted his head. New gear? Gil improved it for me. I wasn't just joking earlier. He really is a nice guy. I can see why you're friends. Yeah, he's the best. Sam stood and stowed his money in his inventory. All right then, if everyone's stressed, let's get ready to go. We've got a busy day today. The 3 of us packed in haste. I ran down to storage and grabbed everything I thought we would need, which wasn't much. Sam knew better than I about what he needed, but I followed Adam's guideline and just stuffed as much as I could into our 3 packs. When everything was packed away, I hefted all 3 bulging bags in my arms and met Sam and Raven in the outer bailey. Sam took them from me, and they disappeared into his inventory. "I'd step back if I were you," Sam said, backing away from Raven. I did as he asked and took a few steps back in the dirt to stand beside him as we both stared at Raven. In a magnificent display, Raven grew wings and folded them over herself, letting a rain of sleek black feathers obscure her from us. When she reappeared, it was as a huge black raven. "Amazing," I gasped. "I've never seen a shapeshifter so large before." "Thank you," she said, her voice projecting without a source. I walked up to her and ran my hands gently through her soft, downy feathers. "You're so unbelievably beautiful," I said, turning my thoughts into words. "All right, enough admiring the pretty bird. I'd like to put as many miles under us as we can today." "Ass," Raven said, laughing. "Though you did call me pretty, so I guess I forgive you." Sam climbed on first and helped me up. I nestled against his back and kept my hands firmly on Raven. She crouched and took to the skies with a burst of speed, and suddenly we were flying. The wind whipped furiously at my hair, and the chill in the air offset the beating rays of the sun as we soared over Lake Gloom. Sam held me close while I leaned over and stared in wonder at the landscape rushing past in a blur as the grayish-green outskirts of Gloom Harbor territory opened to the vast rolling hills. We flew for hours, and I eventually settled back into Sam's arms and just enjoyed the journey. I cherished the simple alone time we shared while we flew. As the sun dipped, Raven's speed slowed, and we began looking for a place to set up camp. I set up the tent while Sam got the fire going and Raven prepared the food. While not as skilled as Sam was, Raven was still a hand in the kitchen, and her cooking was delicious. Sam pulled out his flask and raised it to his lips, but he paused, and after a moment, he lowered his arm and handed it to Raven, who happily took a drink. Once we'd eaten, we all crawled into our tent together and went to sleep. I don't think any of us were quite ready to spend the night together in that fashion, but it was nice cuddling up with both Sam and Raven. In the morning we began after a light breakfast, and we made it to Castle Illyria before lunchtime. Raven landed on the tower, and as we disembarked, the faint clang of steel against steel could be heard. It blew away with the wind fast enough that I thought I'd imagined it. I shook my head, and as Raven transformed back to human, the 3 of us made our way to the door. A young woman with lovely light brown skin and auburn hair waited for us as the door opened. "Welcome back, 𝗲𝗏," she said, a dark blush to her rich cheeks and a spark in her honey eyes. "Good to see you again, Jasmine." Jasmine peered around Sam and Raven to look at me. "Who's she?" Sam laughed. "This is my wife, Eris." I walked over and held out my hand. "Hello. It's nice to meet you." Jasmine bowed slightly, brushing her radiant hair out of her face when she stood. "This way, 𝗲𝗏. Magnus has been waiting for you." She turned on her heels and headed inside without another word. As Jasmine disappeared from view, Raven snickered. "Someone likes you." "Someone is just a kid. Now let's not keep Magnus waiting. I'd rather him be in a good mood." We hurried after Jasmine through a winding maze of identical corridors that started to make my head spin after a few minutes. With each step, my heart beat a little faster. Heavy fear hooked deep into my stomach before rising to my throat. My mouth went dry, and my fingers trembled the closer we got. Sam noticed at once and took my hand in his. "It'll be all right, my love," he said. "We'll be right here the entire time." I gulped and nodded as we reached our destination. Jasmine opened the door and motioned us inside. The throne room, for it could be nothing else, was long and wide. Along the walls were beautiful stained glass windows that cast a rainbow of lights along the gray stone tile. In the back of the room rose a large black throne made of obsidian glass. Sitting on the throne was a blonde-haired man who looked normal for a human. He had a kind face and deep tan skin. To his right was a woman who looked much like Jasmine, though older with longer hair. But my eyes swept to his left, and my world crumbled. I forgot how to breathe as I stared unblinking at the woman whose name and face I couldn't have recalled before this very moment. A person who'd I thought lost to time. I could remember her actions, what she'd done, but I could never recall her face. As I stared at her, the wall around what I'd forgotten about my mother fell away, and I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was her. Her long blonde hair that tickled my nose when she held me as a baby. Her gorgeous black and yellow eyes that always held the answer to whatever question I asked. It was her. "Mama?" I whispered. She smiled at me. Her eyes softened and held such warmth that I came undone. "Hello, my little fly. I've missed you." My hand slipped from Sam's as tears fell freely down my face. "Mama!" I raced across the floor and nearly collapsed into her chest, sobbing for everything I was worth. Chapter 27. Truth at the End of the World. Samson. Illyria smiled down at her daughter and hugged her back, stroking her hair and whispering that everything would be okay. Her malice and hatred bled away as she consoled her daughter. So much so, she seemed like an entirely different person. She looked so much like Eris in that moment. They could have been twins rather than mother and daughter. I left them to the reunion and approached Magnus. He smiled widely as he glanced over at them. It does the heart good to see that in this day and age. So many dark things abound, I don't get to witness this very often. But I digress. How was your trip? I only know pieces. I told Magnus most of everything that had happened, the important bits that mattered at any rate. He sat back in his chair and listened intently while I explained things, and when I was done telling him everything, he laughed. "That was some adventure," he said, clapping. "I couldn't have imagined there was a curse on the heart itself, but I'm thrilled you persevered where others did not. I must admit, you didn't exactly inspire confidence at first, but you've exceeded my every expectation. Well done." "He's not bad," Illyria admitted, her arms around Eris. "My bonded is amazing." Illyria chuckled. "I'm beginning to agree with you, little fly. You picked a good one." Magnus smiled. "That just leaves the completion of the quest. The heart, if you will, 𝗬😏. "Of course." I pulled the heart from my inventory and handed it over, rightly glad to be rid of the damn thing. Magnus snapped his fingers, and the emerald appeared in his outstretched hand. He stared at it for a second before wincing. "Ow, that is a hefty curse. I can see why the quest gave so many of my men trouble, but at last it is completed. Thank you, 𝗬😏. Quest: Steal 𝗲𝗏 heart. Type unique. Difficulty S. Reward 48,000 EXP. I waved away the notification and pulled up my stats. EXP 6,000 out of 6,000. Level up times 8. Level 68. 100 out of 6,800 EXP. 90 stat points available. 1 ability point available. I whistled, long and slow. That's quite a jump, though for how much I went through, it's a little light. I had 90 stat points to allocate, and I knew almost exactly what I wanted to do with them. I added 25 to endurance, maxing it out. Then I added the rest to durability, battle fatigue, attack speed, and movement speed. When I was done, I was quite happy. Character name: 𝗬𝗏. Level 68. EXP 100 out of 6,800. Race: hybrid, Hive. Class: Hive Knight. Reputation: wanted criminal. Bounty: 1,300 gold. Stats: Strength 100 max. Substats: Attack damage 50. Constitution 100 max. Substats: Health 25, Health regen 25, Durability 75. Endurance 100 max. Substats: Battle fatigue 50, Battle fatigue regen 10. Agility 50, 75 with bonus. Substats: Attack speed 25, Movement speed 20. Wisdom 25, 35 with bonus. Substats: Mana 20. Luck 0, 30 with bonus. Charisma 0, 10 with bonus. Proximity to Hive Queen less than 30 meters, plus 10 to all main stats. Arachne's Blessing, plus 15 to strength and agility. I accepted the changes, and a rush of strength flooded through my veins. The penalty from being away from Eris was gone, and now I had the boost from being near her. When I was done with my stats, I stared back up at Magnus, not entirely sure what would happen next. "What now?" I asked as Magnus stared at his prize. Now we have one final order of business to handle, he said, stowing the heart away. Your reward. I promised you one, and I always keep my promises. So whatever you want, if it's within my power, I'll grant it. I already knew what I wanted, knew it for a while. I have 2 requests I would like to ask, I said, holding up 2 fingers. 1, I would like to be part of this going forward. Whatever is going on is obviously big, and I want to help. Done, Magnus said with a half smile. I was going to offer you a place within my organization regardless. You've proven yourself a worthy and capable lieutenant. In fact, I have a gift for you. I think you'll like it. Magnus held up his hand and scrolled through his interface before he flicked his hand out to me. A notification appeared in front of me. Ability share. Will of the Immortal. Accept YN. Yes. Damn, he can share abilities just like Evelyn. Will of the Immortal. It's a much better version of Dance of the Immortal. It gives me 20 seconds of complete time stop, and I can manipulate the time and space around me. I think that means I can bring people into the time stop with me if I'm close enough. This is the highest tier of the Immortal ability. I'm sure you'll find it useful. I'll say. I quickly replaced Dance of the Immortal with its superior counterpart. Magnus smiled and inclined his head. Now that concludes our first order of business. What is your second request? I glanced over at Raven, who kept her gaze firmly planted at her feet and refused to meet Magnus's eyes. Ah, return to your subservience again. I much prefer your true personality. Meek doesn't suit you. Raven. I want her released from her contract. Magnus frowned slightly, leaning back in his chair as his eyes flicked from me to Raven and back again. He drummed his fingers on his Stygian armrest. You're asking a lot of me. I depend on Raven quite heavily, but I also asked much of you, and you delivered where many others have failed. You've proven yourself, and I do owe you. Very well. You shall have her contract. Is she going to remain bound to you? That's not my decision to make, I replied. Raven finally looked up from the ground and to me. She smiled. I wish to remain his bonded. Excellent. Well, there you go, Magnus said, standing from his throne. I say a celebration is in order. That sounds lovely. I'm positively famished, Illyria said. What about you? She asked Eris. I'm perfectly fine with whatever. Darling, I'm going to take Eris and get her cleaned up and dressed properly. Why don't you and Durin have a drink in the dining hall in the meantime? That's a lovely idea, he said, holding out his hand. His ivory cane appeared out of thin air above his hand and dropped into his palm. With a flick of his wrist, it twirled around, and he leaned on it as the base struck the ground. I stared slack-jawed at his casual display of power. You said you weren't cheating. I told you once before, Durin. Cheating the system is impossible, and it's offensive to insinuate. Twist your thinking a bit. Perhaps the cane was always there, or would have been, given enough time, he said with a cheeky grin. Magnus rubbed the carving embossed on the ivy with his thumb, drawing my attention. The hand holding the hourglass. The hand that holds time in its palm. Realization hit me like a sucker punch as all the pieces lined up. I'm an idiot. It's been in front of me this entire time. You're a time mage, I nearly shouted, stunned. Magnus stopped walking and turned back to me with amusement plain on his face. He rubbed his blonde beard and chuckled. I basically had to tell you, so you get no points for cleverness this time, Durin. But yes, though I prefer Chronomancer. How is that possible? I asked. He waved me to follow him as he left the throne room. We have much to discuss about our future together, Durin. Let's at least do it over a drink. I walked behind him as we headed to the dining hall. As we stepped inside, I found it had been changed a little. Most of the long banquet tables had been removed for individual circular ones that littered the stone floor. Only one long table remained, and was at the center of the room. Magnus's personal team of chefs worked like devils to get the room set up for us as we sat down at the table. A swoosh of cloth behind me caused me to turn. Jasmine was beside me, leaning over, too close to me. Can I get you an ale, Durin? she asked sweetly, her earlier frosty attitude gone. Water, please." "Of course." Her hand brushed mine as she left, and she spared me one last look before exiting to the kitchen. "You're quite popular with the ladies, Durin," Magnus said with a laugh. "I don't know why," I replied, shaking my head. "I'm crass, easy to anger, and hyper-violent. I'm the furthest thing from a catch. You're also honest, dependable, and not hideous. Plus, Jasmine is young. She spent her entire life here after her father was killed defending the castle. She doesn't know what love is and is misconstruing her infatuation." I nodded. "Still, she's a lovely girl, but I've already got more than I can handle at the moment." "Right, I was quite surprised you and Raven had gotten so close. Your first interactions were hostile, to say the least." "You could say she, grew on me," I said, laughing as I ran my fingers over the smooth stained oak. "We actually get along really well, and after I let go of my anger, it was easy to become friends. More than friends from where I'm sitting, but far be it from me to judge. I've had plenty of dalliances myself over the years. Illyria finds them healthy." The door swung open and Jasmine returned, followed by Magnolia. Jasmine set down my water and brought Magnus his wine. I thanked her and took a sip. The water was crystal clear. Condensation ran down the glass as I drank. It was cool, probably the best tasting water I'd ever had, and all I could think about was the whiskey I wasn't having instead. Maybe I do have a problem. I drank the water and held the glass to the bridge of my nose, basking in the cold glass as water dripped into my eyebrows. My headache went away as the chill soaked into my slick skin. I set the drink down as the main door opened and Illyria, Raven, and Eris walked in. All three of them had discarded their casual clothes for much more formal attire. Illyria wore a black dress that revealed too much of her substantial cleavage. The dress was stunning and stopped just shy of her smooth knees. Raven wore a simple red linen blouse that matched her eyes and a black skirt. Her hair fell down her back, and she looked stunning in the outfit. It fit her perfectly. But my eyes swept to Eris, and I couldn't take my eyes off her. She wore black, like her mother, but it was a blouse rather than a dress that paired with a golden skirt that swished to her thighs. Her hair was tied back out of her face, and her smile lit up the entire room. She was blissfully happy, and I loved how it made her glow in the firelight. "Why don't you all look lovely?" Magnus said, taking a sip of his wine. "Thank you, darling." Illyria took her seat by Magnus, while Raven and Eris flanked either side of me. Both of them rested their hands on my legs, and I gave them both a tentative squeeze. "You both look lovely." They beamed at me. Magnolia came around and brought them their drinks, while I stuck to water. "All right, Magnus. Spill. How can you control time?" "Oh, figured it out, did you?" Illyria asked. "He had help," Magnus replied. "But I did tell you I'd answer your questions. To keep it simple, Chronomancer is a legendary class, with only one person able to use it. Me. I've had it since the beginning. I was given greater power in this world, along with 2 others, to ensure we could maintain order. This was, of course, before the schism. Now I'm just trying to keep everything from falling apart." 2 others? Who? No. I've got a good hunch already, and there are more important questions I need answered now. "You used time travel to bring Illyria back to life?" I asked. "I did, though it cost me dearly to do it. Traveling that far back through time is something that I can only do once a lifetime, and since most of time has been erased, it's not something I can risk doing again. To be honest, most of my greater powers have been diminished. I've had to remove the spells and abilities that no longer work or are too dangerous to try to use." "Is that how you can cast spells without using script?" I asked, rubbing my chin. He chuckled and took a sip of his wine. "In a manner of speaking. I'm still casting using script circles or incantations, but one of my abilities allows me to manipulate time in my immediate vicinity. I simply condense the casting into nanoseconds. Before your eyes can even register the spell, it's complete." I laughed. "Well, how do you explain the finger snaps and hand-waving?" He snorted as the glass of wine was at his lips, and he nearly did a spit take. Magnus quickly set his wine down and dabbled his mouth with cloth. When he was finished, he smiled wide at me. Consider it an idiosyncrasy of mine. It's easier to visualize a spell if I ground it with a physical motion, but it's not necessary. I absorbed what he told me and leaned back. Everything he told me added up to what I'd seen him do, so I had no reason not to believe him. The logic fit. So what do we do about the system? We wait. I have a few guests who should be arriving shortly, and we can proceed once they arrive. In the meantime, I believe I made you a promise, 𝗲𝗏, 𝗬𝗏rius said, speaking up over the rim of her wineglass. Huh? Oh, right. She promised to get rid of the aspect. Don't trust her. She speaks lies. Right. She promised to get rid of you. Don't do it. Yeah, like I'm willing to trust you either. You've only been playing nice because I've been feeding you blood. Don't think I've forgotten who got me into this mess in the first place, aspect. You think you can get rid of it? I know I can, she said as she drained her glass and stood. Follow me. All of us stood and returned to the throne room. Magnus took his place and, with a flourish, threw his cane in the air and it vanished. Raven and Eris stood next to Jasmine as Illyria walked over to me. Don't do this, Knight. Samson, don't let her destroy me. You brought this on yourself. You sought to control me, and you should have realized the foolishness of your plan. We could have been allies, but you turned against me first. It bellowed in rage and sank its frigid claws into my heart. I dropped to my knees as pain tore apart my insides. Enough of that now, aspect. Accept your death with dignity, Illyria said, placing her hand on my chest. Immediately, the aspect's presence lessened, allowing me to breathe again and the pain to subside. I looked up into Illyria's hornet-stripe eyes and shuddered at the insidious glee in them. Unfortunately, there is only one way to get rid of the demon whispering in your ear. I must shatter your bonds. What? Mother, no! Eris shouted and ran over to me. With a snap, Eris and Raven froze in place, living statues unable to move. The hell are you doing? I went to move, but my legs wouldn't work. I couldn't move them. Illyria, stop this. You're going too far. 𝗲𝗏 has proven himself. I don't want to lose a valuable asset. Illyria turned and nodded. I completely agree. 𝗲𝗏 will be an excellent addition to our cause, but I want him under my bailiwick. Magnus sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Are you sure this is the right course of action? She smiled, a dark, dripping smile as her eyes glinted. She walked over to me and ran a single long finger over my cheek. Don't look so grim. This is a good thing. I'm giving you power, and I'll even let my daughter have you. But you'll serve much better under my control. Eris is too young, inexperienced. I'll teach her the proper way to use the mantle of the Hive, but for now, you're far more useful under me. Magnus, stop this, I pleaded. He shook his head, apologizing with his eyes. I'll be sure to compensate you handsomely for this slight, 𝗲𝗏. It wasn't my intention, but Illyria could be right. This may be a boon to you. Chitin slithered out of her fingertips and formed spikes at the ends of her fingers. With a press, she stuck them into my chest. An emerald mist drifted from her into my veins. It burned like acid as she pumped more and more of it into me. It traversed through me till it reached my heart and smothered itself over the aspect's darkness. It burned out the aspect, and with a scream of agony, it fled. Farewell, Knight. For what it's worth, I had fun. Something bubbled up through my lungs and into my throat. My stomach lurched, and I heaved obsidian smoke out onto the gray stone floor. It poured vile from the depths of my organs as the wisps of hive magic sought out and forced every last shred of the aspect from my body. I vomited until nothing came out but screams, and I fell to all fours, coughing until my throat burned raw. Alert! You are no longer soulbound to the monarch of the Hive. Alert! You are now soulbound to the monarch of the Hive. Alert! 𝗬𝗏𝒴𝒆 blessing unlocked, plus 15 to Constitution and Agility. Unlocked Hive Mind Special, Scorpion Tail. What did you do? I made you mine, Durin. Now, bow to your queen, knight." Her will pounded into my psyche and demanded to be obeyed. It was a command, one that I couldn't disobey. I fell to one knee under the shattering command of her voice, and I lowered my head despite fighting with everything I had to stop it. She was too strong. The cold stone sank through my thin cotton pants, but it wasn't what chilled me to the bone. I was powerless to go against Illyria. Her mere voice struck me still and forced me to obey. Eris and Raven hung frozen in place. I couldn't help them, and they couldn't help me. I was truly alone against an enemy I couldn't even fight. Aspect. It bubbled from my chest, but gone was the frigid ice I'd grown accustomed to. Now a pleasant warmth spread through my body as a warm, gentle voice spoke in my ear. "Hello, knight. How may I assist you?" "I need my chitin. Unfortunately, previous access to the hive mind has been severed. We can no longer use chitin molding. If you wish to use chitin molding, you will need to access the hive mind ability once more." Just fantastic. I've been relying on the ability to mold my exoskeleton to my whims. Now faced against Illyria, I'd grown complacent, too reliant on my abilities. I'd forgotten what made me strong when everything else fell apart. It's never been my class, my abilities. It's been the fact that I refused to give in and just die. I survived when Mom, Dad, and Micah were killed in front of me. I survived watching Sophia kill herself. I survived the guilt that ate at me for decades. I'm a survivor, and I'll survive you, bitch. I won't let you just take what you want from me. I rose to meet Illyria's superior gaze with fire in mine. "No." Illyria stepped back. Her foot thumped against the stone behind her. "What?" "Do as you're told, knight. Bow." Her voice pounded through my psyche and demanded obedience, but I steeled myself, and it didn't have the impact she wanted. She had no power over me. I stood and stared her down. "You are not my queen." Alert. Class modification. Class, Hive Knight, Errant. The Errant is a knight that has broken away from his monarch in order to go off on his own to right wrongs or to test and assert his own righteous ideals. Alert. You are no longer soulbound to the monarch of the Hive. Her command over me shattered, and I quickly equipped my sword. It took a single step forward as Illyria scowled. "An errant. I didn't think you had it in you. Why are you so bothersome?" I drew my sword and levied the tip at her. "Just because you have power doesn't give you the right to use people like objects. I am not yours to command, and you will pay for what you've done." For the first time, a single drop of fear rippled through her insectoid eyes, and I smiled. Not so easy when your prey fights back, is it? I turned to Magnus, who'd gone back to rest on his throne. "Are you going to interfere?" He shook his head and tilted his head to Illyria. "This was her gamble, and it backfired. I will not help either side. Settle your differences." "I'm going to settle it with my sword through her throat." Magnus sat back and placed his hand in his lap, fingers intertwined. "If you can." He snapped his fingers, and Raven and Eris appeared next to his throne beside Jasmine and Magnolia. I tuned them out. They were safe for now, and I had to focus on Illyria. Even as I was, I wouldn't be able to beat her easily. But I'm not suffering under the penalty any longer. I'm at full strength. Before we fought, I equipped my shadow steel armor and lowered into my stance. Illyria stood, not moving, a half smile on her face. I charged her. My sword whipped toward her head, but movement came in from the left, and I stopped mid-swing as Jasmine stepped between us. "Move, Jasmine." She shook her head. "I cannot." "Why?" Jasmine stepped toward me, her arms outstretched as liquid obsidian rushed over her. It crawled up her face as 2 points of ethereal green lit up the darkened stone. "Because I cannot allow you to harm my queen." Chapter 28. Darkest Night. What? I stared at Jasmine, as the quiet and shy girl I'd come to know transformed into an obsidian nightmare, 2 short swords, forged of chitin, appeared in her outstretched hands. The glossy black chitin formed smooth over her skin, rounded, where mine was usually rough and jagged. Jasmine, you're a Hive Knight? Did you think you were the only one? I held up my offhand, relaxing my posture. Stop this. I don't want to hurt you. She rushed forward so fast I barely brought my sword up in time. Her twin blades arced towards my head, and only at the last second did I manage to put my sword between us. I staggered under the strength of the blow and had to take a step back. Jasmine chuckled through her dark helm. As if you could. Now I'll ask you the same. Bow before your queen. I too wish not to spill your blood. With a jerk, I forced her swords away and stepped back. Shit, she's strong and quick. I grounded my stance and glared at her. Illyria is not and will never be my queen. I'll die before I ever bow to her. Her shoulders slumped as her head dropped. So be it. Before she'd even finished speaking, she charged me. I was ready for her incredible speed this time, but she was still faster than me. I blocked her swing and struck with a sidekick. The blow took her in the stomach, but she absorbed it easily because of her chitin and stumbled for only a second before she righted herself. I'm a better fighter than her, but she has the advantage here. The room was even ground for both of us. Smooth stone and wide open space gave us plenty of room to maneuver and would neither help nor hinder us. But I didn't want to fight her. She wasn't my enemy. Jasmine, please. We don't have to do this. I'm afraid we do. If you will not serve and will not stand down, then I will do what I must to protect my queen. I'm sorry. I liked you, but none come before my queen. Damn it. There was no getting through to her. I'll have to subdue her first. I glanced down at the poison running down my blade. Poison blade is really useless against another knight. I just need to get rid of it. It's not going to help now. What I need is more strength and speed. I just needed to buy time. I didn't want to unleash Will of the Immortal. Despite how powerful it was, it also had a stronger backlash, and I wasn't trying to kill her. I just wanted to take her out of the fight. My inventory was filled with dozens of items, and I quickly grabbed 2 smoke bombs from my burglar's kit and tossed them in between us. They rolled across the slate and burst with 2 subtle explosions before they both billowed a ton of smoke that quickly filled the room and obscured both of us. I knelt with my sword raised and hastily pulled up my interface. Delete ability, Poison Blade, YN. Yes, with it gone, I had 2 ability points, and I needed to make my choice quick. I flicked over to the ability list. First tier list. Aura of the Arachnid, Poison Blade, Exoskeleton active, Chitin Shield active, Hive Guard. Second tier list. Chitin Armor, Chitin Sword, Arachne's Blessing active, 𝗕𝗿𝗄𝗄's Blessing active, Mentaria's Blessing locked, Apocrypha's Blessing locked, Hive Mind passive. Aura of the Arachnid. That's the one that boosts my attack damage, movement, speed, and verticality. It was exactly what I needed at the moment, and I hastily selected it. Chitin Armor was also tempting since I'd gotten used to having it, but it brought up a very interesting question that I needed answered. If I could use Chitin Armor through the Hive Mind, why would I ever take the ability? Because through the Hive Mind, you have a greater access to your full range of abilities, but at a greater cost. The corrupted aspect took on much of the burden for you, and you paid in blood. But I am unable to do as it did. If you wish to use the Hive Mind, it will put a greater strain on your body and stamina. So basically it'll raise my battle fatigue much faster if I use it from the Hive Mind versus just acquiring the ability outright. Correct, Knight. I can deal with it. Besides, I can't use my new appendages without the Hive Mind. Makes it an easy choice. I selected Hive Mind and accepted my choices as wind whistled straight ahead of me. Jasmine came crashing through the smoke, her bright green eyes trailing ethereally in her wake as her swords bore down on me. I rolled to the side as chitin struck stone where I'd been. She tore into the stone, sending chips flying to the air from the force of her blow. She's really trying to kill me. I had access to new abilities, but I didn't want to spam them. My fatigue might have been higher now, but I still had to be cautious of how I used my abilities. I activated Aura of the Arachnid, and a soft green glow bubbled over my skin before fading away. A timer appeared in my vision, set at 5 minutes and dropping. Strength flowed through me, and my legs were lighter, surer of foot than before. Power breathed new life into my body, and I easily met Jasmine's next attack. I ducked her dual slash, and as I rose, I wrapped my left hand around her wrists, clenching them to my side. With a whisper of thought, I summoned chitin to my hand and punched Jasmine as hard as I could. My fist struck her cheek just above her chin. Her head snapped to the side under the force of the blow. Smooth chitin chipped from her face as I gouged deep furrows across her jawline. She stumbled back as I disengaged, letting her hands drop as I whipped my sword toward her. Jasmine leaned off balance, throwing her entire body away from my swing as she fell back to the floor. Before she could hit the ground, 4 slender black limbs crawled from her spine and stuck to the stone as she rolled backward and came up in a high crouch. Damn it, she's quick on her feet too. I didn't know how long Jasmine had been a Hive Knight, but it was clear she'd had a lot more practice than me. I was a better swordsman, but she far outpaced me as a knight. This isn't going to be easy. I don't have a choice. I need to end this now before one of us gets hurt. With a grimace, I activated Will of the Immortal. Time halted in its tracks. Jasmine stood still, her arms raised as she readied to slash. Raven and the other stood by the throne, looks of concern frozen on their faces. Only Magnus smiled, staring me down as he propped his leg on his knee. Now I understand the impulse, and I even empathize, but using Will of the Immortal is cheating, Durin. Fight her fair. I'll stop the rise in fatigue, but I won't reset the cooldown. Magnus snapped his fingers, and the world returned to normal, and a timer appeared in the corner of my vision, counting down from 96 hours. I glared at him, but taking my eyes off Jasmine had been a mistake. Her swords came for me, and I was too slow to dodge. They sank into my shadow steel and scored a heavy gash in the metal from my chest to my waist. As she pulled back, a soft tear came from my side. Jasmine had severed my sword sash. The green fabric fell lifelessly to the floor as my sheath clanged heavily on the gray stone. Shit! I kicked the sheath away so it wouldn't trip me up and went on the offensive. Her dual swords made her dangerous, but she had very little defense save her armor. All right, it's time to get serious. I activated Chitin Shield the same time I called Chitin Armor from the hive mind. Obsidian crawled over my skin like tar and bathed me in darkness as I raised my shield in front of me. I clutched my sword tightly and surged forward to meet Jasmine's next attack. Both swords slammed against my shield, and I batted them aside as I thrust with my sword. It landed in the center of Jasmine's chest and stopped cold. Her chitin cracked under my blow, but I didn't manage to pierce through. Jasmine grunted and sucked in a breath. At once, all 4 of her arachnid limbs struck from both sides. 2 of them glanced off my shield, but the other 2 hit me in the ribs, slicing deep through both sets of armor. The only thing that saved me was the shadow steel chainmail. I jumped back as she retracted them, but her attack had been a feint. Jasmine shifted, throwing her hips as a large black tail made of chitin barreled into me. It struck hard enough that my chitin cracked and shattered as the blow lifted me off my feet and flung me to the floor several feet away. The air expelled from my lungs in a great gasp as I landed roughly on the floor and rolled, slamming my back on one of the stone pillars that held up the ceiling. I struggled to my feet as Jasmine came closer, and I saw what had hit me. A long black tail trailed behind her like a length of thick rope. It coiled around her waist as the tip came into view. Her scorpion tail was capped with a massive stinger, poison welled at the zenith to slither down to the floor in heavy drips. My back hit the column as I instinctively recoiled from it. So that's what the blessing does. I need to figure out how to fight with my own, and quickly, or she'll overwhelm me. I summoned my arachnid limbs as I'd fought with them before. Warmth spread over my back as they formed. Jasmine struck once more with her tail, but I caught it with my spider legs. The tip of the stinger halted just shy of my face, and I heaved a sigh of relief as I lunged forward and slammed the side of my shield into her face. I expected it to strike home, but heavy resistance stopped it cold. She'd blocked my shield with her 4 limbs just as I'd blocked her tail. The tips of her legs peeled back to reveal sharp claws that quickly latched onto every side of my shield. A pity. You fought well, Durin. She had me pinned, and I couldn't react fast enough as she brought her scorpion tail overhead and brought it down on my shield. It shattered through my chitin like glass and sent shards scattering across the stone as they fell, reflecting the light of the sun shining through the stained glass. They clattered to the ground, and sharp pain radiated from my left arm. I looked over, and the pain only intensified. Her scorpion tail broke through my chitin and tore through my forearm. The tip stuck out the other side. I jerked my arm free, and blood rushed from the ragged wound. Shit, not good. I'm partially immune to the poison, but I can't deal with the side effects of a bleeding debuff right now. A terrible realization came over me, and I cursed as cold dread settled in my heart. She's going to kill me if I don't stop her. I don't have a choice. I'm sorry. I clenched my teeth and threw myself in a roll as she struck again. I came up and wielded my hand and a half-sword in both hands. The timer for Aura of the Arachnid was running low, and I had 2 minutes to finish this. It would be over in half that. Jasmine struck again, but I'd seen her tricks. She was fast and unbelievably strong, far better than I was at handling the mantle of Hive Knight. But her combat skills were lacking. She relied too much on brute force. It left her vulnerable. I stepped forward as she struck with her limbs. Instead of dodging, I turned my body as they glided past, barely looking at my chitin. As they struck air behind me, I used my own limbs to pin hers. And I struck. I put my entire body behind my thrust and aimed for the spot on her chest that I'd hit earlier, where the chitin was weakest. The blade hit dead center, and her armor couldn't withstand another strike. It buckled and caved under my steel, and it slid through her chest and stopped as the chitin of her back held. I pulled my sword from her chest as the eldritch glow from her eyes dimmed. The smooth chitin peeled away, retreating under her skin. Blood welled at the corners of her mouth, and she collapsed. I caught Jasmine before she hit the stone floor and cradled her against my chest. Without her armor, she seemed so frail as I held her. My own chitin faded as I canceled all of my abilities, and I sagged as my battle fatigue rose as I prematurely shut down Aura of the Arachnid. My legs failed me, and my knees hit the stone hard as I held onto Jasmine. Her auburn hair covered her face and stuck to the blood that covered her cheek. Someone, help her! I pressed my hand to her wound as her blood painted my hands, staining them crimson. I looked up at Magnus and Illyria, who hadn't moved a muscle. Magnus, help her! She's going to die! He shook his head softly just once. She's already gone, Durin. I'm sorry. She's not! Jasmine's fine! I brushed the blood away from her mouth, only to smear more blood across her tawny skin. Her head nestled in the crook of my arm, and her once beautiful eyes of honey were nothing but glass. He was right. Jasmine was gone. No, no, no! I glared up at Magnus. Help her! You're a chronomancer. Bring her back! I can't. What? No, that's fucking unacceptable. I laid Jasmine down as gently as possible and rose to face Magnus. I marched across the floor and ascended the steps of the obsidian throne, ignoring the concern across Eris's and Raven's faces. I grabbed Magnus by the collar of his black silk tunic, balling it in my fists and yanking him from his seat. Bring her back! Magnus stared into my eyes, his two light green burning a hole straight to my heart before he looked away. He swept his eyes to Jasmine's supine form, and he quickly brought his eyes back to mine. A tear fell down his cheek before he brushed it away with his thumb. I can't, he seethed. Magnus brought his fingers to his eyes and wiped away more tears before they could escape. I can't bring her back. Not anymore. Damn you! I threw him back and walked over to Jasmine. Her blood pooled beneath her body. I crashed to the ground next to her and tried to fight the grief that rose in my heart. Damn it! Place your hand on her, Knight. I paused. Why? To reclaim her chitin. It will replace what you've lost, and will be a great boon to you. It is also a way of honoring a knight who has fallen in battle. Her chitin will be carried on. With only minor hesitation, I placed my hand on Jasmine's still warm skin, and a heat crept into my palm as her chitin absorbed into my skin. Within a moment it was over, and as much as the aspect had said it was a way of honoring her, it felt like desecration. I'm sorry. I opened my mouth to find the words, but whatever I'd been about to say was silenced by the soft vocals of a woman singing. Magnolia knelt by her daughter, holding her head in her lap. singing softly while she ran her fingers through her hair as she cried and sang. I couldn't understand the words, but I wasn't meant to. It was a lamentation for Jasmine and Magnolia alone. Her words tempted my own grief, and I fought back my own tears and stood, turning back to the throne. Please, Magnus, please bring Jasmine back. If it were within my power, I would have done so already. There is nothing anyone can do to help her any longer, but lay her to rest. My hope shattered, and I couldn't fight the tears any longer. They spilled freely down my cheeks. I couldn't take my eyes from the young woman I'd killed. "Oh, Sam," Eris said, rushing over to me. Her arm brushed mine, but I pulled away. I couldn't speak, couldn't have responded even if I wanted to. There was nothing I could say at that moment. I fell to my knees in front of Jasmine, trying to find the words, but none came. I choked and cried. Warm fingers took hold of mine, and I blinked away my tears to see Magnolia smiling at me through her own tears. "It's okay." No, it's not. I killed her. Nothing is okay." Magnolia squeezed my hand tight. "No, you didn't." "She did," she said, before her gaze turned black as she tilted her head to Illyria. "You took advantage of my daughter's loneliness and twisted her to benefit your goals. All she ever wanted was a friend, and you used that against her." I wasn't any better. I brushed her aside when I could have so easily taken the time to get to know her. "I'm sorry, Jasmine. I'd have been honored to be your friend." I reached over to the small pool of blood underneath her body and dipped my finger in it. I brushed it across my lips and closed my eyes. Jasmine's memories flooded through me, and I made sure to burn every single detail into my mind, all the good and bad I experienced as the Mnemosyne showed bits of her life to me. Her senseless death could have been so easily avoided. "I won't forget you, Jasmine. I swear." It was a promise made to a dead girl. It didn't matter to her any longer, but it mattered to me. She deserved to be remembered by someone other than her mother. I placed my hand over Magnolia's and looked into her eyes. "I swear I will remember her. Always." "Thank you, Durin. She liked you more than you know. Even after you left, she couldn't stop talking about you," she said, twisting the knife even deeper into my heart. I let go of Magnolia's hand and stood. I turned to face Illyria, who held the same cold, impassive look as always, despite just watching her knight die in front of her. "Jasmine just died. Your knight. Say something." Illyria gave me a bitter smile. "She failed, and lost to a knight who doesn't even know how to use his power properly. I'll find another." I don't remember moving. 1 second I was by Jasmine's body, then the next my blade was a centimeter from Illyria's throat. The only thing that spared her was Magnus. "Let me go." Magnus shook his head in my periphery. "Your anger is understandable. Justifiable, even. But I can't let you harm Illyria." "Arg!" I screamed wordlessly in her face, spittle flying to pepper her cheeks. Magnus released me, and my shoulders hung heavy as I walked away from Illyria. I didn't know what to do with myself, stuck between wanting to avenge Jasmine and to just leave and go home, but I could do neither. Magnolia lifted Jasmine in her arms and rose. She faced us, and with tears streaming down her face, she inclined her head in a shallow bow. "If you'll excuse me, I must go bury my daughter." "Of course, Magnolia. Truly, I'm sorry for your loss," Magnus said, his voice weary. "I'll help," I began and took a step. "No, thank you. But this is something I must do myself," she said, and carried Jasmine from the room, leaving behind a trail of 2 bright blood and another ghost in my heart. I stared at the pool of blood for a long moment before Raven and Eris walked over to me. "There was nothing more you could have done, my bonded. You gave her every chance." "Bonded? Not so much now, my love. But the sentiment is still there. Doesn't make it hurt any less." Raven ran her fingers over mine, not saying anything, but her crimson eyes held what she knew her words couldn't. We'd all experienced loss in our lives, and sometimes 1,000 words couldn't express what a simple touch and a look could. "I love you both," I said. "No point in fighting how I feel. Not anymore." I let go of them and stood in front of Magnus as he looked down from his throne. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass and covered us both in shimmering colors. "Tell me why," I said. "You brought Illyria back, and she was nothing but ash. Tell me why you couldn't do that with Jasmine." Magnus sighed. "I'll explain everything, I promise. But we're about to have company. It'll be easier to understand when they get here." I threw my hands up, too impatient to wait. I wanted answers. I needed to understand why Jasmine had to die, and Magnus was the only one who could give them to me. "How long do I have to wait?" He cocked his head to the side. "Not long. If you'll stop and listen, you can hear them." "What?" I paused, closing my mouth and doing as he suggested, listening. For a long moment, all there was the steady breathing of the 5 of us and a bird singing softly outside. I was about to give up when Eris spoke. "Metal. Thuds. Someone's fighting in the hallways, getting closer." It took a minute longer for me, but eventually I picked up what Eris heard, and she was right. There were definite sounds of fighting inching closer to us. Who would be bold enough to attack? Oh, of course, it's them. Took them long enough. They even had a head start on us. I shook my head, too weary of everything that had happened. It was only a few minutes later when I realized I hadn't tended to my wounds, and I quickly pulled out a health potion and drank half of it. The others bristled as the fight worked its way to just outside the door, but I stood calmly. A man screamed on the other side of the door, and there was a loud thump, then another. The doors buckled inward and slammed open as a badly bruised man in once bright silver armor, now dented and stained red, came sailing into the throne room. He landed with a thud and let out a strangled, raspy groan as he stared up at us. "Intruders," he croaked, before his eyes rolled back in his head and he slumped to the stone floor. 2 sets of brilliant golden eyes pierced the darkness. Sharp footsteps cracked as Evelyn and Adam strolled into the room. Both of them were battered and bloody like I'd never seen them before. Evelyn's skin-tight leather armor was cut in numerous places, showing much of her pale skin as off-color blood dripped from the tears. Adam wore his medium plate armor, but while not as worn as Evelyn's, he had a fair number of welts and dents. Blood ran from a split lip and a cut on the side of his neck. By the 9 kings of hell, I've never even seen them bleed before. They walked through the room in utter silence, and as they came closer, they both stared at me, nodded, and turned to Magnus. Expressions like I'd never seen on their faces before. Confusion, rage, and immeasurable relief all melded into shock as their mouths opened slightly. "It really is you," Adam said. "After all this time." Magnus lit up. So much warmth filled his eyes as the biggest smile broke across his face. "It's good to see you again, James. You as well, Jessica. I've missed you both terribly." 200 years, Evelyn seethed. "We spent 200 years searching for you, Nicholas." "I know, and I'll explain everything, to all 3 of you." Evelyn tilted her head. "3 of us?" she asked before turning to me. "You're including Samson Acre?" She held up a hand as my mouth opened. "Don't misconstrue that, guild leader. I've grown quite fond of you in these past few years, but you're not exactly one of us. This really isn't your concern." "You know my full name?" I asked. She nodded. "I'm the one who recruited you from that disgusting camp so long ago, after all." "Jessica? Jessica Bell?" "Indeed. And Adam is actually Jameson Bell." I sighed into my palm. "All 3 of you have a lot of explaining to do." Chapter 29. Broken World. Magnus, or Nicholas, whoever he really was, led all of us to his study. Once inside, we gathered around his map table, and he looked at each of us in turn. "I know we have much to discuss, and bear with me, as it's a lot." Let's start at the beginning. How do you three know each other? I stared at both Adam and Evelyn, who drunk a health potion each and were back to their usual perfection. I thought I knew you both, but I don't know you at all. Evelyn smiled at me, brushing away a stray silver hair that fell on her face. You knew part of us, the parts that we wanted to share. You, more than most, should know why we chose to do so. I get it, I do, but I still can't help feeling a little betrayed. But that's wrong with me. Okay, we're all entitled to secrets, but I mean, come on. You knew who Magnus was this whole time? Not at all. We'd long since thought Nick died, since we couldn't find him after all these years since the schism happened. We assumed he'd been a casualty, Adam said. I placed my hands on the wooden lip of the map table. The schism. How did it happen? An explosion in the bunker, we think. Something happened in the real world that took out several of our servers, leaving us with precious little data storage remaining, which eventually led to the schism. Adam slammed his fist down on the table. You left out the most important detail, Nick. Tell him what you did. Magnus sighed and looked over to Adam, his face pained. After all that's happened, you're still angry. It wasn't your call to make. Then whose? He fired back, his finger pointed at Adam. It had to be us, and you weren't willing to make the call. I did what you couldn't. You killed thousands, and saved thousands more. Hey, I shouted, holding my hands up. Both of you stop this, and explain what's going on. Magnus and Adam stopped and turned to me, anger on their faces. Adam motioned to Magnus. Tell him. He sighed. Before the schism, there was a decision to make. A choice to leave things as they were and hope the AI could fix the issues, or to purge as much irrelevant data as possible to move what we could save to the non-damaged drives. You made the call to delete everything. Yes. I pulled out the chair by the desk in the corner and sat back, trying to think. Eris and Raven had been quiet through the exchange, but when I moved, they came and sat back against the wall next to me while I drummed my fingers across the elegant cherry wood desk. It was a hard call with no clear outcome on either side. Could 𝗷𝗄𝗄𝗃 have fixed the system? Adam opened his mouth to respond but quickly closed it, his eyes shifting away. Maybe. I don't know. But we had time to find out if she could. We didn't have to act immediately. If we had waited for her to get finished with her analysis, we'd have lost even more drives to the corruption, and it would have cost hundreds of lives in the slim hopes that we might have been able to save everyone. It was a pipe dream, and you know it, Magnus said. James, he's right. Much as I didn't agree with how he went about it, he took decisive action, and much as you hate the cost, you can't deny he saved everyone he could, Evelyn said. You were just as furious as I was, don't even deny it, Adam replied. Evelyn leaned her hip against the table and crossed her arms. I hated that he went around us without our consent and used your system access to do it. I hated the method, but I've always agreed with his results. Evelyn's right, I said, standing up. My fingers brushed against Raven and Eris as I passed, and I gave them both a reassuring smile. Magnus did what he thought was best, and I can't say I wouldn't have made the same decision in his place. Risking the whole system and the off chance that you can save everyone is a fool's gamble, and you know it. I thought after all you've lost, you'd agree that we have to save everyone, if we can, but not at the cost of everyone else. I've lost just as much as anyone else here, and not 20 minutes ago, I lost someone I would have liked to befriend. A girl who did nothing wrong but still died a needless death. I paced in a small circle, my footsteps clacking against the hardwood floor. You can't save everyone. That's the lesson I've learned after all these years. Save who you can, when you can. Well said. Durin is right, especially now, Magnus said, coming over to clap me on the back. This doesn't have to be a repeat of the past. We can work together this time. Repeat? That's what this has been about since the beginning. It's happening again, isn't it? That's what the void is doing, creeping in from the azure depths, I said, placing my finger on the hyper-realistic map. The system is corrupted again. Yes, Our measures were only temporary, I'm afraid, and I don't know how bad the situation actually is this time. What happens if the system gets fully corrupted? It's the end of everything, of the entire 𝗷𝗶𝒴𝒆 project. So we would all die, permanently. Exactly. There are no backups, Magnus said. I pinched the bridge of my nose and heaved a sigh. I need a drink. I opened my inventory and pulled out my flask. Anyone need a drink? Just me. Okay. After a long pull, I capped the flask and passed it to Raven, because I knew she would want one. All this time, and I still don't know what the 𝗷𝗶𝒴𝒆 project's end goal was. Digital immortality is great and all, but this couldn't have been the entire goal, right? Adam shook his head. It wasn't. This was supposed to be just temporary. 𝗻𝗍 Industries saw the writing on the wall when the first of the ghouls appeared. They started forming contingency plans in case the worst should happen. 𝗻𝗍? Seriously? Those bastards who are behind all this? So what, digital immortality was the best they could come up with? Not at all, Evelyn interjected. It was just one of the projects they had in the works. And how well did the others turn out? Magnus asked her. They built a damn spaceship in low orbit and ferried almost 2,000 people off-world. And what happened to them, Adam? Evelyn? Both of them looked away, their faces set in stone. Magnus slammed his fist on the wood. Exactly. And how did our own end goal turn out? 20 years. That was the promise we all received when we started working on the project. 20 years, and our consciousness would be put inside clones of our bodies. That was our end game. And what happened? He blew out a breath and combed through his hair. Raven, would you mind sharing? He asked. She froze mid-sip and pulled the flask from her lips. No, Magnus, she said and stood, handing him the metal flask. Magnus drank deeply, nearly chugging the stiff whiskey I'd filled it with. He stopped and sat it on the table, spilling a few drops in the process. 957 years. We've been here for nearly 1,000 years and have no chance of ever going home again. If Earth even stands any longer, we're here on Nexus until the power runs out and ends it all. I don't know about the rest of you, but I know exactly which of the 9 hells I'm headed to, and I'm not looking forward to it. The air was heavy, the tension so thick I could have cut it with my knife. Look, I said, standing from the chair. This goes beyond any past grievances. We can't hold on to grudges when the literal end of everything is staring us in the face. I'm an outsider in all this. I'm not a scientist, computer, whatever. I'm just a thug. But you 3 are the smartest, most powerful people in this world. If you can't come to an agreement, then we all die. Samson has a point, brother. We have to do something. We can't repeat past mistakes and have us at odds with each other. We can find common ground. Adam laughed, leaning over the table while his golden eyes stared down at the map, unblinking. You're right about one thing, Jess. We can't repeat history, that's for damn sure. He looked up at Magnus, a decision made in his eyes. We tried it your way last time, and all it bought was time. We do it my way this time. Magnus's eyes narrowed. I disagree. The tension broke with the last syllable of his words. Evelyn smoothly drew 2 silver daggers the length of short swords and shifted her weight to balance. Adam pulled 2 summoning crystals from his inventory and stood poised to throw them, while on the other side of the study, Illyria pushed off the desk she stood against as chitin enveloped her, her hands elongating to wicked black blades. Magnus stood impassively, but with his time magic, he didn't have to move a muscle. I had a choice to make myself. It wasn't the wrong choice, but as I drew my sword, I knew it wasn't right. My blade raised, I stepped toward Evelyn. Don't do this. She lifted her lips in a smile. You would raise your blade to me? If you 2 are not willing to see reason, unless you have a better plan, then wait and see. I'm siding with the plan that has the best chance of all of us surviving. Even at the cost of thousands of lives, Adam asked, his fingers twitching. I can't save everyone, but I can save Eris, I can save Raven, the 2 of you and the Gloom Knights. The rest of the world be damned. I'll make that choice every time. We stared into each other's eyes, just waiting for the pin to drop. "All of you stop this madness!" Eris shouted, breaking the tense silence. I wasn't expecting her voice. She hadn't spoken since we entered the study. Eris picked herself up from the dark floorboards and glared at all of us. "Look at where this has led. We're family, all of us. And you're about to slaughter each other? Over what? Because you can't agree on something? Children, all of you." There was a single split second where we could have continued as we were and went to war. But as I looked at each of the people I would give my life for, I lowered my sword and chuckled. It started as a soft, single chuckle, but it grew, and soon I was laughing so hard it hurt to breathe. I had to lean on the table to keep from falling over. When I got back up, everyone just stared at me. She's right. We're children. All it took was one confrontation, and over 10 years of loyalty snapped like string. I was ready to fight you, Evelyn, knowing I'd lose. That says something about the severity of the situation, but come on. We can't do any better than trying to kill each other over our differences. I eyed each of them and then walked out of the room. "Where are you going?" Adam asked at my back. "To the kitchen. I'm starving, and I think we could all use a drink. Come, don't come, I don't care. If you kill each other after I leave, that's on you. But I'm not going to fight my friends." Eris and Raven followed me out, and I shut the wood door with a heavy thud. Before I'd taken a step, Eris's heated hand intertwined with my fingers, and Raven looped her arm through mine. I ran my hand over Raven's smooth skin as I turned to Eris. "Thank you for that. I don't know what came over me. You were all scared, because I know I was. To face the end is a terrifying prospect, but it affords a measure of clarity once you've lived through it. This isn't just our end. It's the possible end for everyone. It's big, and I don't know what to do, what I can do. I'm good at swinging a sword, but a sword can't fix what's coming. Maybe I should just let them handle it. I'm so far out of my depth I can't see the shore, and I think it's going to get worse before it gets better." Raven tugged on my arm, pulling my attention to her. "Maybe you just do what you can, when you can. I don't think anyone is asking you to solve this yourself. Let those who know better handle the things you can't. You handle the things you can." I smiled down at her. It was simple advice, but that's exactly what I needed in that moment. Simple, to the point. I kissed the top of her head. "Thank you. That's exactly what I needed to hear." "Good. I'm glad I could help. You can spoil me later," she said with a wink. We walked the rest of the way in silence, our heads heavy with what we'd just been told, but I handled it better than the first time Magnus had shattered my world. It's not like the signs weren't there from the beginning. I just didn't put them together, didn't want to think about how everything shifted in my world so easily. The only thing I can do is help where I can and do my best to protect those who matter more than anything else in my life. When we got to the dining hall, we took a seat at the banquet table while Eris stared at the wide-open windows and wooden support beams along the walls that connected overhead. "It's a beautiful place," she said softly, clutching my hand as we all three sat side by side. I laid my head down and rested my warm, almost feverish forehead against the cool, smooth wood, waiting to find out if the others would join us. It took a few minutes, but eventually the heavy wooden doors opened, and a parade of footsteps thumped across the stone floor towards us. After a few terse seconds, the chairs around the table scraped against the floor, and I finally looked up. Magnus and Illyria sat across from us, while Adam and Evelyn sat near the head of the table. "Glad to see you all came to your senses," I said, leaning back. "Well, given the stakes, tensions are going to run high all around. But as Eris said, we were behaving inappropriately." "Yes. Thank you, little queen. I'd have hated to take your lover's head. I kind of like him." I laughed and reached for my flask, only to find that I'd left it back in Magnus's study. Oh well. I'm glad too. Would have been a pain to respawn and level up now. "You wouldn't respawn. Not this time, Durin," Magnus said, laying his palms flat on the table. "It's why I couldn't bring Jasmine back, and why I'm thankful no blood was shed between us. The system has worsened faster than before, and I'm afraid there are no more respawns for any of us. I slumped over in my chair, deflating at his words. Silence filled the room, broken only by the subtle gusts of wind that howled through the open windows. So this is it for all of us. We either fix what's wrong with the system or we die for real. Fuck, I'm not cut out for this. Any thought of food soured in my mouth, and I fought the churning in my stomach and swallowed bile. I've died before, but I've never had so much to lose as right now. I can't afford to die. Not yet. Okay, I said, raising my head. How do we stop it? We don't, Evelyn said, turning to me. They do. She swept her hand past Magnus and Adam. They helped build the damn thing. They're the only ones who can even hope to fix it. So what's the problem? Why can't you fix it? It's not that simple, Adam said with a shake of his head. I'm going to have to dig into the root directory to find out what exactly is going on, and that's complicated, to say the least. Do tell, I replied, drumming my fingers along the edge of the wood. Seems there is a lot you still haven't told me. He shook his head. You know most of it, but not all of it. Playing coy after all you've revealed to the boy? Don't get squeamish now. I've heard Magnus's side of the argument, but I'm so curious about yours, Illyria said, her arms crossed as she leaned to the side of her chair. Adam sighed. When the schism happened, Nick and I argued on the correct course of action, much like we're doing now. We just couldn't reach common ground, as he wanted the most extreme option. He looked from me to Magnus with fire in his eyes. Nick went behind my back and used his admin access to override the system and force it to purge all non-essential data. He betrayed me. I'll say what I told you then, what I told you minutes ago. I did what had to be done. You were content to sit and watch while trying and failing to come up with an alternative. I took decisive action and saved everyone I could. It doesn't give you the right to play God, Adam shouted, standing up so fast his wooden chair clattered to the floor. Do you hear yourself, James? With the power we wield in this world, we're as close as we can be, you two especially. If not us, then who? Magnus asked. This isn't what our power was meant for. We are supposed to be guardians, protectors, not executioners. By the 9 kings of hell, can you two not fight for 2 seconds? I asked. They both turned to me as I ran my hand over my face, my jaw tight from clenching. Adam, I understand your position, I do. But the perfect option doesn't always exist. We have to do what we can with what we have. And unless you have a definite plan to save everyone, it's just wishful thinking. Let's hear what Magnus has to say, because from where I'm sitting, he's the only one here with a plan already in mind. He jabbed a finger at me. This isn't your let him be, brother. Sam is right, and he's earned his place here. Even I can't deny that anymore. Adam sat down in a huff, but when his eyes met mine, gone was the hostility. His eyes were back to the normal, back to the eyes of my friend. You're right. Both of you. The whole point of this entire project was to save as many people as we could. Which is exactly what I'm trying to do, James. You have to admit to yourself that what I'm doing is the best and only way we can save as many as possible. I can't admit that, but I'll hear you out this time, at least, Adam said and knelt to pick up his fallen chair off the ground. I stood up and leaned on the table, looking at Magnus. I'm assuming that your plan is the same as before? Essentially. Though we can't shrink the island, as it's the last landmass in this world, we delete everything we can. Starting with the NPCs, since they take up the most data besides players. We delete as much as we can to save as many people as possible. As long as everyone I care about is safe, I'll help in any way I can. Magnus nodded, his lips pressed together as he folded his hands in his lap. I'm glad to hear it, but we can't begin without James. You want my override code? I need it. I held my hands up. What override code? Magnus stood from his chair as someone new entered the room. The clink of crystal on metal caused me to turn as Magnolia came in with drinks, but at a second glance my eyebrows raised. I was wrong. I'd reflexively thought it was Magnolia, but it was actually Illyria. She carried a tray of drinks in both hands without so much as a wobble as she sauntered across the room. Her sharp heels cracked loudly against the stone. "I've brought drinks for everyone, but don't get used to this," she said as she set the tray in the center of the table. "Thank you, dear," Magnus said as he poured himself a glass of wine. A crystal tumbler filled with amber called my name, and I snagged it from the silver tray before knocking it back. "Oh, that's delicious, and just what I needed." I grabbed the bottle and another glass and poured another for myself and handed a glass to Raven. "Thank you, darling. I think we could all use a drink right now." Eris declined a glass, but held onto my fingers tightly as I leaned down and kissed her. She scrunched her face in disgust, but her eyes lit up with humor and warmth. "You taste like alcohol, love." "Sorry," I began, before Raven grabbed hold of my face and pulled me into a kiss of her own, her tongue dancing with mine. "You're right," she said as she pulled away a second later. "He totally does." She laughed and kissed my cheek before laying her head on my shoulder. It was just for a minute while everyone took a drink from the table, but I loved them both for being themselves in the face of such melancholy. Times have never been as dark as these, and they're only going to get darker. I need to keep them close, to remind me of who I'm fighting for. Once we all had a bit of alcohol to ease the mood, we returned to the conversation at hand. "This override code, what is it?" I asked. "Nick went around me and used his access to initiate the purge. When it was over, I couldn't remove his access, but I had to make sure he didn't do something like it again, so I did the only thing I could and knocked us both out of the system," Adam said, taking a sip of wine. "But you left a way back in, an override." He nodded. "But I can't give it to him, even if he's right. He's also not being completely honest. Even if it starts with NPCs, that's not where we'll end. Because if it's not something we can fix, it'll eventually lead to him sacrificing players to save space like he did before. No one person should have the right to decide who lives and who dies." Magnus sighed. "I wish you would see reason, James. But this isn't getting us anywhere." He snapped his fingers, and Evelyn froze in place, her glass tumbler halfway to her pale lips. "What are you doing?" "Taking control of the situation," Magnus said as he rose from his chair. "You don't want to be responsible for the lives of everyone on Nexus. I get that. So once again, I'll do what you can't. Give me the override." "Oh, what? You kill Jess? You wouldn't hurt either of us. I know that for a fact. I also know you can't hold her for long." Magnus lifted his head and stared at him. I knew the look in his eyes well, and Adam was wrong. He'd kill Evelyn if that's what it took. "I can either release her or kill her, and you can either save her or watch her die." Adam rose from his seat, crystals in hand. "I'll stop you." "How?" "I'm your counter. You know you can't win against me." Magnus sighed. The lines on his face aged him 10 years. "Don't make me do this, James. Give me the code." Adam raised his hand. His fingers twitched as he was about to throw his summon, but he stopped and lowered his hands. "Epsilon 42-739 Delta." "Thank you. Was that so hard?" He scowled, his brows furrowed. "You're going to kill thousands, and you don't even care, do you?" "Of course I do," he said, his hands clenched tight. Magnus picked up his nearly full wine glass and downed it in a single gulp. "But I do this for the good of the many, not the few." Magnus snapped his fingers, and 𝗵𝗿𝒿 heart appeared, suspended in the air over the table. He reached out and touched a single finger to the brilliant emerald. "Epsilon 42-739 Delta." With those words, the heart shuddered, and a chime rang through the dining room. A crack split the gemstone, which was followed by even more cracks as it shattered into 1,000 pieces. They rained down to the table but disappeared before they touched the wood. We all stood and stared, transfixed at where the heart once resided. In its place was a girl. She had deeply tanned skin, a thin, delicate face, and curly brown hair that stopped at her round chin. Her glazed eyes were green, the exact shade of 𝗵𝗿𝒿's heart. She wore a plain gray dress that stopped at her calves. The girl hung in the air for a second before dropping to the table, folding her legs under her as she rested on her heels. After a time, she lifted her head and stared around the room, her jaw clenching and unclenching as she worked it around, trying to find a way to speak. "Ah, there we go. I'm not used to this vessel yet," she said, her voice deeper than I was expecting from such a small woman. She rose and climbed down off the table before walking over to Adam. "Master Bell, it has been too long," she said, bowing. "Edna, since when do you have an avatar?" "I've had this form since the very beginning. There was just never a need to use it before, but it was the easiest option to converse with all of you." "Who is she?" I asked as I got out of my chair, letting go of Raven and Eris in the process. Edna turned to me, a small, very sad smile on her face. "Hello again, Samson Aker. My name is Edna, but you would know me better as 𝗷𝗶𝒴𝗴𝒄. I am the governing AI for this world." Chapter 30. Fallen. I marched around the banquet table and slapped Edna across the face. She stumbled back from the force but remained standing, a small reddening welt rising where I'd struck her. Her green eyes wide, she raised a hand to her cheek, wincing as her fingers brushed her tan skin. "That hurt," she said, her mouth agape. "You know what that's for." Edna nodded, dropping her hand. "I assume that settles accounts with us." I heaved a sigh, already tired of the headache that wasn't quite yet here but I knew was coming. "Yeah, we're good now." "Sam, what the hell? Why'd you slap my AI?" Adam asked, staring at me like I'd lost my mind. "We had business to settle. It's settled. Let's move on." I went back to my chair as Edna shook her head and stood by Adam as we all returned to our seats. "Now that Edna's here, we can continue," Magnus said. "I'm afraid you're mistaken, Mr. Parks. You used a loophole in my programming last time to initiate the purge, and it has since been corrected. You will not be able to repeat the actions of the past." Magnus sighed, tugging at the hairs on his chin. "Why must everything be so complicated?" he muttered before he looked up at Edna. "You refuse to help me?" "I refuse to help you kill any more innocents." "That's unfortunate." "Shit!" Adam cursed as he turned to me. "Sam, take Eris and get away." "What?" I rose from my chair just as Magnus snapped his fingers, freezing me in place. Freezing all of us in place. "Magnus, what the hell?" I asked, moving my neck to face him. "What are you doing?" He looked up at me, his eyes haunted and pained. They must have weighed 1,000 pounds for how heavy they looked in that moment. "Truly, I am sorry. You'll never understand how much I wish I didn't have to do this." "Do what?" "I was counting on us being able to resolve our differences and work together on this, but even with the override, I'm back to where I was before, but I still don't have full access. If Edna is unwilling or unable to assist me, then I must take alternate measures to achieve my goal. I'm sorry, Sam, but I need Eris." "Why?" I shouted. "Because I need access to Edna's root programming, but she's blocked my access, and since she won't help, I need the codes." "What does that have to do with Eris?" Magnus laid his palms flat on the table, thumbs curled around the edge. "Eris is the last of the original NPCs created when this world was built. She's different than all the others because she and all the others of that time were created using a cloned version of Edna. Think of them like her children. As time went on, Edna started using the brain scans and personalities of the humans we introduced to create the NPCs. Eris is the only original left." I struggled against my invisible prison but couldn't move anything but my neck. I jerked my head around the room before my eyes landed on Illyria. "Use Illyria instead. Do you think I haven't considered that?" he shouted, slamming his fist on the table. "Why do you think I brought her back in the first place? She's incompatible now. My magic changed her code when it was introduced to her. I've already tried. And you? Are you just going to stand there while he takes your daughter?" Illyria couldn't meet my gaze. Her eyes fell to the ground as she hung her head. I do not wish to die again. I turned to Magnus. Can you get the code without harming Eris? After an eternity's pause, he shook his head. It would destroy her. I'm sorry, Sam. I'd give anything not to take her from you. I know what she means to you, but it's the lives of all of us versus one girl. I will make that trade, so you don't have to. It'll be quick, painless, like falling asleep. It won't hurt her, I promise. I don't give a damn about your promises. They mean nothing. I won't let you fucking touch her. You don't have a choice, I'm afraid. That's where you're wrong, I snarled, and activated Aura of the Anti-Mage. It dispersed off my skin and swirled around the table, shattering all the magic that kept us frozen. As soon as I could move my body again, I pulled Eris to her feet and drew my sword. Magnus stared at me in shock, his eyes wide, mouth agape. Anti-magic? But how? He looked over at Evelyn and cursed. Him? You chose him? He's as worthy as any I've found these many years. You won't be able to hold us again. Magnus sneered at her, kicking over his chair as he raised his hands, and ethereal green pentagrams appeared in his palm. As soon as they formed, they sputtered and died, fizzing out to nothing. Illyria, he barked. She nodded and stepped onto the table, letting her chitin flow over her pale skin as two wicked swords appeared in her hands. I'm afraid I must restrain you, my little fly. Eris stared down her mother, her emotions so overwhelming that she was drowning in them. You were going to let him kill me? It's the only way for us to survive. I wish it weren't so, but it has to be this way. I raised my sword, ready to charge her, but Adam grabbed my arm tight. It's time to run, not time to fight. We need to get away before Nick's magic returns. Adam tossed 2 crystals at the stone floor, and they shattered, revealing his lava golem and a handful of bane wolves. They'll cover us, but we have to go now. Do as he says, Sam, Evelyn said, drawing her twin blades. Getting Eris to safety is the mission. We can fight later. I nodded at them as Illyria cut one of Adam's bane wolves in half. Blood gushed from the split wolf before it dissolved in swirling shadow. The 5 of us took off towards the dining hall door as Adam's summons bought us a few moments. This house is a fucking maze. Which way do we go? I asked as the heavy wood door slammed shut behind me. Raven stepped to the left and motioned at us. Follow me. I know the way. She took off around the corner as we all jogged to catch up. I held Eris's hand to my left while Evelyn and Adam ran ahead of me. We cleared out most, if not all, of Nicholas's guards on our way in, Evelyn said, turning to me as we ran. We should have an easy way out if you can take Eris and fly out of here when we get outside. As we ran by a door, it flew open, and a man in heavy plate mail jumped out with his sword raised. I twisted, bringing my sword up as his came down. I caught it on the guard and grunted as I tightened my grip. I let go of Eris as I and the guard had our swords bound. Protect her! Adam grabbed Eris as I fought with the guard. I stepped forward and threw my weight into my blade, maneuvering both to the left near the ground. The guard's blue eyes lit up as he tried to compensate and bring his sword back, but I had my opening. I hooked the top of my foot around his heel and tugged, taking his leg out from under him. His head smacked hard against the door jamb as he fell back. Before he could rise, I thrust my sword through the gap in his helmet, puncturing his carotid. His blood spilled around my sword as I pulled it free, his death rattle echoing in the empty room behind him. Adam still held Eris as I turned and was about to join him when the clink of armor and voices sounded from the hallway behind me. Go, take her. I'll cover us. What about you? He asked, his eyebrows raised, lips pursed. They don't want me, I shouted. I'll be fine. Sam, Eris said, tugging on Adam's iron grip. Go, love. I'll be right behind you, I said before turning away from her and walking around the corner. 6 men stood in the hallway, lambent torchlight reflected in their too bright armor. Give me chitin armor aspect. Of course, knight. It slithered over my skin, and I gripped my sword tightly as I activated spider limbs and scorpion tail. Chitin pulled heavily at my back, forming my new appendages as I met the first of the guards. The hallway was too narrow for them to surround me, and my jagged black scorpion tail made it dangerous for them to try. A few paled at the sight. A demon made manifest in front of them. I raised my sword as a tall guard came forward, a mace clutched in both hands. It was heavy as he swung. It displaced the air with a soft whistle as it barreled toward my head. With a thought, chitin shield formed to meet the challenge. As his mace rebounded off my shield, I whipped my sword in an arc, following the trajectory of the mace as it flew back. I angled my blade, and its edge parted the flesh at Mace's wrist, severing the fine tendons that let him control his weapon. Mace dropped his mace and stumbled back, holding his dripping wrist. Blood welled through his fingers, and he groaned as his face scrunched in pain. I lunged to end his life, but a second guard stepped forward and caught the tip of my blackened steel on the flat of his dagger, deflecting my strike. In his right hand was a short sword that came from my face as dagger riposted. Two of my limbs pulled me back as the blades licked the chitin by my cheek. I stepped back as my tail shot the tip of my stinger forward, its noxious poison trickling in a purple stream over the obsidian chitin. It punched through his steel chestplate hard enough that the tail lifted him into the air. Dagger choked as all the air was forced out of his lungs. He curled in on himself as he coughed, and blood splattered across the stone walls and floor. I retracted my tail as Dagger slumped over, his lifeless head cracking hard against the ground. "You son of a bitch!" another guard screamed as he leapt over the body of his comrade. While he hung in midair, I stepped to him and brought the left side of my spider limbs up sharply to meet him. The man impaled himself on my appendages. Two of them lodged in the upper part of his chestplate, but the third landed high, just under the man's eye, as it pierced through his bone and into his brain. Two of the other guards slunk around and attempted to flank me, but I attacked with the remaining 3 limbs and my tail. I punctured their armor with just as much ease as the others, and they both died quick, if not painless, deaths. The final man was wiser than his dead friends and turned to run. His brains kicked in too late, as I flung the suspended corpse of the guard at him. It hit his legs, and he hit the stone tile hard as the body pinned him to the ground. I stepped over the dead as the man tried to crawl for his sword that had slid from his hands when he took the nosedive. I nudged it with my foot as his fingertips brushed the leather handle, sending it skittering down the hall. The man looked up at me, his wide brown eyes panicked, shot through with fear. "Mercy," he pleaded. "You'll find none here," I said as my sword ended his life. I wiped the blood from my blade, staring at the scorpion tail as it drifted into the corner of my eye before curling around my waist. For what Illyria tried to do, I have to admit they're damned impressive. No sounds crept toward me from either end of the hallway, so I hastily pulled up my interface. Combat results. 7 killed, human, 10,500 EXP. Total EXP gained, 10,500 EXP. EXP 6,800 out of 6,800. Level up. Level 69. 3,800 out of 6,900 EXP. 10 stat points available. I paused at the notification, at the first life I'd taken today. "I'll make her pay for your death, Jasmine. I swear." With a thought, I closed the interface and let the chitin armor fade. My arachnid appendages wormed back under my skin, and I changed into my shadow steel plate. "You gave this armor and sword to me, Magnus. I'm going to use them to destroy you both." Magnus would never lay his hands on Eris. I would die first. I left the bloodied hallway and started working on finding my way back to the others. I encountered only minimal resistance as I wound through the sharp corridors. A few guards who engaged me met their end on my blade. I cut them down, not even bothering to use the chitin at my disposal. With a flick of my wrist, I cast their blood off the edge of my blade as they dropped to the floor. Though the guards told me one thing, that I was going in the wrong direction. Evelyn wouldn't leave even a single guard alive, so I need to pick a different route. I took a right at the next hallway I came to and picked up my speed. It took another few minutes, but I eventually found my way to the stairs that led to the upper floors of the castle and the parapets. I took the stairs 2 at a time and burst through the doors as the sun hung low in the sky. Burnt orange tinged the horizon as day began to fall to night. The others gathered around Raven, who'd already shifted and had Eris sitting atop her, staring at me, eyes wide with concern. I smiled at her as I approached, but shook my head when she attempted to climb off Raven. "All right, let's get moving. What are we standing around for?" Evelyn walked across the ramparts to stand in front of me. She leaned up and flicked me on the nose. "Idiot," she said, but there was no heat in her voice. "Do you expect all of us to fit on the giant chicken?" I so eloquently replied as I stared over at Raven. "Yeah, no way we all fit. 3 is pushing it, 4 is out of the question." "Okay, Adam, take Eris and Raven and get out of here. Evelyn and I will work our way out." "I'm not leaving you," Eris shouted, hopping off Raven and sprinting the distance. "I won't leave you behind." "We don't have time to argue about this. We'll be right behind you, I promise. Now go. Eris hung her head, her large obsidian eyes downcast as she reached out and brushed the tip of my hand. I pulled her in close and held her for a moment. I love you, but Evelyn and I can take care of ourselves. We'll join you in a few hours, I promise. Adam rushed between us and grabbed my shoulder. As touching as this is, we're out of time. Larry just died, and that bitch took out my wolves like they were nothing. Nick is coming. We have to go. Eris and I broke apart, and I all but pushed her towards Raven. Go. She didn't fight me and ran back to Raven, quickly climbing up her feathers. You too, Adam. He shook his head. I'm not leaving without Evelyn. I threw my hands up. Then both of you go. I'll stay. No! The shouts of both Raven and Eris were deafening. I was about to reply when Evelyn tensed. Doesn't matter now. He's here. The large doors burst open as Magnus strolled through with Illyria in tow. They were only a couple 100 feet away, and we were on the cusp of running out of time. Go, go, go! I shouted and took off, but a firm hand grabbed mine and stopped me in my tracks. Evelyn's golden eyes stared into mine as her hand wound around my wrist. There's no more time. Make sure James leaves. Do you understand, Sam? What about you? I'm gonna buy you time to escape. I shook my head violently. Hell no, I'm not leaving you here. Magnus will kill you. She gave me a small smile as she lifted onto her toes and pressed her lips to mine in a chaste kiss. Yes, he will. She stepped back, and my interface flared to life in front of me. Ability share. Returned to 0, except YN. Yes. I waved away the screen as quickly as it appeared, not bothering to read what the ability did. What's this? A weapon. Use it when the time comes, she said as she pulled away from me. In her hands were the knife 𝗲𝗏 had given me. She'd stolen it from my belt. I'm taking your knife. You won't get it back. She turned to face Magnus as he and Illyria drew near. My heart beat too loudly in my ears as my mouth ran dry. The last thing I wanted to do was leave her alone, but I couldn't stay. I had to protect others. I had to go. One last thing, Sam, before we part, she said, raising the knife to her palm. A gift and a curse. Perhaps you'll use it better than we did. Evelyn stuck the knife in her palm, wincing as she dug deep into her flesh. After only a second, she pulled something free from her hand. It was a small orange crystal, smooth like a cut gemstone. Her blood struck the gem as a light pulsed within it. Catch! She tossed it back to me as she strolled toward Magnus. It's been fun, Sam. I caught the crystal in my right hand. As soon as it touched my hand, a searing pain flared to life and my skin bubbled and hissed. The gemstone burrowed into my palm. I clenched my teeth as I fought to keep from screaming and took off towards Raven. Evelyn walked calmly towards Magnus, but as she turned away, she changed. The pale silver of her hair fell away to midnight as her hair changed colors. Her skin grew a few shades darker as she walked away from me. In a handful of seconds stood the girl who walked into my life all those many years ago and offered me a chance at salvation. Evelyn was gone. In her place stood 𝗳𝗃𝗍𝒃. As soon as Jessica got close, she activated Aura of the Anti-Mage. It shot from her skin in a whirlwind towards Magnus, but I blinked and he disappeared, reappearing in the same instant 20 feet away, out of range of her aura. The wind picked up as I ran, but a single word carried. Move. I turned back as Magnus spoke. Jessica shook her head, raising her swords. Magnus spoke again, but it was lost to the breeze as she stood in his way, refusing to back down. He shook with rage. The veins in Magnus's neck throbbed against his tan skin as he bellowed an unhinged scream. Jessica fell. She jerked, turning, her head tilted towards me. Her vacant eyes glassed as they stared through me. Jessica dropped to the ground and closed her eyes. They would never open again. I ran and climbed onto Raven as Adam stared at his sister, an all too familiar emotion clear in his eyes. He twitched, 2 summoning crystals in his hands as hatred filled his face. I knew what he was about to do, and I understood. But I couldn't let him. My sword cleared leather, and I bashed the emerald pommel into his temple. Adam dropped unconscious, and I caught him on my shoulder as Eris took my hand. Raven didn't even wait for me to climb aboard as she took to the skies. We were high in the air in seconds, and only when I was sure Adam and I were secure did I look back. Magnus and Illyria were small as they stood in the castle's tower, staring at us. He watched us leave for a few seconds, before turning and walking away. I pulled Eris close as we flew away from Castle Illyria as fast as Raven could. I didn't know what to say, what I could say. Evelyn was gone, but I didn't have time to mourn her. I would wait until we were safely back at the castle before I let myself grieve. Evelyn and I had a rocky relationship at best, but she was a comrade, a mentor, an infrequent lover at times, and my friend. But I never really knew her. The revelation that she wasn't who I thought she was proof enough. Despite that, though, in a dark part of my heart, I cared very deeply for her. A single tear slipped down my cheek before I could stop it, and I brought my hand up to wipe it away. What came back up wasn't my hand. It was, but my skin was ghost white. The color bleached from my skin. What the hell? Eris turned at my voice, her compound eyes going wide as she looked up at me. Sam? What? I asked. We need to land, she said loud enough for Raven to hear. Raven swooped down to a relatively open stretch of the Badlands. Sand swept up around us as she landed. Eris hopped off as I carried Adam and sent him down gently. Hand me your pack, Eris said, holding her hand out. I pulled it from my inventory as Raven shifted back to her human form and walked over, her eyes as wide as Eris's, and they never left mine. That is you, isn't it, Sam? Eris pulled out something and handed it to me. It was a mirror. I took it and held it up to my face. I couldn't hold back the gasp that slipped through my lips. What the hell? I didn't look like myself any longer. I shared the same features that Evelyn had. My hair was a polished silver, my skin pale as a corpse, and my once amber eyes were a brilliant gold, shining bright as I stared at myself. What the actual hell? Eris just stared at me, but Raven shrugged. It's not a bad look. I turned on her and pointed at my face. This doesn't freak you out? Raven shook her head, kicking at a stray rock in the sand. I served Magnus for years. You'd be surprised at how little phases you after that. I mean, that's fair, but I don't even know. Adam stirred on the ground, sitting up with a pained groan. He glanced around at the desert before his eyes landed on mine. He stared at me for what had to have been hours before he broke contact and dropped his head and slumped his shoulders. She's dead. I'm sorry. He was motionless for a long moment before he nodded. Adam stood, sand sticking to him and falling as he got to his feet. He looked up at me and held his hand up before dropping it. I'll explain. Later. Before I could ask what he meant, he pulled a scroll from his inventory and unfurled it. The script circle flared to life, and Adam vanished as he teleported away. I just stared at the spot where Adam had been for a long while after he left. I was so unsure about anything anymore, and Adam was literally the last person who could give me answers. Best to give him some space, a voice said beside me. I looked down at Edna, who had appeared at my side. Where were you during all that? I asked, throwing my hands up. Around. There was nothing I could have done to physically help you. My interface is limited, as I explained to you when we first met. I can do little to directly help you, unfortunately, though freeing me has given me back full access to the system once more. So if you chose, you could initiate a purge like Magnus wants. I have the capability, yes, but it goes against my primary programming, which is why Magnus needs access to my source code to change my programming to his wishes. I scratched at my silver stubble, and he needs Eris to do that. She nodded. Eris is a copy of my code, though scaled down and without any command functions, but our cores are virtually identical. With her, he'll be able to grant himself system admin access, and he can modify me at will. Eris and Raven walked over. Raven dragged my discarded pack through the sand and used it as a makeshift stool, while Eris wound her hand through mine and leaned heavily on me. I pulled her close and kissed the top of her head. So what do we do? How do we fight Magnus? Evelyn was the strongest fighter in the world, and even she couldn't stand against his chronomancy. Edna shook her head. Mistress Bell was designed to be the counter to Mr. Parks, which is why he was forced to such drastic measures. Mistress Bell knew exactly what she was doing. She still died, I spat. I should have stayed and fought. And you'd have died right alongside Mistress Bell, which was the last thing she wanted. She chose you as her successor. And I find I don't necessarily disagree with her choice. You'll do. I still don't know how I'm going to pull this off. Magnus is so far outside my league, it's not even funny. Edna shook her head and reached out a finger, tapping me on the chest. I have a plan in the works, but it will take time to move everything into place. I will help you as much as I can, but Evelyn gave you the tools needed to succeed. What is that supposed to mean? Pull up your character page. I did as she asked and pulled it up. What stared back at me was unbelievable. Character name, Durandal, level 69, EXP 3800 out of 6800, race, demigod, class, Hive Knight, errant, reputation, wanted criminal, bounty 3800 gold, stats. What? What? I closed the screen with shaky fingers, my head reeling. Edna? What is this? What the hell does demigod mean? Edna shrugged. You must ask Master Bell that question. The shards go beyond my understanding. She stared off into the distance, at a wyvern flying far off. I must depart now. There is much that requires my attention. Wait, I shouted and tried to grab her, but my hand passed through empty air as she disappeared as if she'd never been there in the first place. Damn it, I cursed, and kicked a deep groove into the sand, sending grains scattering it in a wide arc. I plopped down next to Raven and leaned against her side as Eris came and sat in my lap. It'll be okay, love, Eris said, snuggling into my chest while Raven trailed her fingers through my hair, brushing against my scalp with her fingernails. It was divine, but I was drowning. I don't know how anything can ever be okay again. So much is happening that I don't understand, and I'm so far out of my depth it's scary. How do you think we feel? Raven asked, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. I don't fully understand anything that's going on either, but I don't think we really have to understand it to do something about it. We protect each other to the end. That's what we do. Nothing else matters beyond that. She's right. Without Adam to explain things to me, I'm just choking on what I don't know. He'll explain things in time, but he needs to grieve for Evelyn. We will all need to grieve for her, for everyone we've lost. If we couldn't respawn anymore, that meant that those who had already died wouldn't be coming back. Alistair, Jasmine, Evelyn. I would never see them again. Deal with it later. We need to get home. I kissed Eris on the head and stood, giving Raven a kiss too. Thank you. Always, she replied, her crimson eyes alight as she smiled at me. All right, let's go home. Chapter 31. Coming Storm. Just sit still, Wilson scolded me for what had to have been the fourth time that hour. Sorry, shoulders numb. It feels weird, I said, shifting the leather chair. It clung to my exposed back and crinkled every time I moved. We're almost done, you big baby. Just a few more minutes, he said as he continuously hammered the needle gently into my skin, pausing only to dip it into the small jars of ink on the wooden table beside us. I stared out the window of Wilson's room. It was much the same as mine, though not as Spartan. Wilson had numerous canvas paintings hanging around the room. Some of us, some of scenery around the world, and more than a few of a woman I'd never seen before. She was young, striking, but not beautiful. She had the same gray eyes as Wilson. His bed was carved from the same wood mine was, though he'd requested a queen, rather than a king, and his wasn't a poster bed. The sun hung high in the sky, and I squirmed again in my seat after another few minutes of silence. Why is it a sword wound bothers me less than a handful of tiny needle pricks? It's not that it hurts, jackass. It's just uncomfortable. He scoffed and switched needles, changing to one dipped in a soft white ink. Well, you're the one who insisted you had to have a tattoo. Now seriously, don't make me restrain you. I swear I've tattooed 18-year-old kids who took it better than you. I laughed, and his hard expression softened. I know you don't like sitting still, Sam. But if you keep fidgeting, you'll make me slip, and trust me, you don't want to have a permanent testament to your inability to sit in a chair for a few hours like a normal human, do you? I held up my right hand, still not used to the color. You forget. I'm not human anymore. Wilson sighed and put down the needle, dabbing at my bleeding flesh with a white cloth. He held it up, the blood a pale reddish orange. How can I forget when your blood is this color? I just hope Adam comes back soon. It's only been a week since Evelyn died. We all know what he's going through. He just needs time to process. He looked up at the picture of the woman on the wall and sighed. Yeah, I know. Wilson shook his head and picked up the needle again. Though why you decided to get a row of jasmine as your first tattoo is something I don't get. I tilted to look at them. The outline of 6 jasmine flowers attached to a stemmed rose, from my bicep to my shoulder, with a few petals falling away toward my chest. It was beautiful, even though it was only half finished. To remember her by. Jasmine deserves to be remembered by someone other than her mother, and I made a promise to never forget her. I understand that, I do, he said between hammering. But why her? Why not get a tattoo to remember Evelyn, someone you've known for years, rather than getting one for a girl you knew for a few days? I held my hand up again and turned my palm to face me. I ran my thumb over the rough calluses that had formed over nearly 2 decades. I stared at the silver-white scar on the center of my palm and closed my fist. I don't need a tattoo to remember Evelyn. I remember her every time I wield a sword. She's with me every time I face an enemy, and she'll be with me when I run my sword through Magnus's chest. And how are we supposed to go about this? I shrugged my shoulders and winced when Wilson picked up a clean needle and jammed it an inch deep into my forearm. Ow! Sit still, he warned me again as he pulled the bloody needle free. Okay, by the 9 kings of hell, I got it, I said, and proceeded to imitate a statue as he finished working on the tattoo. But to answer your question, I haven't the slightest clue as to how I'm supposed to go about doing this. He snorted. Well, it's just our lives on the line, no big deal. Seriously, though, you'll figure it out. You always do. Only after you've told me how wrong I am at least a dozen times before I figure it out. Which is exactly why I know you'll figure it out. With me backing you, you can't possibly lose, he said, and bumped my arm with his. We didn't speak after that, and another hour and a half, and he'd finished his art. Some of my best work, he said and slapped my shoulder. It stung, but I shook it off and stood from the leather chair. I looked at my ink and had to admit it was spectacular. Thank you, Wilson, I said, holding out my hand. He came over and pulled me into a quick hug before he stepped back and brushed his hands over his well-tailored vest. Think nothing of it. He handed me a jar of ointment and told me to apply it several times a day for the next 2 weeks, and I promised him that I would. I thanked him again and left his room, heading back to mine. The silence of an empty room met me as I opened the door and stepped inside. Raven and Eris must still be training. As proud as I was of both of them, it was practically all they'd been doing since we'd gotten back. They trained with Yumiko most days, but I'd seen Gil slinking in a couple times to help them work on their combat skills. Since without Evelyn, I was the best hand-to-hand fighter in the guild, I trained Raven and Eris on close-quarters combat. But neither of them fought with a sword, so I left their weapons training to those much more qualified to teach them than I. Sitting in that chair for nearly 2 hours had made me restless, but Wilson had advised against taking a bath right after, telling me to wait until at least the morning, but as long as I didn't get my shoulder wet, I didn't think it would be an issue. I went to the bathroom and shut the door firmly behind me. I dropped out of my linen trousers, but before I went and got in the bath, I went to the mirror, and like I'd done every time I was in front of a reflective surface, I stared at myself, at my golden eyes and too pale skin. Still can't get used to them. I look alien, like I'm a different person. I chuckled. I am a different person. I can't even deny that anymore. Over a decade of being 𝗸𝗏𝗃, and in less than 2 months it's all come crumbling down. As I stared into my eyes that weren't quite mine, I sighed. I don't know who I am anymore. I'd spent so much time burying 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗃 that I couldn't quite remember what it felt like being him again. Maybe that's for the best. 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗃 ran from his problems, and 𝗸𝗏𝗃 buried them under too much alcohol and violence. Maybe I don't have to be one or the other anymore. Maybe I can just be Sam, the good and the bad together. As I walked away from the mirror, I glanced at the placid water and decided maybe for once I would heed Wilson's advice. I climbed back into my pants and exited the steam-filled bath. My open balcony caught my attention, and I habitually poured a drink from my decanter and walked outside to lean against the stone railing. I can't believe what my stats are right now. It's ridiculous. Character name, 𝗸𝗏𝗃𝗃, level 69, EXP 3800 out of 6900, race, demigod, class, Hive Knight, errant, reputation, wanted criminal, bounty 1300 gold, stats, strength 100, max, substats, attack damage 50, constitution 100, max, substats, health 25, health regen 25, durability 85, endurance 100, max, substats, battle fatigue 50, battle fatigue regen 10, agility 50, 90 with bonus, substats, attack speed 25, movement speed 20, wisdom 25, 35 with bonus, substats, mana 20, luck 0, 30 with bonus, charisma 0, 10 with bonus, errant knight plus 10 to all main stats, plus 15 within 20 meters of Hive Monarch, Arachne's blessing, plus 15 to strength and agility, Scorpius's blessing, plus 15 to constitution and agility. I closed my interface and marveled at the view that I never got tired of looking at. It was hot, August was in full swing, and it let itself be known as sweat formed almost instantly as I stared over my castle's walls and out into the wide green hills. The drink was cold in my hand, courtesy of the frost stones I'd dropped in there, but as I went to take a sip, I paused. The familiar scent of whiskey burned deliciously in my nose, and my mouth watered as condensation dripped cool over my fingers. I wanted to drink it, wanted it very much. And that was the problem. Magnus was right. I pitched the entire glass over the edge in disgust and turned to go back inside as the glass shattered far below me. I threw on a clean blue shirt and was about to go train with the girls. I opened the door and nearly walked into Adam as his fist raised to knock. He froze, a half smile on his pale face as his dull golden eyes lit up with humor. Well, we couldn't have timed that better if we tried. Adam. I clapped him on the shoulders and gave him a huge bear hug. Okay, I missed you too, buddy. Put me down. I released him and invited him in. He chuckled as he walked in and glanced around the room. You know, you haven't changed the room at all since the last time I was in here, 3 years ago. I shrugged and sat back on my bed. What can I say? If it isn't broken, why fix it? Fair enough, he said as the humor dropped from his eyes. Damn, guess neither of us could keep it up for long. Where you been? We were worried about you. He said, and tugged on his ear, not looking at me. I went to bury Jess. You went back to Magnus? Adam nodded. Had to. I couldn't leave her there. What do you mean, her body should have disappeared? He shook his head and sighed. The bodies of guardians don't fade, so hers stayed, as will mine and Nick's when the time comes. Where is she? Machine City, our old home. She liked it there, and no one will disturb her. Adam stared out the window, his mind miles away. I went over to my nightstand and poured him a glass of whiskey. I handed it to him and poured one for myself. To Jessica, I said, raising my glass. To Jess. We drank, and I sighed as the fire burned down my throat. It was delicious. He handed me the glass, and I sat them back where they belonged. I hate to ask you while you're grieving, Adam, but we need to talk." Adam sighed and nodded. "Yeah," he said, motioning me to follow him as he walked out to the balcony. "I'm sure you have a lot of questions, and I'll do my best to answer them." "Okay. By the 9 kings of hell, where do I start?" I threw my hands up once and again caught sight of my skin. "Let's start with whatever the hell that crystal was Evelyn gave me." "I'll tell you what I know, but it's not much," he said, leaning on the railing. "They're called shards of divinity, fragments of creation. Where they come from, what they can do, I don't know. But from what I've seen, they defy reality, or maybe they transcend it. I didn't get a chance to study them much before we entered the Ouroboros project, though I think I can say one thing for certain. I'm sure you've seen your character page at what's written there. They're god makers." "Gods?" He nodded. "And not like the ones we programmed to help watch over Nexus. Actual divinity." "How'd you get them?" I asked, my hand shaking. "That's a very long story for another time, but I do know that Jess chose you to be her shard bearer. She liked you, even if she didn't always show it." I paused, letting my mind absorb what Adam had told me. It was insane, but with what I'd seen these past few weeks, anything was possible. I never considered myself overly religious. Sure, I believed, but Earth's God abandoned us, left us to die by the hands of those monsters. But creating gods? That's crazy. How would one go about creating a god? "Your guess is as good as mine," he said, shrugging. "The shards, they're drawn to each other. I assume the more you have, the stronger you become, but that's just a theory. There was no change when we combined our shards. Speaking of change, I know the whole pale skin, golden eyes look probably isn't your thing, so if you want to go back to your old appearance, all you have to do is concentrate on how you want yourself to look in your head and focus on it. Should do the trick." I closed my eyes and let the warm breeze wick the sweat from my brow as I focused on who I wanted to look like, my old self, before I was given the mantle of Hive Knight, before the aspect took control of my body and forced my body to change to its whims. I wanted to look like the old me. After a solid minute of focus, a tug pulled at my chest, and a warmth spread throughout my body. When I opened my eyes, my regular tan skin was back. "There you go. Took you less time than it took Jess and I the first time we tried it. We spent like an hour back-to-back trying—" He faded out and lapsed into silence. "We'll pay Magnus back for what he did. He won't win." I patted Adam on the back, but I knew that nothing would help ease the hurt in his heart. I'd gone through it too many times myself, and nothing ever really helped. "I appreciate it, Sam, but I thought you agreed with Magnus." "I did. Still do, I guess. But I won't let him kill Eris." He turned and looked at me, his eyes so filled with sorrow that it hurt. "Even if it means sacrificing everyone else?" I shook my head. That was the wrong way to look at it. "You said so yourself. We'll find another way." Adam didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared out over the castle for a long moment. "I said that then, too, the first time, that we'd find another way, and I ran out of time. If I just said yes to Nick, then Jess would still be alive. And Eris would be dead. So would I, and Raven too, probably. Jessica knew what she was doing, knew that she would die, and she still stood in the way so that we could get away. I wish more than anything she were still here, but I don't think there was a way for us all to escape." "I know, but it doesn't make it hurt any less. I've got to go, Sam. We'll talk later about what to do, just not now, okay?" "Yeah, take all the time you need." He didn't respond, just walked out of the room without another word. I watched him leave and turn back to lean on the balcony, trying to figure out what to do and failing. I hope Edna will have a plan, because I don't know how we're going to get out of this one. I didn't have a clue, and I really wanted another drink. I shook my head. "Let's go see what the girls are up to." I awoke with a groan at the shrill tone blaring in my ears, signaling an incoming call. My interface popped into existence without my command, and a single name appeared in front of me. Miguel, I hit decline and rolled over. Raven's pale back and backside pressed against me as I snuggled closer to her. On the other side of me, Eris acted as the big spoon for both of us, and her scorching arms clung around my waist as her hot breath tickled my back. Last night was interesting. Yeah, that's one word for it. Both Raven and Eris weren't quite ready to share a bed with me together, and to be honest with myself, I didn't know if I was ready for it either. But they'd subverted my expectations by taking turns while the other watched. Once the initial awkwardness faded, it had actually been fun, but left me more exhausted than if I'd fought 100 men. Both of them know how to take it out of me, that's for sure. Though as they sandwiched me between them in their sleep, I argued that it wasn't the worst thing in the world. I was about to wrap my arm around Raven and go back to sleep when my interface chimed again. It was Miguel again. I swear to the gods, if someone isn't dead, I'll kill him. I hit accept. This better not be about that job, Miguel. Long live the Shadow King. I blew out a breath. Shit. I'll be there in a few hours. The call went dead. I groaned and sat up. Eris clung to me and partially came with me before I turned and laid her head on my chest. She mumbled something in her sleep and scooted over, draping her naked body over me and snuggling closer to me. Come on, love. Time to get up. Light chuckling whispered next to my ear, and I turned as Raven leaned in, pressing her lips to mine in a good morning kiss, her ample bust teasing my arm as her pink nipples awoke from the cold. Good morning, darling, she said as she pulled back and looked down at Eris. She's too cute when she's sleeping. That she is. I told Miguel a few hours. A minute or two won't hurt anything. Raven scooted closer to me, her thighs holding my calf hostage as she kissed the side of my neck. Who called? Miguel, a distributor of sorts. I thought he was calling about a job he keeps bugging me about, but it's bad business. We really need to get going. Get going as in right now? Or can it wait a few minutes? She purred in my ear. I wound my hand over her cheek and brought her in close for a kiss. Her mouth parted, and her tongue met mine in a gentle embrace as her nails dug into my back. I took her lip between my teeth and bit down, drawing a single bead of blood that swirled iron red over her lips. Harder, she moaned. I bit down just a little harder, savoring her blood as it washed over my tongue. Raven's hand trailed over my chest and down my obliques as she slowly wrapped her hands around my length. Before she could do anything with her hand, something poked my side, and I turned over to find Eris awake, sitting on her knees with one arm folded under her chest, the brown of her nipples barely covered, while her right hand jabbed into my side. No fair. You two started without me, she said, frowning, almost pouting. Raven peered around me, took one look at Eris's pout, and burst out laughing, a full-bellied laugh that had her nearly rolling on the bed, shaking. I tried to hold it in, but Raven set me off, and I joined her in laughter. All the while, Eris stared at us with the same expression on her face, which just set us off again when we stood up. When I came to the second time, I pulled Eris in for a kiss because her face got so red I thought she'd burst. Her frosty eyes quickly thawed after our lips touched. Good morning, love. Good morning, my bonded, she said and looked around me to Raven. Good morning, dear. Same to you, Sunflower, Raven said to Eris, then turned to me. So I'm guessing we're not going to pick up where we left off? Afraid not. We've got places to be, loves. Let's get ready. We dressed and left the castle in under an hour. I wasn't sure what to expect with Miguel, but he'd given the code that was designated critical emergency, so it had to be big. It took just under 4 hours to fly to the outskirts of Arroyo and walk into town. It was quiet this afternoon, no ships docked at port, so most of the town was void of life. Our walk to the Gray Cask was uneventful. The worn stone building was quiet as we approached, and when we stepped down the steps into the bar itself, we were met with absolute silence. The cask was never closed, never this empty. It unnerved me so much that I immediately drew my sword and stepped in. The multitude of wooden tables were empty, their chairs on top of them. The bartender was nowhere to be found, and only one occupant sat silent at the bar, nursing a bottle of brandy. Miguel's fancy black shirt and pants were wrinkled, his oil-slick hair disheveled, and his rich brown skin was pallid, like he hadn't slept. He took a sip of his drink and waved me down. "Put your sword away, Doran. No one's here. The cask never closes. It does today, kiddo. Maybe never to open again." I took another look around, and my instincts told me that Miguel was telling me the truth, so I sheathed my sword and stepped fully into the bar. Eris and Raven fell in behind me, and Miguel looked from me to them, and then dismissed them, turning to face me. "Take whatever you want from the bar. My treat." "I'm good." "Thank you, Miguel. Sam speaks highly of you," Raven said as he meandered behind the bar and grabbed a bottle of top-shelf whiskey. He let out a bark of laughter. "You're a terrible liar, but I appreciate the sentiment," he said, brushing his fingers through his hair. "Sam, huh? You look like a Sam." I shrugged. "What's this about?" "It's bad. I got the most recent batch of mushrooms, the gloam, from your mage and started selling them. Things were going well, people couldn't get enough of them, and we raked in a mountain of gold." "So what's the issue?" "We fucked up. Both of us." Miguel threw his hands up. "From what your mage told me, he didn't have time to test the mushrooms, and I didn't vet them before I started selling them." "Oh shit, don't tell me. They're not poisonous or anything, but they are incredibly addictive, and people can easily overdose from them." "So were the gloom shrooms. What's the difference?" "The gloom never killed one of the Compass King's sons." "Gods damn it, who?" Miguel sighed and downed his brandy while I waited for an answer. "Fabian Clark. Gerard Clark's only son. Fuck." "Right," he said, pouring himself another drink. "No one cares when it's a nobody, but as soon as someone important dies, everyone is up in arms." I sighed and absent-mindedly reached for the bottle of whiskey next to Raven. She moved it just as my fingers brushed it, and my hand closed around empty air. She smiled at me and placed her hand over mine. "You told me you're trying to quit." "Thanks," I said, and went back to the task at hand. "Okay, so what's the backlash? Can handle the vengeance of one king." Miguel stood up suddenly, his wooden bar stool tipping back and clacking against the uneven stone floor. "You don't get it. It's not just one king. It's all of them. And they brought in Kincaid, too." My blood ran cold. "By the 9 kings of hell. You understand now? We can't take on the Merchants Guild. We flew in their faces too long. You know as well as I how swift and terrible their retribution will be." "How bad is the fallout?" Miguel paused, throwing his empty tumbler at the rack of liquor behind the bar. Glass crashed and spilled amber over the wood to drip to the stone. "Bad. Hasn't gone out yet, but it's only a matter of days. Merchants Guild put a bounty on the Gloom Knights." "How much?" $250,000 per head." My heart dropped. We are so screwed. Footsteps clacked sharply on the stone outside, and there was a brief knock at the door. "And 100,000 for mine." Miguel nodded to me and snagged the bottle of whiskey on the counter, tipping it back. "Well, this is the main reason why I called you here. We have another matter to discuss," he said as he shuffled over to the door. I threw my hands up. "If this is about that job, I think we have too many things going on to worry about that right now," I replied as the door opened. "Not even for a friend?" a rich feminine voice asked. I turned as she strolled into the cask. She was tall, just under 6 feet, with refined features and beautiful pale skin without a single freckle to mar her ivory perfection. Her flowing scarlet hair shimmered like flames alight as she walked in. Her emerald eyes lit up in delight as she smiled at me with her ruby lips. "I know you," I said. "At the auction house. Morgan, right?" She just kept up her smile before looking past me. "I'm glad to see your bonded was returned safe and sound." I glanced over at Eris, but she wasn't looking at me. Her eyes were transfixed on Morgan. She rose from her seat in an instant and dropped to her knee, bowing her head low. I tapped her on the shoulder. "What are you doing?" "What are you doing? Bow!" Morgan chuckled and went to Eris, kneeling and taking her chin in hand. "Raise your head, child, And don't fault your bondmate. He doesn't have your lovely eyes. She rose and glanced at me. I should formally introduce myself. My name is Morrigan. The Morrigan? Goddess of demi-humans? I like Morrigan better, but yes. I snorted. What even is my life anymore? I looked back at Miguel, whose eyes were probably as wide as mine, and raised an eyebrow. Don't look at me, kiddo. I didn't know. Whatever. Okay, I said and turned to face Morgan. What does a goddess need from me? Morgan stared me down for a moment before she shook her head slightly and bared her teeth in a ferocious smile. The gods and I have a request to make of you. End of Book 2. This has been Hive Queen, Trinity of the Hive, Book 2. Written by Grayson Sinclair. Narrated by 𝗕𝗏𝗔𝒃, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2020 by Starlit Publishing. Production copyright 2020 by Starlit Publishing.